This young man was sent by the Supreme Being down to the mortal world to eradicate evil spirits and save the world. But the guy picked the wrong server, a modern one, where people no longer believe in ghosts. In Guyan's moment of deepest despair, he was helped by a cute and kind little girl. Since then, protecting his sister, Gu Tian Tian, became his goal in this world. To help Tian Tian get stronger, every day he makes his little sister lift weights and do 100 push-ups. Just hearing that his sister is being bullied is enough for him to carry his Dragon Slayer blade to school, ready to go all out. All evil spirits within a 10-mile radius of his sister aren't allowed to come close. If he sees one, he incinerates it. Today, Guyan planned to apply to the Evil Spirit Eradication Organization, the Jijin Association. There, he accidentally got to know a young man named Wang Lu, who possesses the yin-yang eyes. His special eyes have the ability to see through everyone. Unfortunately, people nowadays no longer believe in ghost stories, except for him. So not a single soul bothered to register. In the end, Wang Lu only managed to scrape together 100 registration fee from Gu Yun, which wasn't even enough for a bowl of pho. Just when he was feeling depressed, Wang Lu's yin-yang eyes suddenly discovered a receptionist being possessed by an evil spirit. The evil spirit behind her was full of resentment. She definitely wouldn't survive past tonight. Hearing that, young Guyan very honestly went and told Enling that Wang Lu said she was about to croak. Wang Lu was speechless with this friend. Unbelievable. He really does little work but causes much trouble. The result was that Enling reported him to the authorities to take Wang Lu away for spreading superstition. Now, only Guyan and Enling remained at the reception desk. She asked why he hadn't left, and Guyan replied, "If I leave and you actually croak, then what?" Seeing him care about her like that, Enling felt a bit touched in her heart. But then, the guy dropped a blunt statement. "If my sister happens to walk past here and sees you covered in a mat, getting scared would be really bad." Hearing this, Enling was very bitter and thought to herself, "Only your sister is a human, huh? Then what am I considered?" At this moment, Guyan's phone suddenly ran out of battery, making her secretly happy. Battery's dead, so hurry up and leave. But then, the guy pulled out 5 power banks, leaving Enling speechless. Does this guy's family sell batteries or what? Time passed quickly, and it was already 11 p.m. Enling finished her shift. She wearily stretched and prepared to go home. She called her dad. "Dad, I'm off work. Can you come pick me up at the train station?" Right then, something was following Enling. The ghost woman reached her long arms forward. Her voice was spooky. "Wei, are you with her?" The ghost woman's eyes were red and full of malice. "Why didn't you pick me up but picked her up instead?" She lunged forward screaming. "I won't allow it." On this side, Wang Lu rubbed his head walking out. Finally released. Suddenly, he saw something and his eyes widened in shock. At this moment, behind Enling were 2 ghostly hands, reaching forward into the restricted area. Those filthy hands were about to touch her. Wang Lu became frantic. "There's no time left." He grabbed a water bottle. "Purified salt? I heard this can drive away ghosts." The next second, he threw the bottle hard towards the front. That bottle hit the railing directly. The wall next to him even cracked. However, Enling was pushed in front of the train head. She panicked, her face filled with terror. Right then, Guyan appeared, one hand grabbing the ghost woman, the other hand pulling Enling back. Her face was still trembling with fear. The water bottle Wang Lu threw earlier also flew back to hit his head. The ghost woman screamed, "Who ruined my good deed?" Guyan pushed Enling into the train and told her, "Go. A fight is about to break out here." The ghost woman was extremely furious and about to pounce. "You must bear the karma that Wei created." Wang Lu only now shouted, "White-clothed ghost woman." "This is the white-clothed ghost woman." He shouted a warning. Ghosts appear near midnight to take revenge for all the suffering in life. Run, quick. Ordinary people can't see her at all. The ghost woman's eyes were full of hatred, along with Wang Lu's desperate voice. "We're doomed." Just then, Guyan used his fist to block her attack. The next second, only smoke and dust remained in front of him. Guyan was bored. "Dead already?" Another weakling. Wang Lu's jaw dropped in shock at this person. His voice was full of unbelievable admiration. Security guards came from nowhere and arrested Wang Lu. It's this guy again, destroying massive public property like this. It wasn't me. He pointed at Guyun. But he had already quickly ran away. It was him. Don't treat me like this. I paid the money. Don't falsely accuse me of evading the fare. Wang Lu fell into utter despair. Oh, last train, don't leave me behind. Then he was pinned to the ground by 2 security guards. Guyun was currently lying on the train. Suddenly, he woke up with a start. Oh crap. Guyun recalled the moment he saved Ling. When saving that girl, he accidentally stepped on and broke a strand of her hair. His eyes were filled with panic. She won't demand money like that grandmaster, right? No wonder she wanted to say something before leaving. Guyun sighed, this world is too dangerous. At this moment, Ling was sitting on the train. Her heart was beating wildly. In the quiet night, a voice rang out. Arrangements for the victim's family have used up more than half. So let's use the fee for employee injury compensation, okay? Inside a room. Everyone was chatting lively. Shinyu's eyes slowly opened through the video feed. She angrily scolded, you guys be quiet. It's affecting my private business. Startling the others and making them cry out in fear. Yes. Chenjiang scratched his head in confusion and asked. Is this really S rank? Luosong didn't pay attention. He just calmly thought, there's no other way. The combat power of all the staff we hired combined isn't as strong as an S rank. Speaking of Shinyu, she is actually the only S rank demon hunter in AI City, currently holding the title for destroying the most monsters. But little did everyone know, whenever she arrived at the scene, the evil spirits there had long since been finished off. What she was curious about was ultimately how terrifying of a person could accomplish this. Elsewhere, the terrifying person Shinyu mentioned had arrived home. He smiled cheerfully. 3 minutes to midnight. Didn't disturb the neighbors. Tian, I came home right on time today. Seeing no response, Guyun, confused, called out again. Tian? The lack of sound made him scream out. My sister has been kidnapped. I have to turn this city upside down. At that moment, Tian pushed the door and walked into the house with a pale face. Stop being loud. I just finished tutoring a bit late. Recently, this girl's mind has had some issues. Without waiting for Guyun to reply, she threw her bag on the floor and threw herself straight onto the couch, lying face down. Gu Tian reminded, don't be loud. In the dark, cramped room, Guyun was working seriously. Suddenly, he paused in midair. Suddenly, Guyun's voice was so loud it startled her awake. I've decided. Gu Tian woke up with a grumpy and confused look, glaring at him. Guyun shouted with a majestic and clear voice, declaring, I will make a lot of money, so that you won't have to work part-time and can come home earlier. Trust me. Gu Tian was not surprised at all. On the contrary, she calmly replied. That's the 7th time you've said that this month. 3 years after you arrived, the global economy went into crisis. Mom remarried, and Dad, I don't know where he went. In their vague memories, a man who was Tian's father sped away without any attachment. When they were both small. Dad is going far away to work, bye. And you're 20-something? Have you ever held a job for more than a week, Guyun? Working half-heartedly, scaring the boss witless. Working part-time at a convenience store, he broke the glass. Delivering food so fast that the food got crushed. Gu Tian, with a bored and disdainful look, mocked him. With no education and no patience, what can you possibly do? But he just smirked and replied, education? It's true that in our village, it counts for nothing. But I have plenty of patience, you know. Guyun tried to raise his voice as if it were obvious. Every time, I worked until I got fired. I've never given up once. She waved her hand in exasperation, enough. Her expression looked increasingly helpless. A brother like this must have been sent by the heavens to test me. Guyun reassured her, don't worry. This time it will definitely work. I've researched it carefully online. What is it, exactly? He spoke while imagining it. It says that nowadays everyone uses digital currency. Cash is only found in banks. Right. What else? You're fantasizing about unrealistic things. Holding 2 bags of money, he said. Then I just need to rush in and take it, and I'll have money. Lost in thought, Guyon mumbled to himself. Don't worry. Whether it's the Divine Clan's main city or the Abyssal Prison, I can handle it all by myself. Gu Tian tried shaking him hard to snap him out of it. But it didn't work. That's not the problem. He pouted and pointed at the computer to explain. But the internet says so. They say the ways to make big money are all written in here. Gu Tian hugged his leg, crying a river, hoping he'd come to his senses. Brother, I beg you. Can't you just live an honest life and get married? Suddenly, a knock on the door came from outside. A voice asked, Is Mr. Guyon at home? Inside. Guyon mumbled. This voice sounds so familiar. As soon as the door opened, and Ling walked in confidently. Guyon's eyes were full of panic as he shouted. Is the consultant with the broken hair here to demand money? However, she just gently greeted, Found you. He angrily pointed straight at her face and shouted. How did you find this place? She smiled and explained. You dropped your phone next to my desk. It had the navigation history. Guyon stepped back, admitting it was his own fault. I was too careless. If I had known, I should have crushed the phone into dust. No, I don't have the money to buy a new one anyway. And Ling pivoted gently, ignoring Guyon's rambling. If I'd known earlier, I would have rushed out to make money this morning. She made some strange movements. She slowly approached him and held out an envelope containing money. Shyly, thank you for saving me. This is a token of my gratitude. I don't know if it's enough. Guyon was startled, not understanding what was happening. Hey, you. Guyon was extremely surprised. You're giving me money? And Ling's eyes were full of expectation, her cheeks flushed red. He didn't know how to respond to this. What's your name again? And Ling introduced herself, I'm An Ling. Yesterday, I almost slipped onto the tracks. Luckily, you were there. I really didn't know how to thank you properly. Guyon held the money, his eyes shining brightly. Oh my god. 2,000 yuan. I've never seen such a large amount of money in my life. Gu Tian also started to feel delighted. A sister-in-law delivering herself to the door, and she's a sugar mama too. The little girl quickly played hostess. Please, have some milk, sister. Her brother handed her the newspaper to show her. My 5-year goal. A treadmill, 3,999. With this, I've already achieved half of it. Are you perhaps a secret tycoon? And Ling secretly thought about his words. Is he intentionally implying it's too little? Actually, I live paycheck to paycheck. After getting my salary, I couldn't find you. So I placed 4 orders. This is really all the money I have. She did the mental math. 648 times 4 plus 2,000 equals, broke. Gu Tian was helpless, raising one brother was exhausting enough. I can't take on another relative. And Ling felt awkward. If it's really not enough, you two can make any request you want. This month I'll stay at my dad's house. As soon as I get my salary next month, I will. Gu Tian changed her attitude instantly. Dad's house equals local resident. Equals person with money. Sister and Ling. Let's add WeChat. Why are we even talking about money? You should say something too. Only then did Guyon panic and realize that exorcising spirits could actually make money. The little girl was also speechless. Is that really my brother? He smugly recalled, remember that year I took down a spirit causing chaos on the news, and was taken to the police station. Back then, Guyon was indeed arrested. He was treated as a suspect and interrogated all afternoon. He walked up, grabbed An Ling's hand, and smiled brightly. Turns out, just demanding money directly from the rescued person works. Thank you, my first client. Confused, she pulled her hand back. Gu Tian shyly did damage control. Although my brother is a bit delusional about his power, he is definitely a good person. If you have any trouble, you can come find him. Guyon also declared heroically. Exorcising spirits, destroying evil, assassination, hunting, bombing. I can do it all. These words left An Ling bewildered, understanding nothing. Suddenly, she remembered something. An Ling asked, by the way, are you good with a sword? Guyon replied, sword? Although I usually use my fists. The weapon master in the village usually couldn't beat me. And do you have time today? Do you want to go hunt dinosaurs together? Dinosaurs? Guyun was skeptical. Then he got in her car, full of excitement. Let's go. If we don't raid the dinosaur nest quickly, they will recover very fast. And Ling exclaimed, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Could he be a hidden expert? Later, they were role-playing in a game. Guyun's jaw dropped in shock. The two of them played games like that all afternoon. And Ling secretly evaluated. Even though it's a rented account, he's really a noob. Her eyes showed determination. But for today's reward, I and Ling cannot lose. And Ling's characters were two mice pushing a cart. She used all her strength to fight, going into demon mode and charging forward. Can't stand up already? Die, you punk. Indeed, the dinosaur was defeated. Empty water bottles were tossed rolling on the floor. Guyun drank water while critiquing, this beef is too salty. But it's okay. It's normal for girls not to know how to cook. The female warriors in my village. Hearing that, and Ling cried inside, thinking, I clearly know how to cook. If it wasn't for you scaring me until my hands shook. After eating, he stood up and turned to leave, out of water. Leaving now. I'm going to the stream by the park to train diligently. You can definitely do it. She sat there biting her handkerchief. And next time, I'll definitely get it right. Guyun entered the elevator. He wondered, isn't Ling a Middle Eastern princess? Why does her house have so little water? Suddenly, he sensed someone. Then Guyun dashed out of the elevator and lunged forward. Who is ambushing me? Huh, punk? Wang Lu saw him rushing over and shrank back in fear. Big brother, spare my life. It's me. Hearing that, he stopped immediately. It's you? It's me. Then he asked, what's your name again? The two walked in the middle of the road chatting. Ah, right. Wang Lu the prophet. Your prophecy was too accurate. A murderous evil spirit really did appear. That's right. I saw you take it down with one punch. Although I dare not recall what happened after that. Wang Lu turned his head to look seriously. I found out where that girl lives. So I came to wait at the door for you all day. Just to ask you one thing. He gestured, asking. Wanting to destroy all evil spirits in City E. Are you really serious about this? That's right. Guyun confidently raised his arm, find the evil spirit. Destroy it, then take money from the victim. This Guyun's latest plan. He asked again. Then how did you find evil spirits before this? He immediately pulled out his phone to show him. Local hot search. See where there's trouble, and go there. What if you get there and there's no evil spirit? Go home, eat rice, then continue scrolling hot searches. Hearing that, Wang Lu fell into a state of bewilderment. He was told that this person is a nearly 40-year-old man who still doesn't have a job, mooching off his mother, yet possesses innate genius, and uses his phone too much. So he always believed in the supernatural. Once a person experiences something extraordinary, they don't want to go back to being normal. He has spent his whole life pursuing the supernatural. Wang Lu even thought he would become a Superman. He originally thought he would rely on a master exorcist and become a little Robin with his meager talents. He trembled, his face darkening. But now, this big brother turns out to be a big idiot. Meanwhile, he was intently checking, inspection complete. Today is safe. Suddenly, Wang Lu changed his expression, calculating. Wait, thinking back, he is clearly very strong. But still fights alone. He must be an unpolished gem of exorcism. That hasn't undergone polishing yet. Then I just need to, this is a good opportunity for me. He immediately rushed over, speaking rapidly, Guyun, bro. Actually, I am a man, known as the super paranormal know-it-all. Let's go together. Team up and establish the Spirit Extermination Alliance. I'll be your eyes, and you'll be my fists. Hearing that, Guyun agreed, deal. Destroy. All of them. The two happily named the group. The Evil Spirit Extermination Association is officially established. He suddenly felt a gust of wind. Guyun glanced in the direction of the passing breeze. Seeing that, he asked, what's wrong? Probably a hallucination. Carry on. Yes. Wang Lu said. Then I will use my life's worth of virtue to contact our very first business deal. You must prepare for battle. After the job is done, we split it 50/50ths. He ran off but turned back to remind him. Remember, prepare for battle. The sun had risen, Guyun was quickly brushing his teeth. First time, please go well. He took his shirt from Gu Tian's hand. She cheered him on, work hard, okay? A hand slapped onto the flyer, split 50-50ths. Wang Lu stood looking around at everyone, a bit flustered. He looked around and saw that everyone was carrying guns, making him panic and sweat bullets. Isn't this a request case? Is the deposit really only 1,000 yuan? Why are there so many undercover police? Wang Lu looked over and saw a head in the distance. After looking for a while, he realized it was Guyun. He happily called out, Guyun. He ran over holding a huge blade. Hi. Behind Wang Lu, police cars were chasing. He reached out, here, prepared for battle. Wang Lu hurriedly stepped back, that's not what I meant. A mysterious-looking person was calling someone. Huang He, do you copy? This is Long Shang too. The suspected accomplice carrying a blade for robbery has appeared. All units, get ready. Guyun aggressively shouldered the blade and said, go chop who? While he collapsed in fear. Oh God, I'm a law-abiding citizen. The police cars were zooming away. Guyun complained as he walked. That's the blade I spent a whole 648 yuan buying online. I beg of you, Dad. Wang Lu said helplessly. Carrying a sword in the middle of the street. Not getting thrown into jail immediately is already very lucky. Ha Xian spoke up at this moment. Just waiting at the gate was already so spectacular. You two must be the professional spiritual masters that the master invited. He happily interjected, of course. We are quite professional. The old man glanced behind him. I don't mean any offense to you two, but whatever happens later, please stay calm. Arriving in front of the villa, Guyun was surprised. The V villa is huge. The two looked at each other with their jaws dropped. So this is what rich people are like? Wonder how it compares to Enling. Ha Xian pointed to a corner and introduced. This is the subject for this time. The young master of our Kim family. In the corner was a chubby boy named Kim San sitting and eating. Wang Lu was surprised to see that. Eating that much? Is that how rich people are? He pointed at the two of them. So you two are the sports coaches Dad talked about? Come on, have breakfast together. That part is for you two, the rest is mine. Don't fight over it. He stepped forward, preparing to introduce himself. Actually, we are here to EXOR. Wang Lu hurriedly covered his mouth, thinking, the employer ordered to keep this secret. It seems the madam doesn't like these things. Alright, quiet, I get it. Then I'll win over the little young master first, leave that to me. He touched his chin, calculating. But kids nowadays are quite wary of strangers. Do I have to display my super parenting skills? He turned around and saw Guyun already sitting and eating with him. This is delicious, you really know how to enjoy food. Try this. You're making yourself quite at home, huh? He didn't care anymore and prepared to inspect. Anyway, I need to check the scene first. A large purple eye appeared, scrutinizing everything. Wang Lu walked over and patted his shoulder. Guyun, stop eating. I think we should leave. He turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? Did you see this little master's death date? No. He immediately replied, except for him. Wang Lu recounted what he saw. Everyone here will only live until the end of today. Hearing that, he remained calm, speaking while eating. Seems like a major incident will happen in this building. How about this, I'll stay here and set up a formation. You go around and scout to see if there are any bombs. He angrily pointed his finger. Aren't you just staying to eat some more? Wang Lu started walking around, scouting the house. Guyun, it's true that you are strong. But if something happens, and you can't hold out, what will we do? As he was walking, he entered a room. He looked up and saw photos hanging on the wall. He reached out. These photos. As for Guyun, he was still sitting there eating Kim San's food. Have any strange people or events appeared around you? He immediately replied, no way. This is really tasty. He asked again. Are there mammoths, ice planes, or any high officials? He didn't answer but handed a piece of cake to him. Teacher Gu. You eat this. Guyan ate the cake he handed over and thought. This chubby kid, aside from eating, doesn't seem interested in anything else. A supercar drove up and stopped. Right in front of the villa's gate. Tan Jiao stepped out of the car happily calling. San, mommy is back. Guess what mommy brought back for you? He immediately replied, delicious food. She saw Guyan in the house and wondered, who are you? Hello, madam. He slowly stood up. I am the newly arrived sports coach. Hearing that, she covered her mouth in disdain. Hey San. Why are you hanging out with this bunch of lowly servants? Mom told you not to let strangers get close. The chef pulled the cloth off the slab of meat. Alright, look. This is a 5 Kobe beef flown in directly. Mom specially invited a chef to prepare it. Right here for you. Seeing that, he immediately drooled. This beef. He also drooled along. That beef. Meanwhile, Wang Lu rushed down like an arrow. Don't stay here any longer. Things aren't that simple. He held the photos up in front of him. Look at the pictures of this kid. From childhood until recently, he was just skin and bones like this. Tan Jiao heard this and got angry. Who allowed you to speak? San, of our family, was just born without a sense of taste back then. Isn't he eating very well now? Seeing this, his face darkened and he asked back. But he turned into this current form. Only a month ago. He rushed forward, pointing at the photo and questioning, is this kid Kim San actually a normal human? Tan Jiao turned to look. San, what are you doing? He was eyeing the slab of beef. The beef is still raw. His eyes were bloodshot like a starving beast. Let me eat. Kim San lunged towards the slab of beef. She tried her best to hold him back. San, don't let people laugh at us. Kim San suddenly bit down hard. Twilight began to fall, the sky turning gloomy. Kim San was sitting dazedly in front of the villa door. Servants and the butler were talking to each other. I heard the young master was bullied at school again today. Because of his illness, he doesn't dare to eat? The master is away all the time. The madam is also starting to give up. Xiaolon carried food over to him. Young master, dinner. He annoyingly pushed the hand away, scattering the food everywhere. That's terrifying. Don't let me see food. Kim San clutched his head, tormenting himself. With this appearance of mine, I might as well be dead. Suddenly, a hand reached out as if inviting fear. Human food is very interesting. Back to reality. Guyan was blocking him from biting with his own hand. Kim San's teeth started to shatter. And his hand was also bleeding. The two of them hurriedly pulled Tan Jiao back. His eyes became fierce and bloodshot. Kim San rushed to tear at the meat slab. It's so delicious. You eat too. Let's eat together. Wang Lu hid behind the wall in fear. Is he even human anymore? Are you okay? Did one bite turn you into a cripple? Exaggerating much? It's healed already, he wondered. Although he's not an evil spirit yet, if this continues, what kind of form will he turn into? What should we do? He didn't answer but took out his phone, making him shout. Is now the time to scroll through your phone? Guyan interrupted. Quiet. Let me find someone to ask. He asked back. Ask which expert? Isn't that Shizu know-it-all? Why? He annoyingly continued. That thing. Apart from bluffing, what can it do? Kim San finished the meat and then whined. Too little raw meat. He hurriedly interjected. Hey, asking a Taoist priest or a monk would be better, I think. Brother, do you have any more raw meat? His body suddenly transformed into a huge demon. Terrifying. Guyan threw the phone over to him. Get the others out. Retreat. He stood confidently in front of him and said, I'll handle him. Suddenly a notification popped up on the phone. Hey, there's a reply. Which keyboard warrior is this? Kim San was frantically rushing towards him. He looked at the received message with skepticism. Who is this person? Why does he sound like a powerful supernatural force? Can we trust him? Guyan turned his back and said, an enthusiastic online friend. Ask him what to do in this situation. Seeing the message, he became more frantic. He said there's no way. Everyone has run away. We should run fast too. The police will come to clean up the mess. Wang Lu. Tan Jiao at this moment wanted to run out to stop them. You people can't do that to San. My San. Wang Lu hurriedly held her back. Madam, calm down. Your son is no longer human. He stood in front. Kim San was baring his teeth fiercely, but he remained calm. Saying, that's right. If he's no longer human, he should be killed. The image of him offering food suddenly appeared in Guyun's mind. He clenched his fist as if making a resolution. But the boy is a good person who invited me to eat. I must break the curse for him. Wang Lu heard that and widened his eyes in surprise. Are you kidding me? How can you break it? He picked up the knife, preparing. Slitting his hand, the grand elder taught me how to break curses. It just takes 3 simple steps. Then Guyun jumped onto his head. But didn't forget to say. 1. Pass the abyss trial. He opened a can of soda. 2. Prepare a drink. Then he dripped blood from the earlier wound into it. 3. Drip blood into it. 4. Yes. Wang Lu saw this and shouted loudly, 3 steps. What the hell is that? Run quickly, Guyun. You're out of energy, don't die there. Kim San still bared his sharp teeth and said, Teacher Gu. Let me have a bite. Let's eat a bite together. He rushed forward and threw the can of soda straight into his mouth. Here. He jumped down while Kim San looked like he was choking. Wang Lu watched, sweating nervously. Done? A black aura suddenly emitted from his body. He slammed down right where Guyun was standing, causing a corner of the villa to crumble into pieces. The villa was smashed to ruins. Tan Jiao turned pale but still tried to say, Ah-san, they are tricking you. How can a human smash a house with one hand? Folk tricks kill people. Wang Lu ran out of the rubble, calling out, Quick, get people out of here. Run. Save as many as we can. Kim San, with a hideous form, stepped out of the rubble. Seeing that, he panicked. What the hell is that? Guyun rushed in front of him to block him. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash. The antidote technique wasn't absorbed. Did it strengthen his iron armor instead? Then let me help you digest it. Guyun threw a punch, causing his armor to shatter. He continuously punched him hard in the stomach. He didn't stop but kept punching frantically until he stopped when his body returned to normal. He started vomiting out everything he had just eaten. Guyun saw that and asked, That power is gone. Are you okay? People shouted to each other. The explosion came from here. Police officers raced towards the source of the explosion. Terrorists are attacking Master Kim. It's this bunch of people. I saw him this morning. The police rushed in and pinned Wang Lu down. Just looking at this appearance, I know he's a terrorist. He cried out in grievance, Why is it always me? Wang Lu. From the smoke, Guyun's face appeared. The police saw that and switched targets, preparing to arrest him. Captain, right? This guy looks like the terrorist ringleader. He quickly dragged Wang Lu away. He complained as they walked. Thanks to you, this has blown up into a huge mess this time. The whole house collapsed, surely they won't demand compensation. The two argued while running. Compensation? Can we go back and gather money now? The big capitalist definitely won't let us off. Suddenly Wang Lu stopped, his face pale. We're doomed. It's the client. Mr. Kim. But in front of them, Manhwa was walking towards them. Seeing the two of them, he raised his hand to greet, You too. Finished so soon? Guyun spoke up, Your son is fine now. But he also cut in. But about the money? Please calm down and listen to me first. He and Wang Lu shook hands. I understand. This matter surely cannot let 2 great masters suffer a loss. But recently, the company's business has been a bit. He pulled out his wallet to show them. Look, I only have 5,000 yuan on me right now. Is it possible? Wang Lu hurriedly acted polite and stopped him. Oh my, it's fine. We promised beforehand. Other matters end here for this time. We shouldn't bring up money anymore. Alright then, take care, you too. Manhwa happily ran back, having achieved his goal. 2 little rabbits who don't understand the true face of a capitalist. Got rid of them for just a few thousand yuan. He arrived at the front door and froze. Manhwa looked like he just had a huge shock. My house. You bunch of trash. I have to kill you all. Kim San suddenly called out softly, Dad. He turned his head back tremblingly to look. Tan Jiao and Manhwa rushed over and hugged him tightly. The servants and butler standing nearby wiped their tears softly. Guyun and Wang Lu began happily splitting the money. Split 50-50, 2,500 each. After receiving the money, he turned and said, Should we compensate him a bit for house repairs? Is 800 yuan enough? I beg you, don't cause trouble. Hearing that, he quickly ran back home. I'm going to order the treadmill now. Master Wang, hurry up and get the next order, okay? Yes. Wang Lu was walking back to the villa. Then he walked inside the villa. Kim San's parents wanted to thank him, but he stopped them. No need to thank me, Mr. and Mrs. Kim. This is what we should do. Can I speak privately with the young master? Is that okay? He stood in front of his bed and spoke. How did your anorexia not get cured, but instead turned into a flesh-eating demon? Kim San asked back, do you believe in the existence of gods? Hearing that, he was startled. Gods? Then he recounted, I met a person. He said he has to become a god. Then he told me. Hearing that, he hurriedly cut in. Speak your wish. God is listening. Let your fear become my strength. Kim San was a bit helpless. Master Wang, don't change the words randomly. He hurriedly asked further, what characteristics did the person you met have? He replied, he wore a black robe. I didn't see clearly. He walked out of the villa, full of thoughts. Wang Lu recalled the person he met earlier. Something wasn't right. Different from the god I met back then. He was still thinking. When will I be able to see her again? Or will I encounter something new and unforeseen? On the roof of the villa, someone was watching him. That person bared his yellow teeth and said, it's you. Only worthy of disappearing in the whirlwind I am about to raise. Guyan ran back to buy a treadmill. He happily showed it off to Gu Tian, a treadmill for you. 3,999. She was a bit suspicious. Impossible. You've never had more than 1,000 yuan on you. Sure enough, you've robbed a bank. He hurriedly explained. No, this is all bonus money. After we finished the job, Gu Tian asked again. Oh really? So you didn't rob it? Wait, did you borrow a suit to do this? Then where's the blade that was in the house? He replied, the blade was confiscated by the police. Originally intended to use it to deal with the man-eater. Where is the man-eating demon? After chasing the demon away, he went to school today. She immediately took out her phone to call. Hello, 110? Does forgetting family duties for public affairs get a reward? Wang Lu had to appear and call Tan Jiao. About yesterday. Thank you so much, Master Gu and Master Wang. I still owe Master Gu a favor. Only then did she believe. Is it real? Good brothers. Tan Jiao winked. Whatever compensation you want, it's all fine. Then I'll wait for you. She sighed. Although it's not exactly legitimate. It does look like honest labor. Sorry about that. Let me go pour some tea for Master Wang. Wang Lu sat on the chair and complained, Guyun. I went back and thought a lot. If it weren't for that enthusiastic friend online. At best, you would have killed the chubby kid. At worst, as soon as you turned your back, I would have become beefsteak. No, don't worry, you aren't that fat, what are you afraid of? That is not the point. He turned serious. I'm thinking our business needs to expand. That kind online friend of yours. We must pull him into the group. Sure, let me inbox and ask. Wang Lu looked at the image and evaluated. Looking at the avatar, I know right away this is a muscular 1M88 bearded guy. Then he was surprised, you can tell even through the screen? He looked up at the sky. I've seen many cases like this. I am. At this moment, he texted an invitation, muscles are even better. Best if you can withstand 2 of my hits. Big brother, come join us and exterminate spirits together. That person immediately asked, are there any benefits? The two were plotting together, add money. The remaining money from buying the treadmill should be enough. Then Guyun transferred money to that person. Splitting the remuneration evenly with you. Transferred you a portion of the remuneration from last time. To express sincerity. In the room, a girl sat in front of the screen laughing happily. Her room was full of eye-catching figures. What is this? Uncle, oh uncle, what do you want? She replied, boss is really generous. Wang Lu saw that and urged, hey, it's almost done. Ask him to meet up. She read it and chuckled, wanting to meet with just this little money? You guys overestimate yourselves. Shenyu replied, not convenient to meet. Understood. Then is it convenient to give us your information? She was wondering, mine? Then someone walked in calling, Director Shen. She was startled and turned around, you have to knock before entering. That person hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Director Shen. She turned and said. Are you here to report about the man-eating demon at the Institute? Phoenix. It's about time it mutated, right? That person immediately replied. Yes. The Ji-Jin Association is deploying more personnel. This is Mr. Kim's important client. Must not delay. Shen, you heard that and yawned. Call them all off. The man-eating demon is no more. What? That person hurriedly called someone. Hello? Young Master Kim is out. How can that be? Worthy of being in S rank. I won't disturb you anymore. She handed him an advertisement flyer. Don't go. Then Shinyu glued her face to the computer again. This weekend's event, spend a little money to get tickets for me. She is very relaxed. The elite among elites is me right here. Feels great. Suddenly she was startled, remembering, wait a minute. Today is Friday? Shen. You hurriedly rummaged through all the stuff around. Doomed, haven't finished preparing yet. Must finish quickly. She concluded with a message. I am Shenyu. Come find me here later, bye. Wang Lu was annoyed. I also gave a fake name, it's just tit for tat. Fine, I am Lin Yuda. Don't joke, aren't you Guyun? I must be blind. Seeing the message, he jumped out of his chair in shock. What? How does he know you are Guyun? He hurriedly said. He is tracking you. The force behind him can easily decide our life and death? He continued to struggle and speak loudly. The digital age. In front of the powerful. We are just a transparent sheet of paper. Only then did Guyun speak up. My account name is Guyun. Hearing that, his jaw dropped. Then he dashed out of the house. It's too hot. What the? I'm leaving first. For now, the work is done, you are free to move. Guyun was still sitting, resting his chin on his hand, thinking. Haven't recruited the person yet. Can I get back the lucky money I sent? Then he turned back and called Tian, startling her. His face became calculating. Look, now there's no one who can stop. Stop us. You know what needs to be done. She hurriedly stepped back, don't have a fit. I have to go out later. And Ling was happily skipping on the street, holding a bag of cakes in her hand with delight. A bag of sandwiches. 2 peanut butter, 2 ham and egg. Today I must definitely wash away my bad reputation of not knowing how to cook. Suddenly from the building where Guyun lives, a dissuading voice rang out. Brother, don't. She rushed up to check on Tian's situation. And Ling blushed, pressing close to the door to eavesdrop. She couldn't help wondering. What are they doing in broad daylight? As soon as she entered, she understood the situation. Guyun asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? Continue, Tian. It's only been 15 kilometers, not even halfway yet. Hearing that, and Ling's face darkened, stammering. This. Guyun calmly stated, the kid lacks exercise. So I'm making her run long distance. He picked it up and ate. You coming is enough, why make sandwiches? It's exactly this taste. Guyun mumbled to himself. But it's okay, a grandma in the village once said. Anything grilled is edible. This left Ling speechless, grilled sandwich. She wondered, so where is she? He revealed, she grilled an umbrella to eat and died. Gu Tian also chimed in, we don't have any relatives like that. The two girls understood each other immediately. Let's not let this person cook with us in the future. And Ling walked to the machine and remarked. This treadmill isn't cheap, is it? Guyun sighed, for 1,000 yuan, not a cent left. This world is dangerous, money flies away at the slightest slip. It's because you spend it too fast. She began, actually, I came here this time to look for you to go do a part-time job too. But before she finished, Gu Tian interrupted. You know my brother can't keep a part-time job for more than a few days. And Ling shyly explained. It's okay, just for today. I've always wanted to play that game. There's a launch event needing 2 staff members. So I just wanted Master Gu to come along. In her heart, she thought. Actually, this is an opportunity one got by asking some uncles. Can't help it. It's too embarrassing to randomly ask others just because of my youth. Only Master Gu is the most suitable. Gu Tian finished preparing and asked, a big company in City N? Are you going? Guyun agreed immediately, anyway, I'm free these days. Let's go then. She reminded, I have to go tutor now. Help me clean up the stuff. Suddenly Gu Tian whispered to him, brother, what do you think of her? Guyun didn't understand and asked back, what do you mean, how? She said bluntly, I see she treats you quite well. Do you like that type of girl? Guyun commented, in other aspects, she's quite fine. It's just that she doesn't fit my traditional type. This remark made Gu Tian gasp in surprise. Huh. She sighed. Looks like I can't capture the enemy empty-handed. Scene change, they arrived at a venue hosting a match. Guyun wondered, what kind of cult meeting is this? And Ling explained, this is an unofficial gathering. She proudly boasted. Today, an offline gaming event will be held. At the end, there's a lucky draw for a computer set. The latest VR version. That's why the entrance tickets were sold out early. He immediately realized, I get it. Do you really understand? In a moment, someone will explode. And we'll handle the funeral arrangements. And Ling, speechless, reminded him, don't say another word. Below, someone announced. I represent the co-organizer of this event. Chairman of Lu Real Estate, Lu Xingchuan. He introduced, this collaboration with NI Tantang will be a key project. To attract external investment. The game, Great Dream Escape, which has been elaborately staged this time, is also the upcoming product of NI Tantang. In future plans. Before noon. Freely conduct battles in this square. Whoever obtains the stars used for the lucky draw from their opponent's hands will win. And those in black will battle to collect stars. One from you. So, everyone, please focus. And get ready for what's coming next. Everyone was excited. Have fun playing. By a Lu family house. The event officially starts. The players immediately took their positions. And Ling smiled happily and remarked, are they trying to trick kids? Those participating today are all young people. Who can afford a house? She revealed a sly expression. We will play the role of the special black team destroying their dreams. Using the spirit pouch in our hands. To make them retreat in the face of difficulty. And Ling was extremely excited. Crying and going home, giving up on the lucky draw. Guyun spoke up doubtfully. If you put it that way, I understand. Hey kid over there. The kid being called was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Guyun held something, preparing to throw. Take this. The throw was so strong that the kid's jaw dropped in shock. Behind him, rocks and earth shattered. And Ling was also speechless. That is absolutely not how you use it. She sighed, look closely, this is a pouch battle. Then, a boy wearing a green hat appeared. And Ling challenged, come on out. In the end, the creatures fought according to their commands. On the side, people were whispering. That guy looks just like old man Banmu. Turns out the black team does cosplay too. Seeing Guyun turn to look at them, they asked, wait a sec. Can we take a photo? However, he revealed a shameless expression. Ruby still stubbornly wouldn't let go. Oh, so scary. I don't care what kind of boss you are. I must challenge you. Being ignored by him, the kid felt hurt, hateful. Ignoring me? Is it because I'm not worthy? It's okay, Ruby. Guyun was busy looking for his equipment. The pouch given to me, I threw it away and lost it. They won't deduct my salary, will they? Try looking for it. Just then, inside the bushes, a pair of glowing eyes was watching. It quickly jumped over Guyun. He reached out to grab it. You didn't think you could escape, did you? Right then, a car suddenly stopped. Oil leaked out from the car. The person inside dialed the boss. They tried to report, Boss Lu, the demon escaped. At the same time, Xing Chuan was standing in the distance watching. He reviewed the video sent to his phone. In the video, two people were guarding something. The next second, they were eliminated. The car windows also shattered. The scene became chaotic. The car was incinerated immediately after. Shang Chuan trembled and mumbled. Luck can actually be controlled. He turned to ask the person next to him, the activity is up to you. I have important business, so I'm leaving first. On this side, and Ling was still busy fighting. She wiped her sweat and sighed. To deal with so many different types of participants requires all kinds of coping skills and tactics. Thanks to my many years of experience, I only managed to defeat 5 people. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Have you heard? The 100-man Slayer. Someone continuously defeated 100 players. What? Elsewhere, a drill pierced straight into a monster. Another one fell into a pit. The remaining one was also frozen. And Ling wondered, who achieved such a terrifying record? When she saw who it was, she couldn't help but be surprised. Guyun and a rabbit. And Ling was astonished. I've memorized the entire list of creatures. There's no such rabbit. But moreover, wasn't that just a critical hit? That only has a 30% hit rate? How could it hit 100 people in a row? Guyun saw her and greeted. Hi and Ling, I know how to play now. It's just a game to measure who strikes first. And Ling shouted in frustration, that's absolutely not it. How can such a big idiot exist? Just then, security blew a whistle to announce, due to some incidents, today's activity ends here. Please leave the square immediately. They stated, this place is about to be blocked off. Please leave. And Ling curiously asked. Then what about our part-time wages? And the lucky draw too? He immediately replied. Please follow the company website. Prizes will still be drawn based on the ticket numbers. On the way back, she sighed. Seems like the whole morning went down the drain. Aren't you returning that rabbit of yours? It seems very attached to you. As soon as she spoke, Sanair jumped off Guyun's head. It ran off and approached a stall, surprising her. Hand-pulled noodle stall? Rabbits eat noodles? And Ling felt awkward. But even if we wanted to eat, we didn't bring money. I thought they would pay us same day, so I placed another order yesterday. Suddenly, the four-leaf clover on Sanair's forehead glowed. The others were startled and surprised when they saw it. The next second, the owner invited them. What bad luck. Miss, do you want to eat intestines? If you don't mind. How about you take it and eat? No need to pay, huh? Guyun squeezed Sanair's mouth, not letting it eat. He ate noodles while reminding, don't cause trouble. Eat the noodles. And Ling teased, how can a rabbit know how to eat noodles? Guyun's eyes warned, eat. It jumped in fear. She was also speechless, it's eating meat. Guyun was curious. Did it just open a third eye? Then let's call it Sanair. And Ling shouted in dissatisfaction, what kind of weird name is that? Suddenly, his expression became strange, making her pay attention to Guyun. What are you looking at? He held out his phone and told her, look at this hot search. This is the reason for blocking the square. And Ling exclaimed, it's just one street away from us. What kind of accident is this terrible? Guyun speculated, could it be an evil spirit? You stay here and eat. I'll go and come back. Hearing that, she found it strange. Hey, what? What do evil spirits have to do with you? But the next second, he had disappeared. Suddenly Guyun ran back and changed his mind. Actually, never mind. I just got there. And 2 policemen nearby checked my ID. And Ling was pensive at this moment. 4 lives vanished in an instant. Guyun, I'm a little scared. She shyly pleaded. Can I come to your house for a free meal tonight? Scene change, it was already dark. Guyun walked and chatted. Tian isn't tutoring today. She should be home soon. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things to cook noodles. Just then, the 4-leaf clover on Sanair's head glowed again. Those people immediately surrounded them. This customer, please stop. Stand right there. At the same time, Gu Tian was happily returning home. She opened the door and walked in. Right then, Gu Tian stood frozen in surprise. She covered her face, not daring to look at you. Have you finally resorted to this? Gu Tian pointed forward. Developing into a robbery crew? Just snatching it? Right then, behind them lay a pile of stuff. And Ling hurriedly denied, no, it's not that. And Ling is at Guyun's house. In the room is a pile of stuff they were just given. Guyun mumbled. Coriander is the least important thing there. So An Ling explained. These things are all thanks to the appearance of this rabbit. Why does it seem like since it appeared, we have a guardian angel protecting us? All sorts of absurdly good things keep happening? She held out a card, let's test it out. Sanair, I'll give you coriander. I'll press the 10x lucky draw on this, okay? After that, 9 gold stars and 1 purple star appeared. And Ling's jaw dropped in shock. 9 gold, 1 purple. A full Destiny 5-star character. I was just doing the normal daily draw. She hugged Sanair, pampering it like a baby, my precious. If only I had met you yesterday, how great that would have been. Gu Tian retorted, it's just a coincidence. You have to believe in science. And Ling didn't listen but kept praising profusely. So lucky. Just happened to be gifted so much food. Tonight, let me show off my skills. Yes. Guyan asked anxiously, are you sure? I've already experienced your cooking skills. And Ling shyly continued. Before, there were excuses for it. Today I'm full of luck, how could I fail? Then she happily walked into the kitchen to cook. Guyan and Gutian watched her go. Couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. A while later, a dish of meat was served. The two ate and gagged. What does this taste? What did you put in there? And Ling panicked. Well, the two of you labeled it soy sauce. Gutian revealed. Where did my brother pick up that cup randomly? Ah. 3 cups were lined up in a row. Inside were black sesame soup, brown sugar syrup, and herbal jelly. And Ling was speechless. My soul was just floating with the clouds. So I forgot to taste it before seasoning. Guyan noticed her state and instructed. That's exactly the look. Your mental power is really insufficient. You need to speed up your training too. Me? He seriously instructed. To be able to run to the Lin City waterfall, you also have to train on the treadmill. And Ling retorted, hey, what does this have to do with anything? 1 treadmill. Divided between 2 people running equals. Each person runs half the time. Gutian was happy. That works. Sister and Ling, take turns with me, okay? Good luck. She ran while complaining, what the heck? Why does a homebody like me have to suffer this torture? Hurry up, still 20 kilometers to go. After running. And Ling, soaked in sweat, complained. I want to quit the game. Oh God, I'm a loser who doesn't even know how to cook. Guyan praised. Didn't expect that with your condition. You actually finished running. You have potential. From now on, every Saturday, persist for a day and you can cultivate the destruction technique. Suddenly Ling's arm reached out and pulled his head down. She questioned, have you ever thought that the 3 times I failed at cooking, at least 2 of those times were ruined by you? If you want me to come run on Saturdays. And Ling was really angry, then. On Sunday you must come to my house. Spend the afternoon farming resources with me. Even if every time you manage to send me back home in just 10 minutes, I'll accept it. Guyan casually agreed, sure. Suddenly Ling took out her phone to check the news. Lu Corporation announcement. The VR set Lucky Draw will take place at 2400 hours. I have to go home and camp by the computer tonight. Gutian asked, won't you stay a bit longer? And Ling's eyes sparkled looking at Sanair, that's right. Lucky Draw. She left, carrying it with her. Lucky Sanair, lend me your luck for 1 night, okay? And Ling was extremely grateful. Thank you. Guyan's panic when seeing the accident. The car is gone today. This statement confused Guyun, huh? She began, if I were the one in danger in the car. Would you come help me? Of course. Guyun criticized, you're so bad at physical activity. If it were me, I would have jumped out before the car caught fire. And Ling left angrily. I'll pretend I didn't hear the second half. Goodbye. Scene change, in a high-rise building. Someone is talking to Sheng Chuan. Young Lu, your business is prospering, isn't it? Thank you for your concern, Captain Sure. Surely you still remember why we initially poured all our capital into investing in the Ji-Jin Association. He reiterated, it was for the benefit of everyone. Sure Tao questioned. Is that why you wanted to do business with Ni Tan? Tang from Kim Wanhua's hands and ruin it? Hearing that, Sheng Chuan smiled sarcastically. That's because my ability has issues. Sure Tao instructed, whether business sinks or swims. I don't want to interfere. Hope you handle it yourself. But don't forget thanks to whom you have what you have. The old man closed his eyes slowly, instructing, I'm old too. Sooner or later, I have to retire. But I don't hope that before I retire. Sheng Chuan bowed, listening obediently, you're right, sir. Then he pushed the chair out intending to sit down. A second later. Shang Chuan laughed gloatingly. Just then, Luyan came to report, "Father, about this." Shang Chuan waved his hand, speculating. That old fox must have sniffed something out. But what can he do? He's not the only one possessing power. He noticed San Air. Just need this four-legged life. To test the legend. The white rabbit can bring good luck. The next words denied it. However, human luck remains conserved. The day the white rabbit disappears, is also when luck will be no more. Shang Chuan was annoyed. How could this rabbit fall into his hands? This is the masterpiece. That person created using my fear. He was smug. I'm not as stupid as those subordinates. Just need to get that rabbit. Wealth and status will present themselves before me. Finally, Shang Chuan instructed. Instruct Lu Yun to put out a reward of 1 million. To capture it alive. She immediately obeyed. Yes, father. Shang Chuan laughed with delight. The storm is coming, can't stop it even if you try. Right at this moment, the place where he was sitting fell into someone's sights. The sound of discussion rang out, heard loud and clear. The person appearing was Shen Yu. She heard the order, no intention to repent, execute on the spot. Identity scan successful. The guard opened the door and ordered her, go in. Shen Yu walked in. The guard outside mumbled. What is Chairman Shi thinking? Such a small child falling into this situation. She looked up at the glowing armament. Amidst the pile of people lying on the ground. Demon control armament. Shen Yu was considering. If the adaptation is severe, I will die on the spot. But besides the Ji-Jin Association, where else can I go? A silhouette standing above was observing downwards. There was also a dying person trembling, reaching out to her. Signaling, run away. Shen Yu was reminiscing about the past. When she was picked up from the rubble. When she trained frantically. Those things made her even more determined. She jumped up and grabbed the demon control armament. Risk it. The man standing above looking down. Made a move when she jumped up to grab the divine artifact. Finally, she obtained her armament. Received the title of S-rank mercenary. Shen Yu. Recalling the first days she was sent to exterminate evil spirits. Stepping down to the train station. She was astonished. What? High-ranking evil spirit, I'm here. Shen Yu was excited. Charging forward upon hearing news of an evil spirit disturbing the city. More than 10 years of arduous training just waiting for this moment. Charge, demon army. But when Shen Yu arrived, the evil spirit had already been exterminated. Making her surprised. Just arrived and haven't unleashed yet? Why is it sleeping already? Chen Jiang ran from afar exclaiming. Oh my god, an S-rank has solved it. The bus is gone for today. This statement confused Guyun. Huh? She began, if the person in danger in the car was me. Would you come help me? Of course. Guyun criticized, you are so bad at physical activity. If it were me, I would have jumped out before the car caught fire. And Ling left angrily. I'll pretend I didn't hear the second half. Goodbye. Scene change, in a high-rise building. Someone is talking to Shang Chuan. Young Lu, your business is prospering, isn't it? Thank you for your concern, Captain Shi. Surely you still remember why we initially poured all our capital into investing in the Ji-Jin Association. He reiterated, it was for the benefit of everyone. Shi Tao questioned. Is that why you wanted to do business with Ni Tan? Tang from Kim Wanhua's hands and ruin it? Hearing that, Shang Chuan smiled sarcastically. That's because my ability has issues. Shi Tao instructed, whether business sinks or swims. I don't want to interfere. I hope you handle it yourself. But don't forget thanks to whom you have what you have. The old man closed his eyes slowly, instructing, I'm old too. Sooner or later, I have to retire. But I don't hope that before I retire. Shang Chuan bowed, listening obediently, you're right, sir. Then he pushed the chair out intending to sit down. A second later. Shang Chuan laughed gloatingly. Just then, Luyan came to report, father, about this. Shang Chuan waved his hand, speculating. That old fox must have sniffed something out. But what can he do? He's not the only one possessing power. He noticed San Air. Just need this four-legged life. To test the legend. The white rabbit can bring good luck. The next words denied it. However, human luck remains conserved. The day the white rabbit disappears, is also when luck will be no more. Shang Chuan was annoyed. How could this rabbit fall into his hands? This is the masterpiece. That person created using my fear. He was smug, I'm not as stupid as those subordinates. Just need to get that rabbit. Wealth and status will present themselves before me. Finally, Xing Chuan instructed. Instruct Lu Yun to put out a reward of 1 million. To capture it alive. She immediately obeyed. Yes, father. Xing Chuan laughed with delight. The storm is coming, can't stop it even if you try. Right at this moment, the place where he was sitting fell into someone's sights. The sound of discussion rang out, heard loud and clear. The person appearing was Shinyu. She heard the order, no intention to repent, execute on the spot. Identity scan successful. The guard opened the door and ordered her, go in. Shinyu walked in. The guard outside mumbled. What is Chairman Shi thinking? Such a small child falling into this situation. She looked up at the glowing armament. Amidst the pile of people lying on the ground. Demon control armament. Shinyu was considering. If the adaptation is severe, I will die on the spot. But besides the Jijin Association, where else can I go? A silhouette standing above was observing downwards. There was also a dying person trembling, reaching out to her. Signaling, run away. Shinyu was reminiscing about the past. When she was picked up from the rubble. When she trained frantically. Those things made her even more determined. She jumped up and grabbed the demon control armament. Risk it. The man standing above looking down made a move when she jumped up to grab the divine artifact. Finally, she obtained her armament. Received the title of S-rank mercenary. Shenyu. Recalling the first days she was sent to exterminate evil spirits. Stepping down to the train station. She was astonished. What? High-ranking evil spirit, I'm here. Shenyu was excited. Charging forward upon hearing news of an evil spirit disturbing the city. More than 10 years of arduous training just waiting for this moment. Charge, demon army. But when Shinyu arrived, the evil spirit had already been exterminated. Making her surprised. Just arrived and haven't unleashed yet? Why is it sleeping already? Chen Jiang ran from afar exclaiming. Oh my god, an S-rank has solved it. Have you heard? If a beautiful girl invites you into her car at midnight, you must absolutely refuse. The car was surrounded by thick fog. Because this car will. The evil spirit smiled maliciously, thinking to itself. Drive non-stop to hell. Guyan loudly told the driver. Driver, I don't have the money to pay you for the seat. The evil spirit transformed, laughing maliciously. Look, where does my car have any seats? They are all my bones. Guyan was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Die now. Enjoy my special service. In the city, where the evil spirits just rampaged, Chen Jiang was supervising the process while Shinyu ran over from afar. The two just stood there. I watched the evil spirit disposal team chatting. This surely wasn't your doing this time, right? You were the one who reported me, weren't you? I just wanted to be worthy of the brothers. Loves meddling in other people's business. Tran Zhang showed her a group chat on his phone. How does he know about this? The taxi stopped at the gate of Heaven and Earth apartments. Kovan jumped out of the car. The evil spirit cried, holding 2 bones in her hands. And Lin slowly woke up from the ground. What happened to me? Just now. I was continuously picking up resources. Why am I lying on the ground now? She touched the back of her neck, it was blood. She recalled the moment before fainting. The household items wanted to kill her. Before she could regain her composure, the refrigerator tried to attack her again. And Lin screamed at the refrigerator, save me, Kovan. As the refrigerator was about to fall on her. She wondered why she called out for him. In a moment of giving up, having no other choice. At least dying wouldn't look too ugly. This is so sad. Kovan rushed in from the window and kicked the refrigerator away. To Lin's astonishment, she was moved to tears, and with tears in her eyes, she rushed to hug Kovan tightly. Her snot even smeared onto his chest muscles. His firmness made her blush with embarrassment. Only then did he react. His clothes had been torn by the female driver earlier. Kovan said, "This isn't important. Now that I'm here, you will be fine." And Lin blushed, secretly thinking, what does he mean? Could he really be a master of romance? Next, will he say, heroes? Saving beauties is only natural? Kovan stepped forward, firmly grabbed Lin's shoulders, and said, I know. You are not ready to face this yet. But I will teach you. And Lin blushed shyly, avoiding his gaze, thinking, oh. My god, don't be so annoyingly charming. Kovan continued speaking. Tomorrow, I will teach you the destruction fist technique. Hearing that, Lin was bewildered, her head full of question marks. He continued talking and demonstrating. The fist technique for her to see. This is the core knowledge of the weapon ambassador in our village. Our village. One punch can destroy a defensive wall. But afterwards, I was kicked out of the village. Because I destroyed the village chief's wall. Koven firmly affirmed to Enlin. Solving the problem only requires 3 steps. 1. Find the source of the bad luck. 2. Approach it. 3. Use destructive measures. While he was speaking, Enlin fainted again. Don't worry. It works every time I try it. She bewilderedly woke up. She saw Koven cooking in the kitchen. You only lost a little blood. I took ingredients from your house. To make some nutritious food. It will be done soon. You know how to make nutritious food? Is he really being praised? Of course. To praise my outstanding survival skills. People in the village gave me the nickname Savage. He presented a pitch-black lump in front of her. Here, try it. I confidently present, darkness fried rice. And Lin tapped it a few times with a spoon, grimaced, and commented. It's as hard as a rock. You can actually eat this? You're not a savage, you're livestock. Koven picked up a piece, eating while speaking. Is it not good? Compared to gnawing on bones, this is much better. And Lin rushed up to strangle him, screaming in his face. Give me back that cool moment. Thud. Both turned towards the source of the noise. Vong 6 stood gaping at the door, holding 2 food boxes and a bag of buns, which were lying on the ground. And Lin hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. Vong 6 shouted loudly. I am the dignified super movie god. I can't be subjected to these cheap scenes. In his eyes, the 2 of them were already surrounded by a strange aura emitted from their bodies. You 2 are about to turn into a black hole. After calming down, Koven detailed everything, starting from the drunken hooligan evil spirit, the midnight death taxi arriving, killing pets, and even the collection of epic failures. Vong 6 was extremely suspicious. If an ordinary person encountered this, they would have been dead ages ago. It really is you. What kind of earth-shattering things did you actually do? Koven calmly said, I let a rabbit run away. He rubbed his chin, full of thought. Is it the rabbit you asked me about this afternoon? That makes sense. Vong 6 began to speculate further. Then why couldn't I call your phone? This is also reasonable. Koven added, the phone exploded. And Lin, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Reasonable my foot. Why am I the only one who doesn't understand? I'm going to eat all your buns. However, he basically didn't care. How should I put this? We are having an internal meeting for professionals right now. Family members should just watch from the side. Hearing that, she blushed shyly. Family member? Vong 6 continued focusing on his story. I already asked Tam Noyet. Including the ghost, the white-dressed woman from the beginning and the man-eating demon after that. They are all urban legends rumored for a long time. The reason legends are legends is because there is no concrete evidence. But recently, stories that were originally only in history are one by one being discovered in real-life cases, with victims appearing. He narrowed his eyes and made a deduction. Officer Tam suspects someone is turning urban legends into reality. However, Koven wasn't worried at all. Oh, really? Unlike the evil spirits I've destroyed before. Lately it's all nonsense, just random stuff. Vong 6 continued asking. For example, this lucky rabbit. It turns out it comes from Celtic legends. Do you guys know the Celts? Yes, and Lin nearby chimed in, they are in games. Vong 6 helplessly took out his phone. Only I answer. Is there any who legend? Never mind. Just consider me the cultured one, happy? Koven just smiled kindly after hearing that. He focused on the main issue again. Actually, I didn't understand any of the terms in the legend. The white rabbit that brings luck is actually the incarnation of a witch, killing her with cruel magic to make into a pendant. After bringing enough luck. And Lin turned pale upon hearing this. It will immediately kill the previous host. Koven beside them also couldn't believe it. Is Sandy really that kind of rabbit? Vong 6 then revealed more. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But anyway, it makes sense now. Your rabbit? The Lu Corporation has put a 1 million bounty on it, dead or alive. Regardless, Koven started calculating when hearing the amount. A number that destroying 100 evil spirits wouldn't fetch. As a great warrior, so the 2 of them didn't say a word and dove into searching. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find it. And Lin suddenly approached and whispered, Brother Vong, your fortune-telling was quite accurate last time. Check my death fate right now. Is it possible I have the fate to earn but not the fate to enjoy it? Vong 6 smiled smugly and said, we can consider ourselves destined. So I'm giving you a pointer. According to my observations these past few days. The person in front of you, hug his leg tightly. It's guaranteed that whoever you meet, you won't die. She really did exactly as he said, making Kovan a bit bewildered. What are you doing? That tickles. No matter what, and Lin refused to let go. It's fine, you just continue. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Right, Vong 6. Yesterday. So many people saw me and the rabbit go home like that. Will Tien Tien be troubled by people? Kovan immediately stuffed money into Vong Six's hand. This is all the money I have left. Go hire a few good bodyguards to look after my sister. However, the money he handed over was just a few small bills. But in Vong Six's heart, he was screaming incessantly. Which eye of yours? Sees that I can hire good bodyguards? Moreover, with only 8 yuan, even a child might not want the job. But when he turned back to look at Kovan, he was sweating bullets out of fear. A look of despair. Finally, Vong 6 had to comply. I know, while there's life, there's hope. Kovan was now dragging Lin along while searching. In her heart, she had made up her mind. At worst, I'll bring the person to you. However, Lin then reassured herself. Calm down, it seems I know nothing about this man. Who exactly is he? Why is he helping me? Suddenly, Kovan's gaze became sharp. He turned around quickly. Just like that, Kovan used the momentum to press close to Lin. Her face was now as red as a tomato. Faced with this unexpected situation, Kovan signaled Lin to be quiet. To monitor the situation down below. At this moment, a group of people armed with weapons was rushing in. Lin was tense, constantly making muffled sounds. Kovan immediately comforted her. It's okay, stand behind me. The sound of the door being smashed rang out continuously. Lin was so scared she couldn't stop trembling. Now the door was being cut open by electric saws. Before long, the door was shattered. The leader was Hao. The group of men in black just rushed inside. Their numbers seemed very large. In no time, they had completely surrounded Kovan. He protected Lin behind him, and said, I solemnly declare something to everyone. Hao looked at Kovan with eyes full of question marks. He warned them once again. Breaking into someone else's house is illegal. However, his attitude was very mocking. Do you think we are people who know the law? Lin looked at them menacingly like that and was scared. Take whatever you people want. We don't know anything. Hao, however, lusted and advanced. Want to play with me? My brothers are so numerous. If something happens, no one can guarantee your safety. Kovan found it an eyesore, so he stepped forward to stop him. I have experienced this before. If you violate the law and fall into police hands, it's very hard to escape. The strong do not swing blades at the weaker. Why are you carrying knives? Hao did not yield at all and shouted loudly. Too much nonsense. What if I swing the blade at you? Kovan didn't have a shred of worry as he looked at the blade. Rushing at him, he only needed to flick his hand lightly, and heaven and earth suddenly spun around. A second later, Hao fell painfully. Kovan arrogantly looked at him lying in pain on the ground. Don't misunderstand, I said you are the weak one. Hao was unconvinced, so he wanted to stand up and keep fighting. However, Kovan perfectly dodged all his attacks. So many people blocking me, and holding weapons too? He kept mocking. 3 lives already. Just now. 3 lives were lost for disregarding the law. Hao turned his shame into anger. So he called his juniors, everyone, get him. Don't let him live. Not long after, the whole gang had been dealt with by Kovan. Lin was calmly sitting there drinking tea. Kovan, let me ask you something. For someone as good at fighting as you, how many others are around? He replied calmly, it's just that they are too weak. At this level. In my village, picking anyone at random would be more than enough. At this, she hesitatingly asked. Is your village a village of gladiators? Kovan didn't answer, but went to grab Hao's hair to interrogate. Stop pretending, I didn't hit that hard. He was so scared he kept begging. Big brother, I won't break the law anymore. I'll turn over a new leaf. He continued to ask, good attitude. Is there anyone else in your organization? Are there no masters? Hao trembled, not daring to hide anything. Yes there are. Our master has gone to another location. He seemed to guess it. It wouldn't be Dang Hoa Avenue where my house is, would it? At that moment, he was scared to the point of sweating profusely. No, it's the North District. On the ceiling, at that moment, appeared a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Next, a mouth with sharp-pointed teeth rushed in. Kovan hurriedly reached out to stop Sanni. Sanni closed her mouth. However, it seemed she didn't want to let it go. So she kept struggling with him. This is a sign of anger. Did he say something to offend you? And Lin then astutely realized something. North District. Could it be that Sanni's relatives are in the North District? She wants to bite the people who took them away. Noihao also begged at this moment, Rabbit, please spare my life. However, Sanni seemed to have no intention of letting the opponent go. Kovan had no choice but to step in to protect San. He successfully made Sanni become obedient. Be good, I have something to ask him. Kovan grabbed Noihao by the collar. You guys can't even beat a rabbit. Why were you sent here? Only then did he tell the whole story. After the rabbit acts up, there are no living witnesses. We only came to check if any fish slipped through the net. The real expert is lying in wait for the rabbit. He narrowed his eyes at Noihao. An expert who can fight the rabbit? Is he very strong? He laughed loudly and replied, of course, there's no comparison. He is a champion in 4 categories. He's not human at all. You're good. But he's much more formidable. Hearing that, Kovan smiled cunningly. Having a dead person in the house is very troublesome. Understanding that much is enough, Sanni. At this moment, on a crowded street, and Lin was waiting for him on a small scooter. Looking at the situation around her, she could easily realize. This is the North District, so many people are looking for the rabbit. This is the power of 1,000,000 yuan. Fortunately, the rabbit is tired and fell asleep. Kovan could no longer contain his excitement. Is the champion among these people? And Lin, however, was a bit apprehensive. Do you really want to meet him? Is that champion really asking for trouble? He confidently declared, I am Kovan. I have never mistakenly killed the weak. But I will not spare any strong opponent either. Seeing that, and Lin screamed. Is this the same person who was preaching about the law just now? They decisively left. Let's separate from the crowd and look for clues. Kovan then discovered someone staring at a utility pole. Nearby. Look at that person in the corner. Wearing warm clothes in April. Is he afraid of the cold? Thuangho waved his hand and called out, Brother. Look at this paper, what does it mean? Help me figure it out. And Lin watched Kovan go over to help, and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Asking Kovan for an explanation. This person's mind isn't normal either. On it was a missing notice. With scribbled handwriting. Kovan offered his deduction. It looks like the handwriting of an elementary school student. If a pet is lost, they must be very worried. Thuangho also rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tell me, if someone found it, should they return it to the owner to earn 300 yuan, right? He nodded in agreement. Returning things to their owners is the right thing to do. However, his attitude now became unusual. Like it's the same rabbit. But another owner put a price of 1 million on it. Thuangho spoke while pulling something out. If it were me, I'd definitely choose the side with more money. Kovan was a bit suspicious. You are. Immediately after, the sound of clothes ripping rang out. Thuangho, with just one punch, shattered a nearby signboard. He laughed sinisterly and exclaimed. You're lucky to witness the 4-category champion. Kovan and Thuangho fought continuously. He couldn't help but exclaim now. Indeed an expert. Hearing that, Thuangho became even more smug. The higher the status, the more one can unleash the value of power. You guys don't have the blessing to enjoy this luck. So be good. And Lin nearby reported the news. Information about us has already been reported by his accomplices. Kovan, however, showed no worry. Stealing others' beloved pets is not what a true warrior does. He continued speaking. I don't care about this kind of mission. Just by lying in wait for the rabbit, I could fight an expert. This is my true purpose. Public battles in this world are all very bland. Only unrestricted underground duels are what I pursue. Thuangho continuously launched attacks at Kovan. But he agilely dodged them all. When you fight to the very end, you are the champion, he fearlessly challenged back. Is there really an expert? Then arrange for me to see. Only then did the man realize Lin had disappeared. Wait, where is that woman? You are here holding me back. While she took the rabbit and ran away. Kovan frowned. Your analysis has nothing to do with me. There are 3 problems with what you just said. Thuangho didn't have the patience to listen to him. Spout nonsense for another second. It's a big deal now, get the hell out of my way. However, Kovan had no intention of stopping. First, an expert absolutely cannot wait. I ran all over this city. And only found a few weak evil spirits. Even though he was punched, he insisted on finishing his sentence. Second, why haven't you killed me yet? Sure enough, you are still too naive. Right then, Kovan launched a memorable strike. Third, you hesitated a bit when unleashing that destructive blow just now. Now I can go all out. Thuangho still looked down on him and mocked. Someone who only knows how to brag like you In the 4-category duels, I've disposed of many bodies. They were all. But just a second later, he became bewildered. They were all, how were they again? Thuong Ho was now seriously injured, lying there in a heap. Why can't I remember anything anymore? He kept asking himself, who am I? But in the dark night, at a certain house, and Lin had returned San Ni to its owner. Tu Kwang emotionally hugged San Ni tightly in his arms. And Lin felt happy too seeing this scene. Some time later, Ko Van finally found them. She stood leisurely by the car waiting for him. You're done fighting? Ko Van chewed munchingly while saying, his mental state is unstable. 2 sentences in and he was already doubting his life. On the way back, and Lin couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Sure enough, without the rabbit, there's no more luck. 1 million just flew away without wings. Ko Van beside her also exclaimed. 4-category duels are nothing special. However, and Lin held the money in her hand and became excited. But earning 300. We have money now, let's go fill our stomachs. Her soft lips smiled gently. Ko Van, however, didn't want to be so wasteful. Can't we save it? You don't have much left this month either. And Lin remained firm and didn't listen. Don't say any more. Now I want to treat you. Just like that, she drove him away. Let's go. I know a very cheap grilled buffet place. Free soft drinks included. Call TNTN over too. That night, Tu Kwang was happily watching San Ni eat voraciously. Rabbit, why have you started liking noodles? Tu Mai, at that same moment, in the corner, was looking at information on her phone. 1, 2, 3, 6 zeros. Honey, look, Tae Kai calculated this beforehand. With the help of brothers. It's enough to pay the down payment for the house. She still hesitated a bit. But Tu Kwang, Tae Kai didn't hesitate to show off the rabbit in his arms. Kids don't understand these things. Luckily I went to the market. And bought a replacement beforehand. Tu Mai saw that and happily hugged her husband. Honey. You are so smart. He took the chance to instruct, we'll do it later. Now you take Tu Kwang out to buy some delicious food. Let me handle this. However, at this moment, Tae Kai's appearance made San Ni instantly alert. Its eyes gradually became ferocious. At a critical moment, a knock on the door rang out from outside. Tae Kai just opened the door, and a powerful stream of energy rushed in. It was like a tornado blowing the house away. On the street, at this moment someone was walking. In Tam Noyet's hands was San Ni. I don't know how long later. Her appearance made a man so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. As soon as he saw San Ni placed on the table, he became even more terrified. San Ni. Tam Noyet went straight to the point. Boss Liu. I heard this is what you lost. Boss Liu's face darkened. You are not a normal high school student. Who are you? She pushed San Ni towards him. Not at all. I'm just someone passionate about that reward money. Please inspect the goods. Suddenly, the seal lit up again. San Ni went mad and bit directly into Boss Liu's neck. Only then did Tam Noyet say, I heard you wanted to use this to take down Chairman Thatch. That's really not good. He finally realized she was from the Ko Kim Association. Get this thing away immediately. I was wrong. Tam Noyet coldly replied, too late. She just turned and walked away. Meanwhile, at a certain bar, it was chaotic inside. A crowd of demons and monsters gathered inside. President Fong was sitting in a corner discussing business. Is my meeting gift easy to use? Little beauty of the Ko Kim Association? The other person heard this and was a bit apprehensive. Provoking someone from the Ko Kim Association. Are you tired of living? He immediately showed disdain. You are afraid of the Ko Kim Association? President Fong didn't forget to threaten, then your fear can also become new nutrients for the urban legend. To inherit the power of God. I want to use a terrifying wind to shake the whole city. This, a created miracle. Using the fear of Mr. Lu's misfortune as material. I recreated the lucky rabbit that can manipulate destiny. But this power source fell into the hands of someone who couldn't accept it. Truly a tragedy. However, when this matter spreads, it will spark a new fear. What I do is merely to put the bait in the hands of the person who needs it. The events that follow will happen completely naturally. At the same time, San Ni still bit Boss Liu's neck without letting go. He voiced a warning. Don't think I don't know the Ko Kim Association. Your tricks, Chairman Thatch rising to power, wasn't any more glorious than me. However, Tam Noyet's attitude was still very mocking. That's right. But what does this have to do with me? Even at this point, Boss Liu still warned. Boss AMTU backing me will not spare the Ko Kim Association. Upon hearing this name, she became even more interested. So it turns out you rely on AMTU? Interesting. Tam Noyet leaned in and asked thoroughly. Who did they send to save you? The 4-category champion or the divine scholar of Bitch Lao? She suddenly got angry and shouted, where are they? The only one who can save you is me. Now start answering my question. Who told you about the rabbit's power? Boss Lu was so scared his face turned pale. I'll confess everything. There was a man who wanted to establish a supernatural union named Art of God, Tian Tai. Everyone there has their own card. Boss Lu tried to recall his memory. I have proof. Where is the card he gave me? Tam Noyet grabbed his collar and asked. How do you know Tian Tai? Boss Lu then explained. He gave me a card. It's the symbol of the union. Why can't I see it anywhere? At the same time, on President Fong's side, he just smiled cunningly. You have been discarded. Just like that, a stream of energy like a tornado rushed straight at the building. Everything inside was immediately turned upside down. Tam Noyet, Boss Lu, and Sanni could not escape this situation either. She tried to use her ability to resist. Tam Noyet reached out intending to grab Boss Lu. However, it was too late. In the end, she only managed to grab Sanni and get out. Tam Noyet, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Who is behind manipulating this? President Fong was very happy at this moment. The Ko-Kim Association eliminated AM2's people. Will the two sides remain peaceful? The seeds of hatred have been sown, fishing in troubled waters. He kept stirring up the atmosphere. I, the newly nominated god, will rise from here. The whole group of evil spirits became even more excited. Let's go create disasters with me, so that every living being will know no peace. Meanwhile, on Kovan's side, everyone was still happily eating and drinking together. Cheers! Vong Six couldn't stop praising. Luckily, we have Kovan. We finally survived the danger this time. And Lin seemed distracted, staring at her phone. Although it seems they used the luck ability indiscriminately. Vong Six kept rambling on. There's a saying, survive a great disaster, and great fortune will follow. Who knows, maybe our time is coming soon. Just as he finished speaking, and Lin excitedly exclaimed. I won. I won. Kovan was startled by this sudden scene. What? Sister and Lin then showed her phone screen. I drew the VIP version set. Better to rely on myself than just playing around. My second draw, 1 in 2,300 odds. She excitedly called Ko Tien, hey sis. Come over to my place to play. She was a bit suspicious and thoughtful. Is this in Lin's true nature? Kovan also rubbed his chin, thinking in high spirits. Looks like it's time to teach you the destruction fist technique. Ko Tien suddenly turned back to announce. Right, brother, the time has come. Hearing that, he hadn't reacted yet. Time for what? It is what every student fears the most. Midterm parent-teacher meeting. At that moment, at City E High School, everyone was excitedly chanting, Scholar Ko. Can you explain this problem to me? Big Sister Ko. You draw so beautifully, haven't you considered joining the art club? Suddenly, a boy ran up to show off. Ko Tien Tien, I am Tun Chin. Today I will make the #1 beauty of this grade. You admire me. He was happily rushing over quickly. But a second later, he was put in a headlock and thrown down by Ko Tien. She coldly looked at Tun Chin lying on the ground. Take him to the infirmary. Don't let him miss the parent-teacher meeting. Chulu standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim. You really are popular, huh? The dead angle-free beauty who deadlifts 85 kilograms. Ko Tien Tien. I wonder if we commoners can bask in your reflected glory. Ko Tien shyly said, what are you saying? That's all fabricated. Chulu teased from the side. Even a top scholar is afraid of parent-teacher meetings? Only then did she confess, my brother is attending this time. Hearing that, Chulu also remembered. Is it that brother who lectured for over 3 hours last time? About the necessity of muscle training. For the university entrance exam? Ko Tien could only sigh in depression. One dared to lecture, the others dared to listen. And the result? At the end of the semester, the class average score dropped by 12 points. Chulu didn't forget to show off his muscles. And my slender body too. Brother Kovan appeared and called out. Sorry, Chow Lulu. Last time, I wasn't thoughtful enough. Chulu heard that and was delighted, Brother Kovan. So it won't be like that this year, right? However, he had a completely different thought. I carefully researched the evil spirit situation in City E. Wrist training is indeed outdated. This year, I will establish a training plan based on promoting the 4-category training. Kovan's words made Ko Tien unable to hold back. And she physically attacked him. And everyone should prepare well, okay? Entering the classroom, she kept warning him. Later, you read exactly from the script, otherwise move out. Kovan was so scared he could only instinctively nod. I know. Ko Tien warned further. The teacher allowed me to sit and listen next to you. Don't you dare cause trouble. Luke Veen spoke politely at this moment. Are you Luke Nanjayap's mother? I heard your son wakes up at 6 a.m. to study. Not compared to your Long Dao. I heard that for evening self-study. He doesn't even come home until 12 a.m. Long Chu modestly replied. Not at all, it's your son who is hardworking. My son is good for nothing. Ko Tien saw them like that, and couldn't help but feel disgusted inside. The more they compete, the more they act innocent. Even though they are more than 100 points behind me. They aren't even as good as my desk mate, Ma No Tien. His transcript looks like he doesn't study at all. Test scores have never exceeded 2 digits. Today, only a god could save this seat. Just as she mentioned her desk mate, the parent of that person also appeared next to her. Both siblings were bewildered, seeing that the person next to them was Vong Six. He awkwardly flipped open his notebook to check. I am his little uncle. What's his name again? Ma No Tien. Ko Tien was extremely exasperated. You have to check a notebook to know the name, seriously? Kovan also quickly asked, what are you here for? Vong Six then revealed. This school has an urban legend. Hearing that, he was startled. What? He then added. Right now it's just rumors online. So that's why I came to investigate. Ko Tien suspiciously asked back. So what does it have to do with Ma No Tien? Vong Six looked at them as if he had amnesia. Who is Ma No Tien? Her prediction was not wrong at all. He really didn't know him. Vong saw the other's fed-up expression, and reaffirmed. Tien, don't forget. I am a super fortune teller. Ko Tien disgustedly exposed him. So, isn't this just something you made up? Just like my brother claiming to be a warrior in some village. Only by using this to convince yourselves. Can you scrape by and keep living? Vong Six honestly admitted, so. That kid Ma something met me at the school gate, where I set up my stall, and hired me as his little uncle to attend the meeting. She asked in surprise, you took money? Hearing that, he arrogantly said, 20 yuan. Can that even be called money? His whole body has the aura of death. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. And I am a super kind person. Just as Vong Six finished speaking, a stack of test papers was slammed onto the table, making a loud noise. Everyone nervously looked at the teacher in front of them. No bitch introduced herself. Dear parents. I am the homeroom teacher, no. These are the midterm exams. The grade rankings have also been recorded. Vong Six's expression turned grim as soon as he saw her. Is this your teacher? Ko Tien looked at her, also very afraid. Yes, she is strict with all students. Disciplinary violations result in parents being invited. So her nickname is? The Killer. Vong Six, right at this moment, was love-struck. Teacher, please kill me. Kovan angrily rolled up his sleeves, intending to punch him. It's just a nickname. She's not a criminal. However, Vong Six didn't care at all. Wait for me to cast a divination, to see how my affinity with this teacher is. At this moment, Luke Veen leaned in close. Hey, Mr. Fortune Teller. Help cast a divination for my little Luke, to see how his results are this time. Chu Long nearby was no exception. And for my little Long too. Vong Six didn't even look, concluding immediately. No need to divine, I know each dropped 10 ranks. Luke Veen still didn't believe it. But when No Bitch handed down the results, they were surprised. How can this be? Our children are very hardworking. Really? Ko Tien couldn't help but exclaim. You really know how to divine accurately. Vong Six then revealed, when I set up my stall. Every day I saw those two inviting each other to play games. It would be strange if I were wrong. No Bitch had now reached their spot. Vong Six suddenly became scared. Soon, a result sheet was handed to them. No Bitch loudly announced. In this exam round, the class average increased by 7 points. But only Ko Tien achieved a perfect score. Her essay even got an extra 5 points for creativity. Next, I invite Ko Tien's brother to the stage to share his experiences. Then she leaned close to Vong Six, who was blushing shyly. As for the parent of student Ma Dong Tien, ranked last. We will talk privately later. Just like that, Kovan went up to the podium. Greetings, parents. I am Kovan. Time something something. Flies fast something something. Honored to stand here sharing experiences something. Something. Ko Tien down below was so angry. She kept gritting her teeth. Ko Tien's speech is just so blunt. Can't he read? Skip, skip, skip. Here are the secrets. Ko Tien down below. Even had thoughts of murder. Do you even know how to read? However, all the parents were listening very attentively. Kovan just kept reading aloud intently. Based on my research of exam questions over many years, to bring out the patterns, the following slide will clarify the key points. Open parenthesis, open PPT, switch slide. Everyone simultaneously pointed at the projector to remind him. The slide isn't open yet. Ko Tien down below also spoke up. Brother, you haven't taken the USB yet. He raised his hand coolly. She was also very ready to hand it over. But a second later, Kovan used all his strength to smash the USB. Never forget to train, anytime, anywhere. Fight me. You've grown up. Kovan just continued reading naturally. Here listed are the changes in natural science subjects. Switch slide. And 4 different types of inductive reasoning. Switch slide. Ko Tien down below was crying rivers. Don't pretend you don't know anything, you blind fool. The parents down below listened until they were terrified. Just rely on these 5 key points. And you can easily increase your score by 10% or more in the literature exam. After that, Kovan was very proud of himself. That's all. Thank you. Bow. He confidently returned to his seat. Was my presentation okay? It was entirely based on your instructions. Ko Tien lowered her head. Can I make it back alive today? Suddenly, at this moment, Ko Tien sensed a spirit passing by the window. He turned abruptly to Vong Six. Something just passed by. Ko Tien was bewildered, understanding nothing. No. Kovan asked again. Vong Six, did you notice anything strange? He nodded and said. I discovered something extremely unusual. However, what Vong Six noticed was a spot elsewhere on the body of no bitch. Kovan misunderstood and rushed out. I understand. I'll go sweep the whole school now. Vong Six quickly chased after him. Understand what? Why are you running? No bitch just silently leaned against the door watching them. Lai Fu walked up enthusiastically at this moment. So, Ms. No, is there anything else you want me to do? No bitch didn't hesitate to criticize. Your Lai knock is all fake. The parent's signature in the homework notebook. Please punish her severely. While Lai Fu returned fuming, Vong Six took the opportunity to approach. Ms. No, let me treat you to a meal later. I know all the barbecue places in this city. Luke Veen nearby showed annoyance. Typical men. No bitch then asked, parent of Ma Haotian. Do you care about the child's issues at all? Vong Six was in no mood to care about this. In life, why care about trivial things? I am a super pro maiden killer. Today, I have many private matters to ask you. She became suspicious then. Did you come here for no official business? He smirked and replied. Actually, I am carrying the responsibility of investigating an extremely dangerous case. If I don't hurry, a large-scale massacre will occur. Outside, Kovan and Ko Tien were holding phones, running along the corridor. Because the phone stores all my data. Handed over to the executors. Then Vong Six continued approaching No Bitch. I'll stay here to conduct a deeper investigation. With Ms. Ko Tien. Looking at the content on his phone, he frowned deeply. Super Pro Vong SIXS Investigation Report. What the heck is this? The first report record was 3 months ago. A boarding student finished evening self-study and saw a ghostly shadow. He was bedridden for 3 days. The second time was 2 months ago. A basketball team member saw a ghostly shadow in the parking lot. After that incident, the school increased security. Regulations require students to go in groups at night. Kovan shouted angrily, wait a minute. Such an important matter, why didn't you tell me? If you hide things like this during a pandemic, you will be interrogated, you know? Ko Tien immediately retorted, hey, that guy isn't anything good either. She angrily said, that's Tun Chin. How many truthful sentences can that guy say? Honestly, if you believe in science, there are no supernatural things in this world. Kovan continued scrolling. What about the student from class 11A7 last week? He questioned suspiciously. Just holding books to review, but got scared and fell down the stairs? Ko Tien then explained. Ho Vai is the academic vice monitor, normally. Offending others is common. Why don't you think in the direction that someone played dirty for revenge? If it's a student, taking advantage of the camera's blind spot to push him isn't difficult. However, Kovan thought differently. I suspect evil spirits have infiltrated the school. Now the only way is to destroy the Earth's surface, to exterminate them completely. Tien, go home. I'll handle this and come back. Seeing her brother channeling energy, Ko Tien couldn't stay calm anymore. Hey, what do you want to do? Hundreds of teachers and students are at school. Set it on fire? Even if I'm not at the scene, I'm an accomplice. But Kovan refused to give up. The village chief once said, "Indifference to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Knowing I sacrificed myself to expose the culprit, they will definitely smile in the afterlife." Seeing this, she went to stop him. "There are no villages in our city anymore. Wake up." Ko Tien discovered something new at this moment. "Wait, brother. Here, the fake fortune teller. Attached a file about the fictional urban legend, Bloody Mary. It seems to be a character in a comic book that Chow Lolo once read. Bathory." Kovan immediately asked, "Does she come?" Ko Tien seemed a bit wary. "You want to try?" He confidently crossed his arms and said, "Verifying a legend only requires 3 steps. Step 1, personally test it. Step 2, if nothing happens, the legend is fake. Step 3, if something happens, the legend is real." In his head, Kovan started imagining that scenario. Ko Tien heard this and became even more annoyed. "How many times can you test in this life?" He immediately retorted, "Don't you disbelieve legends? So? I definitely won't get any results. So what's there to fear?" She was truly speechless. "I'm really speechless." "Really?" Ko Tien suddenly felt relieved. "But there are no candles in the school. What luck." Suddenly, a message appeared on the phone. Kovan nervously texted back, "Too suspicious. Who are you? How do you know me?" Vong 6 was being detained at this moment. He struggled for a while. "Prove my foot," I harassed. "A teacher and got dragged away by security. This is his phone. Hurry up and finish your business, then come pick me up." Both siblings immediately relaxed. "It really is him." Just like that, they went to a dark place. Ko Tien timidly stayed far away from the pitch-black bathroom. "Is there a place like this in the school?" Kovan lit a lighter. "Isn't this the restroom? Plus, there are no doors. I just saw a room that was both dark and had a mirror. The door is key. Then let's start the experiment." Tien, stay back a bit." She was still very determined at this moment. "Definitely nothing will happen. You'd be better off saving that fake fortune teller." The wind outside kept blowing in gusts. In that filthy, dirty restroom, Kovan was lighting a candle to perform the ritual. He wrote scribbled words on the mirror. That was Black Mary. Kovan narrowed his eyes, ready for the ritual. He summoned all his determination to read that line. "BLO. Ko Tien at." This moment was far away. Observing carefully, the sound of running water could still be heard. Everything remained silent as if nothing had happened. Kovan awkwardly turned back to ask his sister, "How do you read this word?" Ko Tien, in anger, snatched the candle and shouted. "Speechless. You don't even know this word?" Just like that, in her irritation, she shouted. "Even a kid knows this. It's read as..." Just like that. Ko Tien completed the Bloody Mary incantation. The surrounding space immediately changed. Violent winds continuously rose up. Ko Tien experienced this feeling for the first time. So she was scared pale. She was bewildered as she was swept away. It was me. It was now late at night. At the school, Vong 6 was trembling uncontrollably. Hiding somewhere. No bitch didn't notice. So she was still focused on talking on the phone. "What? You said you met a tiger? Is it the Ko Kim Association? I understand. The deposit boss Lu paid while alive was 100,000. Don't worry. The target will definitely be disposed of cleanly. It won't be discovered." Vong 6 was shivering at this moment. "Seems like now is not the right time to come out. I originally planned to ambush her in her office. No, to give her a surprise. Now that's a huge surprise for me." He looked up from under the desk in fear. "I don't want to be disposed of cleanly." Suddenly, no bitch moved closer, scaring the wits out of Vong 6. However, she didn't discover him but just sat down. Vong 6 was so scared he kept crying for help in his heart. "Kovan, where are you?" At the same time, at Kovan's location, winds kept blowing in. But soon, they dissipated. Ko Tien realized this and happily ran off. "I knew it, it was just a gust of wind. Nothing mystical at all, so scientific." But now, outside, a security guard was coming on patrol. "Who's over there? Don't you know it's curfew?" They approached Kovan's spot. Ko Tien was extremely tense, almost going crazy. "I'm done for, it's security. As a distinguished honor student. A beauty with no bad angles. About to be seen in the boys' WC. Acting suspiciously. She kept begging her brother. What do we do now? Brother, save me." Kovan just picked up his sister and left immediately. "Okay." I don't know how long later. When the security guard arrived, there was no one left. They tried searching for a while but found nothing. "I saw someone just now. Did I see wrong?" Feeling safe, the two siblings crawled out from a corner. Ko Tien asked suspiciously. By the way, shouldn't delusional people like you fly out the window to escape or something? Ko Van scolded back. How can I escape carrying another person? Are you mentally challenged? She was provoked into a rage and scolded. Coming from an uneducated person like you. That insult hurts even more, you know. He didn't care at all. You agreed, okay? Starting today, we increase by 10 training sets. You still can't deadlift 100 kilograms. You're making me lose face. Ko Tien, though unwilling, helplessly obeyed. Hey! However, in a corner they didn't notice. A spirit had followed behind Ko Tien. It seemed this evil spirit didn't have good intentions. Now, on No Bitch's side. The phone rang again. She stood up and left her seat. Vong 6 only. When hearing the sound. Only when the footsteps moved away did he breathe a sigh of relief. He softly crept out. Phew, so lucky. Why does this woman smell so strong? I almost suffocated under her skirt. However, Vong 6 didn't expect that a figure was already waiting for him from behind. No Bitch's eyes were full of murderous intent. She angrily strangled the smelly Vong 6. Only then did he regretfully realize she had set him up good. Vong 6 tried to reach out. Ah, the killer. I must at least leave a clue about my death. I have to write the character, no. He tried his best to write each scribbled stroke. Vong 6 tried to resist. Don't. It's because you're too rough that I wrote it crooked. I won't tell anyone. Spare me. At the same time, Ko Van's voice rang out from outside. Vong 6, where are you? He kept kicking the door. There's someone in there. I will report you people for kidnapping. No Bitch was annoyed by the noise outside. She angrily warned, behave yourself. I will come find you again later. Just as Ko Tien was about to kick it again, No Bitch opened the door. The two security guards nearby also explained, Ms. No. This person stubbornly said. We locked someone in the security room. We said no, but they kept trying to barge in. Now the appearance of the two of them was in a state that was hard to describe. No Bitch's face was also as red as a tomato. The two security guards looked at each other knowingly. Vong 6 quickly put his shirt back on. Haven't you ever seen a private talk with a parent? Then he dragged everyone out, don't peek anymore. No. Bitch was so angry she could break a corner of a wooden table. Her eyes could kill at any moment. Vong 6, on the way out, happily said. I didn't expect you to actually come look for me. Could it be telepathy? Ko Van then said. The security guards saw the message but still wouldn't say where they locked you. So I just barged in to look. Hearing that, he felt suspicious. Message? He turned back to confirm again. Didn't you send a message telling me to come? However, Vong 6 still didn't understand anything. What message? When he saw the message screen in Ko Van's hand, he was also terrified. That's not me. Whose phone number is this? I was in Ms. No's room the whole time. Vong 6 had now left the school. Sitting in a diner, he was still angry. How can that be? The sender slandered me. That I was caught by security for indecency, with my skills. I have never been caught before. Ko Tien picked up the phone, making his face turn pale immediately. Hello, 110? There is a person here. Vong 6 suddenly became serious again. It's because the yang energy here is strong that I dare to speak. Don't you feel that the person who sent the message guided you two siblings step by step to complete the ritual? Isn't it very suspicious? Ko Van also looked up curiously. You mean? He finally voiced his suspicion. Could the message sender be Mary, Bloody Mary herself? Ko Tien objected strongly to Vong 6. Speak scientifically. Or at least make some sense. Can a person in a mirror send messages? Vong 6 slowly lit a cigarette. He recounted seriously, I haven't told you to, have I? Actually, I once experienced a strange event. Childhood memories came flooding back. When I was young, to see more things, I blindly believed in a ritual. Meeting her? Let me see what you see. Bloody Mary spoke slowly. I have heard your wish. So since then, Vong 6 became different. I gained extraordinary vision. He was still talking enthusiastically, but I didn't know what price I had to pay. However, at this moment, the two siblings. Ko Van had no mind to listen to old stories. Is the last skewer mine? I ate one, you ate two, so what? Vong 6 was speechless with them. Good job, Vong 6. Ko Van only now remembered. So you are interested in the legend of Bloody Mary? So that's why you looked into this? Not because of a commission? Vong 6 nodded in confirmation, that's right, but from the beginning. Perhaps she already chose us. However, he had some concerns. The only thing is, to investigate, we must enter the school. Everything happened like today. Ko Tien had secretly eaten all the skewers. and pretended nothing happened, making Kovan extremely angry. So that means there's no payment this time? Vong 6 was still very confident. Not necessarily. This super VIP pro advisor has outlined a plan. Killing two birds with one stone. They discussed until late at night. It was time for Kovan and Ko Tien to go home. Let's decide on that, Tien. Tien still has to go home to do homework. Call me tomorrow. Vong 6 hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, still happily waving his hand, okay. But when the two siblings left, the surroundings were empty. Vong 6 started thinking about Ms. No's matter. He implicitly understood, so he didn't ask. But this matter, from behind him appeared a tall, large figure. Only you left. You know what to do. Vong 6 looked at the knife blade pressed close to him and sweated profusely out of fear. You guys have been waiting for this opportunity? Can't you really spare me? The other person replied loudly. Then I really can't do it. Vong 6 was scared, ready to flee at any moment. Then don't blame this super VIP pro. Kyo Don Hoa pointed at the pile of food on the table and said. 2 bottles of beer, 20 skewers, total 72 yuan. Transfer or scan QR? Only then did he realize he had been tricked. Scan QR. Boss, discount the odd amount, okay? Early the next morning at the school, Kovan looked at him sitting in the corridor and felt annoyed. Here to apply for security guard? Really? Vong 6 could only be helpless. If you can't beat them, join them. He curiously asked further. By the way, did Tien act unusually when she got home last night? Kovan reported the actual situation to him. She went to sleep very early, didn't notice anything. Vong 6 still couldn't stop worrying. Hope she's really okay. I've been thinking, why was the message sent to you and not me? Is there something about you siblings that it targeted? Is this move of ours? Perhaps. Also within the sender's prediction? Kovan also became alert after hearing this. You mean among the people applying here, there might be her people? Possibly even evil spirits? Vong 6 shook his head to correct him. No, this is just because the economic crisis left young people unemployed. He pointed out the characteristics of each person there. Look over there. Graduated from Hoa Dai. Proficient in digital technology and programming. Next to him is the champion for 5 consecutive seasons. And next to him, the annual runner-up of Star Avenue. Kovan looked suspiciously. Your eyes can see these things too. Vong 6 remained very calm. Wherever I look for a job, I see these people. Competition is too fierce. What is your education level? He also honestly replied, never attended primary school. Kovan looked at the other's expression and felt annoyed. What's so surprising? When I arrived, I was already past school age. There was no concept of school in the village either. Vong 6 finally had to give up. Fine. Let's not talk about your remote village stories anymore. In short, competing with them, we have no advantage at all. 500 yuan a day, petty tricks aren't worth looking at. Unemployed youth. Wanting to try their luck is understandable. The two of them were now full of determination. But don't fear, I have a guaranteed win strategy. Vong 6 asked curiously just in case. I want to ask a bit. Kovan cracked his knuckles and said. Your guaranteed win strategy, is it to beat them all away and be done with it? This caused him to object strongly. Rule of law society. Don't act recklessly. Better use my way. Quickly, a call was made to number 182 from inside the room. They tremblingly walked into the principal's office. He attentively observed their profiles. Then slowly took a sip of tea. Finally, he announced, okay. Go back and wait for notification. Kovan, clueless, innocently asked. So how do I receive the notification? My phone is broken. Vong 6 next to him understood immediately. He means we failed. Are you recruiting seriously? He was also helpless regarding this issue. The situation is difficult now. Originally, we didn't plan to hire security guards. Now it's 500 yuan a day. Because the Parents' Association pressured the school to resolve the paranormal incident, we had to implement this task. You two tell me, why must I choose you two? Finally, Vong 6 bluntly bargained. I only need 300 yuan a day. So in a moment, they got 2 security uniforms. Patrolling the corridors. In the school's backyard, Hao Tian was planning to skip class and sneak out. However, as soon as he climbed the wall, he froze. Kovan accidentally kicked Hao Tian back down, and Vong 6, holding a toy gun, relentlessly attacked. Hao Tian shielded himself with his hands while screaming. Do you have to be so serious? The kid cried out in grievance. I was just going to the internet bar for a bit. Manhwa Tian just got beaten by his dad because of midterm results. I haven't even recovered yet. Vong 6 looked up at the kid in front of him. So you are Ma Hao Tian? It's because of you, fake fortune teller. Hao Tian angrily shouted, I haven't settled the score for snitching to my dad yet. And you come to catch me? He arrogantly crossed his arms and said. We were just hired as security guards. You climb the wall right in front of us. If we don't catch you, who do we catch? Hey kid over there. Kovan reported. It seems his name isn't on the list. Vong 6 held out a list and asked. Do you know these 3 people? Hao Tian also carefully observed, Bok Fai, Ho Vai. Tun Chin? Are you 2 investigating the haunting? Look who's over there. Taking this opportunity, the kid ran away, confusing them. Where is he? So the 2 of them continued with another plan. Kovan. Let's split up. You go investigate Tun Chin's side. Tun Chin? I think I heard Tian Tian mention this person. I'll go ask. Kovan was walking along the corridor searching. Tian Tian studies in class 8. A second later, he shouted angrily. Tian Tian, you dare. In broad daylight, staying in the classroom during lunch break. Kovan loudly scolded. Self-studying. No wonder the group. Reserve results never improve. Ko Tian, being exposed, jumped up. Will you stop it? She couldn't help threatening her brother. Brother. At school, you must keep my image. Otherwise, I'll move out. Seeing that, he immediately lowered his voice. Fine. Although unwilling, Kovan had to comply. Otherwise, seeing that you found a decent job, I wouldn't waste my review time coming out to chat with you at noon. She led Kovan to the school's basketball court. The basketball team that Tun Chin joined is playing in this gymnasium. Ko Tian introduced. That's Tun Chin, the one with bulging muscles. Kovan nodded in approval. Now that is a body that can fight evil spirits. You must learn from him. She retorted annoyedly, who wants to learn from that idiot? Tun Chin noticed. Ko Tian and immediately shouted, Ko Tian Tian. Immediately, the boys down below all expressed their admiration. Ko Tian Tian. Ko Tian covered her face, daring not to accept reality. I'm done for. Tun Chin seemed to go crazy in an instant. His moves changed. He lightly passed by his opponent. Then Tun Chin made a perfect shot into the hoop. But, unfortunately for him, it hit the referee. Tun Chin was thus disqualified. Number 28 was penalized. At this moment, the people in the team seemed to go crazy. Ko Tian Tian is looking at me. Kovan looked at the group wrestling below and exclaimed. It's quite interesting. Their bodies are quite solid. Clashing like that without getting exhausted. Ko Tian turned her shame into anger and shouted, enough. She uncomfortably said. I advise you not to have any good feelings for Tun Chin. He is a scumbag. He has harmed countless female students. Hao Tian had sat down next to them without them knowing when. That's right, this person is the enemy of female students, male students. In short, the enemy of the people. Kovan wondered and asked, Are you Ma Hao Tian? However, the kid dodged, What Ma Hao Tian? I'm just a passing righteous witness. If you want to know about Tun Chin, you found the right person. Here are all the details about him. Vong 6 just happened to arrive at this moment. Tun Tang, courtesy name Shuyan, 710-794. Great general of the Nara period. Representative work, cherry blossoms of the homeland. Talents, rapping and basketball. You were pranked by someone else, big brother. Luckily, I completed the mission seriously. Bok Fai, 8th grade student. Nothing. Outstanding, likes to write reports, ostracized by the whole class. Scared by a ghostly shadow 3 months ago. Ho Vai, academic vice monitor of class 7, a bookworm. Collects homework relentlessly. Has no friends. Pushed down the stairs last week. Vong 6 asked back. Have you found the common point among the 3 kids yet? Kovan innocently said, they are all male. Hearing that, he wanted to vomit blood. I really shouldn't have asked you. It's that all 3 are hated by many people. He nodded after hearing that, right, huh? Vong 6 hid in a corner observing. Could this also be true? In summary, we can speculate. The next victim will definitely be a hated person. Kovan still didn't understand and asked again. So we find the hated person and dispose of him first? If I dispose of him, he won't be destroyed by the evil spirit anymore. He hurriedly corrected, protect him. Be careful, if you get caught, don't drag me into it. So let's split up. You go to the statistics lecture hall. I'm in charge of the administrative area. Kovan accepted the task and quickly left, okay. Vong 6 was walking alone in the corridor at this time, feeling chills down his spine. Speaking of the administrative building, suddenly I'm a bit scared. That person probably isn't here, right? He just breathed a sigh of relief. When a figure appeared behind him. Why am I so scared of my own shadow? How can I meet her everywhere? No bitch rushed towards Vong 6, you dare to come. He was scared and quickly dodged, don't come over here. Vong 6 just ran straight into the restroom. However, no bitch didn't hesitate to rush in after him. He was scared pale, you dare to enter the men's WC too? She really wants to take my life. No bitch suddenly leaned close to Vong 6. Just seeing the paper in his hand. She could already guess. You are investigating Bloody Mary? Vong 6 tried to persuade, listen to me. We are professionals. If left unattended, this matter will really affect the students. Suddenly, no bitch proposed. I can keep you for a few days. Report the investigation results to me every day. If my students lose a single hair, I'll take your dog life immediately. Cat 6, Kovan blocked the gate at this time. Hey student. You must learn to look at problems dialectically. Objectively. Why vote Ko Tien Tien as the most hated student? Cat 6 retorted indignantly. But I was rejected by her. Can't I hold a grudge? He still didn't let the other go. We will solve this problem with 3 steps. 1. Ko Tien Tien rejected you. 2. Ko Tien Tien might have been wrong. 3. The hateful person is you. Write your name. Cat 6 picked up the pen and asked, what is your name? Not yet reacting, he naturally said his name, Kovan. Kovan looked at the list in his hand and felt confused. Gen Z these days is too hard to understand. On the way, whenever he saw a student, he stopped them. Hey kid, I'm Kovan. Vote now. Hey kid, I'm Kovan. Do you hate anyone? Hey kid, I'm Kovan. However, Hao Tian didn't care and called out. Regardless of who you are, come check out the drama quick. Only when Kovan approached did he recognize the two involved. Tun Chen and Tian Tian's close friend, Chululu. Chula carefully held out a stack of papers in her hand, Brother Chin. Look at this, I even drew a comic about the two of us. However, Tun Chen acted very arrogantly. You came to my house but refused to stay. What's the point? He coldly turned and walked away. Let's break up, Chu. Seeing that, Lu immediately chased after him, Brother Chin. Tun Chen even went too far. He pushed her away and scolded. Stop clinging to me, you crazy girl. Just like that, the drawings in Chu Li's hands fell freely to the ground below. She collapsed on the ground, crying in misery. Kovan saw the scene and sighed depressingly, too bad. Hao Tian standing next to him also joined in. Truly a scumbag. He nodded in agreement, that's right. Holding props but flying without any precision. Before the kid ran off, he added. Cast a vote for Tun Chen for me. Hao Tian ran up, unafraid to confront Tun Chen. You bastard. Seeing the kid, he even mocked. Bullshit drama, even the messenger has arrived? Tun Chen showed no mercy, kicking Hao Tian straight in the body. What does it have to do with you? He then leaned against the railing, laughing incessantly. However, a second later, that spot began to crack. In the blink of an eye, Tun Chen lost his balance. He just fell freely along with that pane of glass. Everyone below observing this scene was extremely terrified. However, just a little bit more and his body would have stopped. Luckily, Kovan arrived in time to grab Tun Chen's leg. Oh my god, my leg. He looked at this scene, no longer unfamiliar with it. Sure enough, behind urban legends are evil spirits. Then Kovan instructed those nearby. It's probably dislocated, you kids take him to the infirmary immediately. A new teacher curiously asked, who are you? However, he left without revealing anything. A passing security guard. At this moment, after regrouping with Vong 6, Kovan reported, Tun Chen was attacked by an evil spirit again. He then asked, do you feel that? After meeting you, the evil spirit's style has changed? He replied very calmly. Before meeting you, I didn't know you either. Only then did Kovan analyze. If it were the previous evil spirits, they would have pounced long ago. Unlike this time, it's been a few days and they are nowhere to be seen. Vong 6 also nodded in agreement. That's right, but if they really come, and I play the crucifix style, you can really take over the position of chairman of our association. Hearing that, Kovan asked back in surprise. What? The chairman of the Evil Spirit Extermination Alliance in City is you? However, he avoided the subject. Regardless of who the chairman is, let's go see today's statistical results. Who knows? The nominated person might be tonight's target. First, I probed the teacher's office and a few dozen students on the sports field. The most hated teacher is Ms. No. Extremely strict. Truly a bunch of ungrateful brats. Kovan then asked. So she could be in danger? Wang Lu didn't dare to be certain about this point either. I'm not worried at all. The people chosen on your side probably aren't anything strange, right? I bet 50 yuan that the wicked Sun Zheng is in second place. No one dares to stand first, right? Guyan remained very calm and handed me the statistics. Wang Lu screamed helplessly, how can you be ranked higher than that guy? What kind of universally hated thing did you do? He scratched his head blankly, not daring to look the other person in the eye. I guess some people have opinions about my survey attitude. Suddenly, the whole space became silent. After a long while, Wang Lu still couldn't swallow his anger. Incorrect, still incorrect. Today's events have an unusual element. It deviates from this evil spirit's usual modus operandi. Guyan nodded in agreement. That's right, it attacked one person twice. But that wasn't what he meant. No, it skipped the night attack point. Maybe it's in a hurry. Wang Lu suddenly became serious. It's actually quite dangerous. So they decided to set out and take a risk. It's a good thing. It's best if it finds me immediately. I can deal with it right then and there. Although he didn't know if it was actually a good thing or not. But this legend is becoming clearer. Let's go, if you bet, you must pay up. Wang Lu looked at the poll results in his hand. Then looked at Gu Yun, who was calmly eating noodles in front of him. Come on, top ranker, tell us how you feel. Gu Tian now laughed mockingly. Look at how many people can't stand my brother's attitude. Do you realize how much pressure I'm under every day now? She couldn't help but be narcissistic too. Maintaining an excellent state like mine is very difficult. There, Wang Lu looked full of disdain at school. Wow, you actually care about your image? Julie was still sad because of being heartbroken by Sun Zheng. Gu Tian tried to gently comfort Julie Li. Are you still missing that scumbag? I heard he even fought noisily with an intern doctor. Hearing this, Wang Lu also couldn't suppress his anger. Bastard, truly speechless. Think having money makes you hot stuff? Gu Yun. Don't you think about getting married and having kids? Last time you earned 4,000 yuan. You spent it all on a treadmill. Guyan didn't react too strongly, still burying his head in his noodles. When Tian Tian faces the evil spirit, who knows, maybe this bit of training result could help her escape with her life. What a steal. Julie looked at them suspiciously, evil spirit? Seeing that, Gu Tian hurriedly explained. They are just talking about a game. At this moment, Wang Lu asked Gu Tian again. That's right, Gu Tian Tian. Have you felt mentally unstable lately? Like having another personality inside you, where your mind doesn't belong to you anymore, something like that. She looked pitiful and replied to Master Wang. Are you talking about yourself? I only think about studying all the time. I don't have such a rich, adventurous imagination like you guys. After everything was done, Julie and Gu Tian left. We're going to evening self-study now. Work hard, brother, and don't cause any more trouble. Guyan also found it strange, so he asked, what's wrong with you? Wang Lu suddenly fell into self-doubt. He couldn't help but question himself. Guyun, tell me, is this evil spirit exorcism profession of ours looked down upon too much by people? And Guyan had to nod in admission. It is true, and it's also very easy to get invited to the police station. But just like in Ling's case, if we hadn't intervened, she would never have realized the danger. He bowed his head down dejectedly. Let me tell you the truth. After I gained power, initially, I really wanted to be a hero. Time flashed back to the past. 25 years ago, Wang Lu was playing chess with an old man. Grandpa Zhang, you're cheating. What are you saying, kid? I'm playing chess with you, what tricks could I pull? He shouted loudly at that time. There is a person behind you. 2 people playing against me alone. However, Su Xing completely didn't see the evil spirit behind him. I don't have one. At that time, Wang Lu still insisted firmly, impossible. You don't see it? Grandpa Zhang, that thing is unclean. He didn't care much anymore and left, saying, what are you talking about? It's getting late, I'm going home. The door just closed like that, leaving just him helplessly banging on the door incessantly. Don't go. Open the door, Grandpa. Open the door, hurry. His mother then dragged him back by his head. What are you doing, you brat? Making noise at the old man's house. Come home and eat, hurry. Even so, Wang Lu didn't stop talking. Mom, Grandpa Zhang is haunted by a ghost. Good heavens, this isn't a comic book, it's real. Guyan curiously asked, then what? Wang Lu continued telling the subsequent events. The next day, he lay dead on the chair, holding a photo in his hand. Heard it was of his wife who got lost during the evacuation. From then on, the adults in the neighborhood all whispered about me. After that, my family had to move to the suburbs. Recalling these things, Wang Lu started feeling inferior again. I often wonder if everyone has their own destiny. Our power ultimately cannot defeat fate. Compared to being stubborn and making everything unpleasant, wouldn't it be better to just turn a blind eye? As long as you see it but don't say anything, no one can criticize a normal person. Guyan not only didn't comfort him, but also rubbed salt into the other's wound. I think it's because you're too weak. He continued to use violent measures, throwing a punch that shattered the female ghost's mouth. And that was the end of it. Wang Lu, boiling with anger, retorted. Not everyone is like you. Guyan explained, if you don't step up to stop it, how do you know they want to resign themselves to fate? Guyan said very confidently. No one is born in this world to leave it to fate. As long as they want to be saved, I will save them. Wang Lu lowered his head, slowly saying, Guyan, you really live up to your reputation. I'll say it straight too. Just now, there has always been something behind Gu Tian. Hearing this, he immediately panicked. What? He stood up. Wang Lu stopped him, don't rush. It's not harming her. Wang Lu didn't dare to be certain either. I'm not sure if this thing is good or bad either. It's like her shadow. It seems to be mimicking her gestures. Guyan didn't care and dashed off. Who cares? On my sister's body. There can't be things belonging to others. Just as he was about to stand up, he was blocked by a rough hand. Hey, wait for me. Shinsu pinned Wang Lu directly to the ground without mercy. Caught a Dinan Dasher looking like this again. Must be used to doing this. Trying to run? At this moment, Guyan was ceaselessly chasing after his sister. Tian. Gu. Tian was now surrounded by a strong aura of evil energy. Some kind of string suddenly appeared under the utility pole. Wang Lu screamed a warning, that thing. Guyan ignored everything and still rushed towards his sister. Right at that moment, the screws of the utility pole fell out, causing it to fall down. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but freeze for a beat. However, Gu Tian didn't seem worried at all. She gently used her hands to catch it. The whole crowd, seeing Gu Tian calmly catching the utility pole, was terrified. Guyan, seeing his sister was fine, stood there analyzing. This pole falling down is equivalent to an 80 kilograms weight. My Tian's bench press limit is 85 kilograms. Gu Tian turned back, blushing and scolding. So embarrassing. You bad brother. She kept crying bitterly, dragging Julie back to school. Wang Lu was shaking, hugging a lamppost in disbelief. What on earth did you do to my sister? Guyan used just one hand to drive the utility pole into the ground. Extreme training mode for growth. Daily physical training is the right thing to do. Wang Lu watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. Now is not the time to talk about this. If I didn't see it wrong back then. We are not just facing Bloody Mary. Scene shifts to another location. A group of students in the school are performing some kind of ritual together. Stealing someone's wife is hated by the world. For a world without scumbags. Pray to the evil god. That bastard Sun Zheng will definitely get his retribution. Because next, business begins as usual. So the whole group was dragged into the security room. Wang Lu kept shouting loudly, you three over there. Not sleeping at midnight but running to the computer room to secretly play games, huh? Luckily, we were looking to investigate something. So we came to patrol and caught you red-handed. At this moment, where they were was the computer room. Wang Lu shouted even louder. Why is it that every time, Ma Yong Tian is here? How Tian immediately retorted. Uncle, you are my nemesis. Meeting twice in one day. We only skipped a few IT classes. Wanted to come and review a bit. He replied loudly. Stuck at bronze 3 rank and never won before? I used to boost ranks. And I've never seen anyone as noob as you guys. Just that alone is enough to report you guys. How Tian was now scared and begged. Uncle, for the sake of us having collaborated before, please don't report us to the teacher. Guyan shouted out loud at this moment. Shinyu replied. Chairman Wang Lu looked visibly happy upon hearing that. The title, Chairman, sounds so refreshing. He was speechless after hearing that. Didn't you claim it yourself? But when he saw the information on the screen, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Gloomy doll? Wang Lu was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. It really isn't Bloody Mary. Our previous direction was all wrong. What is the purpose, after all? Who is the next victim? Guyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, the target isn't the most hated person. Tian. My family member has always been loved by everyone. How Tian's group, taking advantage of when they weren't paying attention, started executing their bad intentions. The kid darted out and pushed Wang Lu, sorry, uncle. Then they took that opportunity to run away. Guyan looked blank, wanting to ignore this. However, a second later, he vanished from his seat. With just one move, Guyan was able to round them all up. Guyan grabbed the kid in front of him by the collar to look Too bad, one escaped. Huh? Aren't you Bai Fei, the first victim? What did you hear that made you run? Hao Tian was still stubborn right now. Beat me to death and I still won't talk. Heroes in the anti-dash scumbag alliance are all very loyal people. Wang Lu took this opportunity to threaten, very well. If you don't talk, I truly won't know. Look at this. This is your teacher Wu's number. I'm pressing call, okay? Bai Fei was terrified. He knelt and bowed to them. Don't tell the teacher, I'll confess everything. We found that bastard Sun Jing an eyesore. So we formed the anti-scumbag alliance. We just wanted to make that bastard suffer a bit. To get noticed by the girls. Hao Tian shouted from the side. Great job, you traitor. Wang Lu had locked onto the target. The culprit was right beside us. Speak, how did you guys carry out the raid? Hao Tian didn't hide it anymore. We just worshipped the spirits and chanted a few words. Then we just continued playing games. Today, if I wasn't wearing a mask, I wouldn't even dare to face Sun Jing to talk. Let alone sneak attack him. He now realized, so it wasn't you. And it wasn't you. What about that other kid? At the same time, someone was running frantically. Now that person had reached the rooftop. Then Golu looked for something and took out a thread. Right when Golu was passionately performing it, he was discovered. He was terrified. Turned back to look. Guyan appeared, dragging Hao Tian along with them. As soon as he arrived, he dropped them down. Golu was so scared he couldn't speak. Wang Lu pointed straight at his face. Golu, so it turns out the gloomy doll was your doing. Golu still decided to hug the doll tightly in his arms. You guys arrived pretty fast. Bai Fei, so it was you who betrayed us. Bai Fei helplessly said, these big brothers are too aggressive. I had no choice but to turn over a new leaf. He still felt very confused. When did you guys start suspecting me? Was it when I played tricks on this traitor Bai Fei? Or when I was rejected trying to copy Hu Wei's homework? And pushed him down the stairs? Wang Lu was speechless after hearing that. Your brain truly has issues. Didn't your accomplice say that you guys worship a strange doll? Which is why we came here. Golu seemed not to listen at all. Or was it when Chulili rejected me? Making me hate them. And want to kill that couple? Her and that Sun Jing guy. Wang Lu was so angry he wanted to scream. I told you, it's because your accomplice talked. Guyan was extremely angry at this moment. If we had asked this afternoon, who Chulili had a grudge against, we could have solved the case sooner. Hao Tian realized the other person's true colors. So he shouted loudly, Golu, we are allies with you. You only told us that doll could make people unlucky. But who told you to take the power of spells to harm others? You are the one who betrayed us. However, Golu wasn't nice either. Shut up, Ma Yongtian. You only know how to talk but not how to act. That's why you're useless. I'm different from you guys. That person gave me power. I have to chant the spell to become the god of this school. Wang Lu didn't want to take it too far at this point. Alright, you're just a kid. We don't want to ruin your life. Give me the item. This matter is very deep, you wouldn't understand. However, Golu didn't give up that easily. You were too careless. A good-for-nothing chairman. Just now in the computer room. I took advantage of the chaos to pluck a strand of your hair. What? Just tying your hair to it makes the curse work. Come on. Let's test the highest level of terror. Immediately, Wang Lu was controlled. My limbs. He turned to threaten Guyun, and that guy. Dare you attack your superior? Or should I let him tear? But he remained very calm. Breaking the strings that were controlling him. Guyun only now reacted, looking confused. You? Gu Tian had returned home by this time. But found it empty inside. My brother isn't home yet. Maybe I'll make him some food. The house is out of ingredients. On the rooftop at this moment. Golu screamed in panic, You are a demon. He stepped back in fear. You dare to kill your own colleague? He wants to live too. Maybe he still has someone to love. Guyan crossed his arms, feeling no remorse. Exactly, that's why I don't need to hear his opinion. I just need to use my professional knowledge to beat him to the point where he's luckily unharmed. Hao Tian went near Wang Lu to observe. Although his head hit the ground, he wasn't seriously injured. Moreover, he was separated from that strange doll. Guyan walked over with a sly smile. So, next is your turn. What are the principles of your magic? How can you guys use the power of darkness? How can I learn it? Golu was so scared he kept sweating bullets. I only got this doll from a strange person. He said my fear of this society could be turned into power for the doll. I'm neither handsome nor loved by anyone. The old lady in the village gave out candy but skipped me. If I don't use the power of spells, who would like me? I hate people who do nothing yet are loved by others. Like you guys? Golu laughed sinisterly and spoke. I want to drag you all down to hell. Guyan then reasoned with him. People don't like you. What does that have to do with you? You just need to believe in what you need to do. Carry your conviction through to the end, that's enough. Gulu laughed incessantly like a madman. Belief? That's right, originally I didn't think in such a roundabout way. I just want to eliminate all the hateful people. He pulled out some bags from his person. And the people I keep will be tortured to death. Hao Tian was now so anxious he was going crazy. You are pushing him into a black hole. That's not how you persuade people, Guyun. Didn't care at all. I'm just telling the truth. What does his reaction have to do with me? Gulu was now brandishing something threateningly. Aren't you Gu Tian's older brother? Having a sister who is the idol of the whole school like that must make you very proud, right? You really are very proud of that sister, aren't you? Immediately, Guyun's gaze became dark. Hao Tian at the side also tried to intervene for Gulu. Stop being crazy. Gu Tian is a good person. Gulu didn't hesitate to state what just happened. This afternoon, your sister skillfully blocked the attack for Chu Lili. Right? What a pity. At that time, I smeared glue on the street lamp post. It was to get the hair of this grade-wide beauty. He was perverted to the point of putting Gu Tian's hair right by his mouth. Better to share the joy than enjoy it alone. Let's make a mockery of her together. Guyun was now so angry he was almost on fire. You dare. Gulu brandished a dagger at the doll in his hand. Stand still. The hair is already wrapped around the doll. If this dagger of mine touches it, she will get hurt. The ground beneath Guyun's feet was cracked by his power. Gulu, still unafraid of death, taunted. Angry and helplessness, aren't you? I will use the doll to order her to come here. Jump from the upper floor right in front of you. My power can do that, you know. The controlled doll can go directly there based on my command. As for whether the person inside gets hurt or not, that's up to fate. Gulu. Guyun clenched his fist, warning before that happened. I will destroy both you and the surface of the earth. Gulu wasn't panicked at all. Do it, top student of the grade. However, Wang Lu appeared behind him unnoticed. Him? Since when? He scratched his head awkwardly, so embarrassing, it's still me. Gulu couldn't believe his eyes, why is it you? Wang Lu was embarrassed. Recalling this afternoon, I hugged that pole too. Gulu looked like he was about to collapse upon hearing that. He lay flat on the ground helplessly. Turns out this strand of hair isn't even a girl's. A precise shot was fired. That person was none other than Wu Bai. Just like that, she leisurely retrieved her weapon. What am I waiting for? Gu Tian looked at the book in her hand and sighed in relief, it's a spider. The sky was brightening again. Wang Lu sat there sighing deeply. Life is impermanent. Guyan also acknowledged. I didn't expect there to be this kind of magic. Technique has no boundaries. Hao Tian was still immersed in fear. Almost became an accomplice to a murderer. Killing people. Too dangerous. Guyan curiously asked, by the way, do you know how to use this thing yet? Try it on me. Wang Lu warily pulled back, try casually like that? Suddenly, a security guard ran over. You guys. I called all night and didn't see anyone. Turns out you're here shirking work and tying up students. Police cars were now parked below the school. Just like that, Guyan left with the vehicle. Another figure now walked to a nearby car. Wu Bai was already sitting in the car. The organization can only take you alone. Wang Lu nervously said, Master Gu probably isn't important. He spoke up with a bit of complaint, Miss Wu, it's a bit tight. She coldly cut him off, bear with it. Wang Lu took out a stack of documents. Here are the documents for this time. I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with Bloody Mary. Wu Bai flipped through it, finding it hard to believe. Not related? Gloomy doll, involved 8 male students. All caused different types of damage. So the first time Sun Jing met a ghost in the parking lot. Why was he safe and sound? Wang Lu was startled at this moment. It's true, that time was just a scare. Sun Jing really met with disaster yesterday. Wu Bai looked out the window. Sun Jing's grandfather is Sun He. He is one of the sponsors of the foundation. She is calling us for help. Wang Lu hesitatingly asked, calling who for help? Her eyes were now filled with tears. Why didn't she come find me directly? Meanwhile, Wang Lu didn't notice that the puppet in his pocket had disappeared. Wu Bai kept asking herself. Or are you afraid of something? The energy from the puppet was aiming at Gu Tian, who was lying slumped on the table. In some high-rise building. Bloody Mary? That's an old case from over 15 years ago. The other person asked curiously, Director Luo. Have you always been concerned about this matter? The man observed for a while then said. It's almost time. Chen Jiang. Lead Team 1 to escort the S-Class to the station. Chen Jiang wondered again. Is it to submit evidence to headquarters? On the way, they discussed ceaselessly. For the past 5 years. This is the first time a subordinate of an S-class has been captured alive. Shinyu appeared confused. I don't know who came up with this plan either. To divert eyes and ears and cover the entire high-speed train to Enjing City. Bringing this lamp ensures no riots will happen. Huh? Chen Jiang then explained clearly. The severed string control device can block the luck waves emitted from the rabbit's foot. Completely. Isolate the interference on the string opening process. In the spatial barrier. You don't understand anything, do you? She panicked after hearing that. I know. You are the one in charge of my studies. He laughed slyly hearing that. How could you not know those things? Oh, right. The grade S-class expert was held back for failing exams twice. So she's still in 10th grade now. Shenyu's face darkened as she warned. Say it and I'll kill you. Chen Jiang turned angry out of embarrassment and shouted. I am an A-class employee of the organization. Don't do anything rash. She still didn't. Let it go and teased, why is your face all red? Before leaving, Shinyu confidently declared. Chen Jiang, like this you can't beat me. She walked away cheerfully, don't worry. This evidence will be delivered to the main headquarters. In Nanjing City safely. Chen Jiang caringly reminded, be careful on the road. However, Shinyu's attitude was extremely playful. Did I hear that right? You're telling an S-class to be careful on the road? On the contrary, you guys should be a bit careful. Don't let the person with the strongest combat power leave first. And have the whole group behind get wiped out, okay? He was teased by her to the point of madness. Stupid woman. Go study high school for the rest of your life. Let's go. Everyone is working overtime this week. Shenyu looked at the vast space in front of her and felt a bit scared. He really left? She looked at the huge train in front of her. And couldn't help but feel worried inside. There won't be any danger, right? It's been 3 years. No, 5 years since I've been in real combat. Sanair now, looking at Shinyu, was also shaking with fear. Luckily there are no other passengers. At least there won't be any murderers. Among us, right? You won't kill people, right? As soon as they got on the train, they feasted together on instant noodles. Shinyu started getting back to her main job. Do you feel that Aikisi City has been a bit strange lately? In the past 5 years, evil spirits have been suffering casualties. After the organization started investigating, they were defeated by some mysterious person. She felt it was a bit strange, and most recently was you. We hadn't even touched the case yet. And it was already solved by him. Although I also have to analyze it. But there is definitely someone behind this matter. Daring to do it right in front of me. Killing the head of the Dark Dart organization, Liao Xingchuan. Causing that organization to hold a grudge. Perhaps this is the sign of a riot. About to happen in the city. Probably. Shinyu lazily stretched out on the seat. But what does this have to do with a lazy evil master like me? Just taking the train to the station to complete the mission. What kind of divine beast can I catch today? Suddenly, the heat radiating from the noodle cup vanished. Quickly. It turned to ice so fast that the naked eye could barely see. Even Shinyu, caught off guard, turned to ice. Sanair looked at the approaching figure and couldn't stop shaking in fear. Right behind Jessia, unknown when it appeared, was a space. A second later, Shinyu rushed out from there. She shouted angrily, compensate me for my game progress. You rats of Dark Dart. However, Jessia was clearly bewildered by this situation. Who? Shinyu now realized she had made a mistake. Aren't you from Dark Dart coming for revenge? She asked loudly, who on earth are you? Jessia spoke arrogantly, you are not allowed to question me. Then, she froze the entire train carriage to fight. Even so, Shinyu wasn't scared at all. Do you have the strength to withstand a natural disaster? Jessia just sneered after hearing that. The divine power Shinyu unleashed disappeared afterwards. She was a bit surprised by this scene. A leg covered in sharp ice rushed towards her. Shinyu wasn't paying attention, so she was stabbed by Jessia. But Shinyu used all her strength to finally unleash a move. Dimensional slash. She was satisfied. Looking at the result she managed to prevent. At least someone who has run out of all luck like you can survive. Jessia, having escaped outside, couldn't help but praise. Quite spirited. Meanwhile, on Guyun's side, Enling bowed her head, constantly thanking Uncle Zhao. Thanks for your hard work, come visit our home next time. On the way, she couldn't help but exclaim. Luckily I put my phone number in your pocket. Beforehand. For this kind of rescue. It still requires a local. Guyun gave a thumbs up in praise, so embarrassing. Next time I'll still have to rely on you. Enling smiled and asked back, there's still a next time. Suddenly, he pulled her back and said. Since I've already troubled you this much, can you agree to one request of mine? And Ling thought of something and her face flushed red. Hey. Isn't this progressing too fast? You aren't this kind of person, are you? What do you want to do? Guyun's thoughts were extremely simple. Lend me your phone to log into QQ for a bit. I need to find Moonchan for something. She felt let down, so she went mad. Say so from the beginning. And Ling looked at the person on the screen. And her face darkened. A beautiful girl with long black hair. Confess quickly, who is this energetic Moonchan? Person? Guyun didn't sense anything wrong, so he answered honestly. Oh, a 1.9m tall strongman weighing 200 catties. She didn't forget to warn him. Don't let me catch you lying. Don't be superficial. What do you want to ask? Guyun thought for a long time before stating the issue. That made Ling fall over. Is there any place teaching dark magic recently, bro? The more Ling thought about it, the angrier she got. 18 years old, long straight black hair. High school girl. It's totally his type. So suspicious. Guyun walking ahead still hadn't noticed anything. What are you whispering? Casting a spell? She was determined not to give up, tell the truth. You want to learn magic because some little vixen instigated it, right? Guyun also found it strange. Why don't you have any spirit for learning? Are you not concerned that in this world? There are spells that even fists can't break. And Ling winked at him coyly. My fists? Only need to be able to beat those little vixens around you, and that's enough. She quickly dragged him away. Alright then. It's rare to have. Treat this as a date. However, Guyun's mind was only filled with matters of exchange. Fighting? Fighting where? Before long, they had arrived at the magic academy you wanted. Guyun looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. You can see this is a mysterious place just by looking. As for Ling, she was in charge of paying. My dad just gave me 500 yuan for the entrance ticket. I'll pay for it this time. While she helped him put on the costume, Guyun kept thinking. Have I really never been here before? Truly, these secret arts really require a fee, huh? Later, I must save some fees for Tian Tian to learn magic. Then, when entering the strange scenery inside, he was astonished once again. Did we go abroad? Too dangerous. Switch to combat mode. And Ling next to him was very relaxed. Just immerse yourself in the outdoor party. She started introducing the surroundings to Guyun. This was built during the peak era of magic. I liked it the most when I was little. However, Ling turned around and saw Guyun staring intently at the text on the board. Season 7, Decisive Battle with the Ministry of Witches. The summoned students will temporarily put aside their studies and gather into teams to destroy a Twilight Witch. Seeing that, she reminded him. This is the theme of this month's event, let's go quickly. We still have to use the magic stone to check which academy you'll get into. In another corner, someone was screaming fiercely. Why? Yuan Pan couldn't control his emotions and screamed. Why won't you let me join the witch coven? Guyun asked in confusion, what's going on? And Ling didn't know how to explain either. I haven't seen this new category before either. Must be staff, right? Working hard to stir up the atmosphere. The Afro guy quickly explained. Because this is a female witch coven. And you are a man? Yuan Pan immediately became shy. But my gender is female. However, the kid still refused. Where do you think this is? At this moment, someone walked over. Afro, stand down. Avon bowed as soon as he saw him. Professor. The professor looked at Yuan Pan with contempt. A trivial ant. Daring to dream of joining the witch coven? La Luna IQ. After she finished reciting the spell, a blinding light appeared. Avon apologetically went to apologize. Sorry for disturbing you too. I am Afro, your guide. Please come this way to receive the sorting magic stone. Guyun was still there seriously interpreting something. Witch coven. The kid had dragged Ling away early. Please follow me to the academy square. Avon gave them 2 stones and introduced. In 5 minutes, follow the text that appears on the stone. Go to the corresponding academy to continue playing. He smiled slyly and said, be sure to enjoy it. And Ling was wondering. It seems a bit strange. However, Guyun didn't think that much. Shouldn't witches be like this? Hearing that, she exclaimed. You're getting even more into character than me. And Ling then explained. This is just a game of color-changing heat-sensitive plastic. Just that. After high school, nothing excites me anymore. No surprise. Main character of Lionheart Academy again. What about you, Guyun? And Ling went to take a look. What is this? The great demon, the noseless one? Guyun was still confused and didn't understand anything. Is this a new role? As for her, she was so excited she screamed. I've never heard of anyone being assigned as the boss. Even Passers-by immediately took photos of him. Man. His aura is too strong. Is he an NPC? Can we take a picture together? However, seeing Ling's fierce face, they were extremely scared. Excuse us. Avon ran off somewhere in a panic. It seemed he went to report something to the professor. And Ling, on this side, was still immersed in her game. What? There's no Demon King storyline here. How am I supposed to play next? Guyan looked at the stone in his hand, beginning to calculate. Perhaps I can comprehend some dark secret arts on my own. Then this trip won't be in vain. Hearing that, Ling turned pale with fright. What do you want to do? She dragged Guyan over to Avon, demanding an explanation. Where is that advertising witch from earlier? Why isn't anyone coming out to explain? He saw Yuan Pan moping there, so he tried calling out. Hey, buddy. Did you see where those two witches went? However, when he turned around, his face looked like he was holding something in his mouth. Guyan was a bit wary, immediately taking a few steps back. The very next second, a frog appeared and jumped out of Yuan Pan's mouth. Then he also fell, rolling onto the ground. And Ling behind him saw the scene and froze in fear. Other players nearby were no exception. Just like that, ear-piercing screams rang out across the campus. Demon King. The Demon King killed someone. Right at a high-rise headquarters. Chen Jiang was struggling to restrain Gulu. He tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead. How miserable. Just a high school student. Ravaged to the point of being unrecognizable. Tai also curiously asked. Is this the victim of the number 3 high school voodoo doll? However, unfortunately, the binding rope loosened at this moment. Gulu just like that knocked over Luo Xian nearby. Chen Jiang. They quickly restrained him again and asked. Is she hurt? Luo Xian didn't answer but darkened her face and ordered. Grandpa, fire him. Chen Jiang panicked upon hearing that. Huh? Director Luo hurriedly explained. Chen Jiang, don't mind her. My granddaughter doesn't understand things. Luo Xian, how can you talk to people like that? Don't take it to heart, she's just at that rebellious age. Yes. Chen Jiang and the others were all sweating bullets from tension. At this moment, he suddenly received a call. Is there a report about a witch sighting? Tai Zi. You make a trip for me. I still have to go investigate. The high school related to the voodoo doll. Tai obeyed immediately upon hearing that. Yes, Brother Chen. Back at the park, Guyan still firmly insisted. It must have been done by a witch. However, the security guards basically didn't believe him. But all witnesses say it was you, the Demon King, who caused it. Guyan held out his hands to prove it. Look, nothing happened, see? I haven't learned witchcraft yet. So it wasn't my doing. Those 2 security guards were scared and hurriedly pulled out their phones. We just haven't called the police yet. And Ling hurriedly went over to persuade them. Even if you don't get arrested, you'll be regarded as mentally ill. Guyan, cut it out. However, Guyan was still very stubborn. But we saw someone take action just now. I must find the witch to teach me magic. She, standing beside him, was currently panicking. Don't just say whatever you think like that. More and more people are getting suspicious. Tai arrived just in time. I'll handle things here. Hello, I am Tai, the person in charge of the magic. Kaleidoscope Corner. May I ask if you witnessed the attack? Right? And Ling happily shook hands immediately. That's right, is that person okay? He nodded and reported the situation to them. Still stable, taken to the hospital in time. Just a torn esophagus leading to heavy bleeding. Need to stay in the ICU for a week. Guyan cheerfully replied immediately, luckily he's okay. And Ling was driven crazy by his attitude. You call that okay? Tai added seriously. The cause has been investigated. It was due to an accidental malfunction during the performance. We won't hold anyone responsible. You can leave now. Please keep it a secret and don't post on social media. Guyan still refused to stop and continued to argue. It wasn't me, I'm sure a witch did it. And your investigation isn't professional at all. You should have checked that building first. And Ling saw it wasn't going well, so she dragged him away. Sorry, this guy has Chinibyo syndrome. We're leaving right now. She was very worried inside. What if the ICU demands compensation from us? Tai turned back and instructed the security guards there. Temporarily close the gates. Before receiving my order, do not send anyone else to scout. On the way back, and Ling was eating ice cream, while feeling annoyed inside. What a terrible date. Guyan was still immersed in that other matter. Turning into a frog. And Ling looked at him and realized that the person standing between her and him turns out wasn't a high school girl with long straight black hair, but a witch. Guyan suddenly turned and asked Ling. Have you ever seen a witch before? She was very angry inside at this moment. If I could be a witch, I would turn you directly into a frog. And Ling tried to suppress her anger and replied, I have seen one. He didn't suspect anything and asked, really? And Ling then made a suggestion, my house is actually quite big. And has many good movies. There are quite a few witches in them. Do you want to learn some theoretical knowledge? Guyun didn't know what direction he was thinking in, but screamed in anger. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. And Ling hurriedly explained immediately, hey, that's not what I meant. It's purely, he suddenly changed, walking over excitedly. You really know a lot of people. Take me to see the reference materials quickly. To learn, teacher in. And Ling was momentarily stunned by Guyun's attitude. Wait, is it like this? Before she could react, she was dragged away by him. Don't drag me running. Meanwhile, at the magic park, the professor sat up high and asked about the situation. Driven them all away? My good sisters. Hearing the result, she was very satisfied. But there are still 2 stubborn witnesses. The professor immediately reassured. No need to worry. Sisters have already gone to handle it. In front of the high school gate, students happily relieved stress after a tiring school day. School's out. 8 hours of dramatic experience at the internet cafe. Gu Tian, however, seemed worried. Teacher Wu is absent again today. What are these people here for? Asking about my brother all afternoon. And old Fong was fired. While she was immersed in thought. Chen Jiang also happened to pass by. Could it be that my brother has met with something terrible? However, at this moment, it started to rain, making Gu Tian very surprised. It's raining. She hurriedly ran to a nearby bus stop to take shelter. At this moment, Chairman Luo was focused on listening to the phone. Chen Jiang seriously reported the situation. This is Chen Jiang. The doll case. Voodoo is still being carefully investigated. Everyone who had contact has had their statements recorded. For now, we haven't found the source of the person providing the artifact. He observed Galu's condition, then made a comment. The spiritual erosion this time is even stronger than last time. It seems to be mixed with the power of many types of disasters. This kid is beyond saving. Chairman Luo immediately issued a mission. Is it number 3 high school again? Is it just a coincidence? Or Chen Jiang? You guys follow up carefully. The danger level of this incident. None. Chen Jiang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Right, I left the other team for Taizi to lead. We've already narrowed down the scope to a few suspicious subjects. He confidently affirmed. Absolutely won't miss a single clue. Just as Gu Tian got on the bus, an announcement rang out. Arriving at Heaven and Earth New Village Station. After getting on the bus, Gu Tian, suddenly realizing there are 2 strangers approaching him, suspecting they are criminals, kidnapping and trafficking people to Cambodia to run scams. Gu Tian took the chance when the car door opened and jumped out along with the momentum. Lan Xing tried to stop her. Sister, don't. Gu Tian was now very smug. I escaped. However, the very next second, an invisible hand grabbed her tightly. Just at that moment, a motorcycle speeding at high velocity rushed over, allowing Gu Tian to escape a calamity. She sat dazed on the ground for a long time, before she could recover her senses. Recalling that strange incident, someone in Lan Xing's car had been dealt with neatly. Right then, an old lady walked up behind Gu Tian. Chi Yao nodded in satisfaction. Little friend, you are really fast. Gu Tian was dragged away by Chi Yao and kept shouting. It hurts. Let go of me. Only then did she reveal her face and her sly smile. Where are you going in such a rush? Why don't you come to Grandma's house? Gu Tian struggled with all her might, determined not to follow even if it meant death. Let go. I have to find my brother. Chi Yao was able to say without any hindrance. Your brother's name is Guyun, right? Gu Tian's face immediately darkened. How did you? She swung a wooden stick down and shouted. Then that's correct. Become our new sister. However, right at this moment, it was blocked by an umbrella. That person was none other than Guyun. Chi Yao was surprised by his appearance. Why are you here? Guyun hugged his sister tightly and said, Give me the umbrella. Guyun saw the other person fall down and was a bit startled. This body isn't yours? She can't withstand the torture anymore. He used all his strength to drive away the evil spirit. Get lost. Just like that, a spirit flew out from Chi Yao's body. Gu Tian couldn't see the supernatural phenomenon, so she was very confused. Brother, what did you do? In some corner, a sharp knife stabbed frantically and ceaselessly. That woman kept muttering incessantly. Are you a demon? At the city hospital. Guyun together with Gu Tian were currently outside the operating room, listening to the doctor's consultation. And Zay looked at the medical record in his hand and couldn't stop scolding. Multiple complex fractures, multiple organ failure. How inhumane are you to beat someone to this state? Guyan denied it no matter what. I didn't beat her. And Ling scolded irritably, calling me while I was cooking. Guyan, what did you do again? He explained very innocently, it was a setup. I just separated her from something. And she fell down. Guyan's mind kept replaying that image. Gu Tian weakly added from the side. Sister Ling, it's really strange. An old lady with fractures all over her body followed me the whole way. And even knew how to fight like in a martial arts movie. And Zay angrily pointed at the medical record. Regardless of whether you caused it or not, the deposit for hospital fees is 30,000. Who's paying? And Ling got close to Guyan's face to ask clearly. Guyan, look at me and answer. Are you sure that this old lady's injuries have nothing to do with you? He looked straight into the other's eyes without any reservation. I'm sure. And Ling simply decided to tell Zay, alright. I'll advance the payment via Huabei. At this time, all three were sitting together in the hospital room, watching over Qi Yao. Gu Tian looked at the lunchbox in her hand but couldn't feel happy. Sister Ling. The rice you made is quite fragrant. But Ling couldn't help, curiously asking, why is it like this? Guyan then explained. I've been targeted by someone. But this time it has nothing to do with the Mohican organization. Gu Tian scolded heartbreakingly. Stop talking nonsense, the old lady is very pitiful. And Ling felt strange at this moment. Her family still hasn't arrived? Gu Tian held out a piece of paper. Earlier, the doctor found an address on her, but couldn't get through to the phone number on it. That was a piece of paper with contact information. At the very top, Qinghao residence. And Ling was determined not to give up. I still want to try again, use my number to try. Regardless of whether you caused it or not. We need to apologize properly. Finally, there was a signal on the other end, hello? And Ling was overjoyed seeing that. They picked up. She hurriedly informed the other person. Hello, please don't hang up. We are currently at the People's Hospital. Your mother's health is very poor. The other person listened with a very indifferent attitude, old woman. And Ling panicked and explained to the other person. I'm terribly sorry. We took her for treatment early on. But the person on the other end was completely unmoved. It's fine, hang up. And Ling froze for a beat upon hearing that. Qiyu heartlessly spoke unfilial words. I said I don't need this mother anymore. He was now busy with beautiful women. I just need a sweetheart, that's enough. Qinjiang angrily slammed the wall. He couldn't help but shudder when he saw Jinglan and his teammate lying there cold as ice. On Qinjiang's phone, the message screen was still displayed. My beloved disciple. The target is about to act on middle school students. B-class personnel just need to monitor. Don't show off. Too late, Vice Chairman Chen. However, receiving no response, Jinglan decided to take a risk. We're going in. Qinjiang turned to question Taiyi, Zhu. How on earth was it done? This is already the third person. He listened and could only be helpless. Autopsy report shows these two died from strangling each other. Report to headquarters and request reinforcement. S-class is not here right now. He gritted his teeth in anger for them. I can't just stand still either. Qinjiang decided to pick up a gun to deal with the enemy. Witches are human too. If they get shot, they will die. Stay at the branch and wait for me. The scene now returns to the hospital. And Ling stared blankly at her phone screen for a long time. What could make someone not even want their mother? She then made a suggestion. Tian, there can't be too many people here. I'll call a car to take you home, okay? Gu Tian, though reluctant, worriedly reminded, brother, be careful. Now only Guyan was left here alone. Qi Yao lying on the bed moved slightly. She picked up the flyer to look. Guyan also realized at this moment, you're awake. Qi Yao spoke without any vitality. Young man, why did you stop back then? He then asked. The thing clinging to you is gone. Actually, you've always been able to see it, right? She quietly nodded in admission. Guyan asked further, this flyer is for your house, right? Qi Yao stared at the flyer without looking away. His father died early. We saved up hard to buy this house. The real estate agent said this would become a happy home. Memories of the past came flooding back. When my son got married, I felt the same way. This life was worth it. However, everything started when my son brought her home. Siku was constantly threatening Xiaoru, madam. You don't want everyone to know about your husband. And me, do you? Be patient. Someone wants to keep you guys here to play for a while longer. Qi Yao then explained everything clearly. She said she was my son's business partner. Yet she went directly into the bedroom. After that, my daughter-in-law's whereabouts were unknown. I looked for my son to ask. But he seemed to have turned into a different person. He even forbade me from going down to the basement. Siku was constantly seducing Chiyu at this time. Honey, are you satisfied with dinner? Tonight, you must also immerse yourself in sweetness. Because Chiyu was too worried, she asked for help. I was very scared, so I ordered the delivery man to open the basement. As a result, he ran out like a madman. Suddenly, my body moved on its own. Chiyu, just like that, could no longer control myself. She just kept moving like that. After that, I just wandered the streets endlessly. She won't let me stop. Perhaps after I kill all the people she wants me to kill, my life will also end. So when your fist swung at me, I felt a sense of release. But the woman who destroyed my family is still living in this world. Guyun was also a bit suspicious. This is a witch's magic, right? Can you lend me your flyer for a moment? The kind Chiyu kept advising him. Young man, don't be rash. He actively proposed a bet. I bet 2 yuan. I will help you get it back intact. And Ling, standing outside the ward, asked suspiciously. You aren't planning to call the police, are you? Guyun nodded in confirmation. She didn't stop him at all, on the contrary, she agreed to follow. I'm going with you. Guyun suddenly hugged Ling, making her bewildered. Then hold on tight. He just hugged Ling and jumped down, causing her to scream in panic. This is the 5th floor. And Ling was so tense she hugged Guyun tightly and wouldn't let go. At this time, Chenjiang was also driving over. As for Siku and the others, they still didn't know what was happening. Still happily dancing. Chenjiang had arrived at that house by now. The sound of wheels being dragged quickly rang out incessantly. Liang Su didn't have time to think. Only knowing to run as fast as flying. Patient in bed 10 is going into shock. Proceed with emergency resuscitation immediately. He performed CPR while asking, where is the family? Still haven't been able to contact them. Su, standing outside, reported helplessly. Still can't reach them. The defibrillator paddles were pressed against the patient's body. Chiyu was listening to relaxing music at this moment, while eating steak deliciously. He and Siku happily started dancing. Inside the house, the two of them prayed together. May this moment become eternal. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the door flew off. Turns out the person who broke the door was Guyun. This apartment complex of yours. Why does every building look exactly the same? And Ling from behind kept scolding, I told you. Building 13 is behind building 12. Siku and Chiyu stared at them in bewilderment. And Ling, reading the room, immediately stepped back. You guys continue. Siku was not only unafraid, but on the contrary, was extremely flirtatious. You are the troublemaker the professor mentioned. Looking at you, I can tell you're a child lacking affection. Let big sister help you. Guyun simply didn't care about her at all, coldly turning away. He walked up to Chiyu and scolded him incessantly. Your mother is very sick. What are you doing here? He still sat there calmly, as if nothing had happened. What does that old woman have to do with me? I'm busy pursuing happiness here. Siku walked over and continued trying to seduce Guyun. We call that a smart choice. As long as you guys also join the happy house, we can live happily here forever. So now you must be loyal to me. Guyun calmly retorted. Now the oath has taken effect. She couldn't help but be surprised by his behavior. Why isn't the control working? He narrowed his eyes and said seriously. And Ling, aren't you done yet? Time quickly flashed back. 10 minutes ago. And Ling had discussed with Guyun beforehand, give me 3 minutes. I guess not everyone is controlled. And Ling slowly crawled up from a corner with difficulty. You definitely don't want to see the things in here. She led Xiaoru away, done. No need to worry about us. After confirming the victim was rescued, Guyun stopped pretending and began his slaughter. So, can I destroy the surface here now? Siku was now trembling with rage. Let one survivor slip away. This villa can no longer be stayed in. How are you going to compensate me? Angrily deploying the formation. Waves of power continuously radiated out. Suddenly, it seemed like something massive appeared near Guyun. However, he didn't dodge at all, but stood there calmly, taking the hit as a loud boom rang out, causing Ling to be affected as well. Turning back to look, she saw Guyun had been flung far away. She was now pale with fear. Guyun. What hit you? Why can't I see it? Normal people cannot see evil spirits. Siku was now laughing atop a 3-headed dog. I won't spare anyone. Chenjiang was trembling at this moment. Rearranging his ammunition, he thought to himself. There's no turning back now. As an A-class employee who used to be ranked second of the former city of Love Branch, perhaps everything will end tonight. Chenjiang carefully stepped inside. Type B sedative. Can block pain sensation for 1 hour. Perhaps in the end. I can perish together with her. For my brothers. Which, I won't forgive you. Putting on glasses. Seeing the evil spirit activate, preparing for battle. However, as soon as he walked inside, Xinjiang screamed in shock. What? What was in front of him had long been a mess. Memories of the past kept flooding back. Chiyu as a child kept asking, Mom, where is Dad? Son, eat more. In the future, I'll have to rely on you. Chi Yao at that time shouldered the whole family alone, working day and night to raise her son properly. Gradually, Chiyu graduated from university. Although life was difficult, the days of mother and son were very happy. Just like that, he achieved his own success and got a spacious house. However, Chiyu began to despise Chi Yao's poverty. Mom, don't go out to sell things anymore. That innermost room. Hasn't it already been arranged for you? Don't go out and embarrass me anymore. She just stood there, dazed in front of her son's tall, large house that held no warmth at all. Returning to reality, the three-headed dog was about to attack Enling and the others. Enling also stood frozen like a statue, resigned to accept her fate. However, at this moment, a loud noise rang out. Guyan successfully blocked the attack of the three-headed dog. He looked at the creature in front of him and scolded. Walking a dog without a leash is no different from letting the dog walk you. Pets must be kept carefully, otherwise you'll have to pay damages. Siko was extremely surprised by Guyan blocking this attack. His eyes now glowed red. His killing intent also rose significantly. Introduce me to your sisters, come on. Siko was so scared her tears fell ceaselessly. Mistress, help. Very quickly after that, her entire body burst into flames violently. In no time, her whole body was enveloped in red flames. Guyan looked at the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Remote curse? At this moment, a voice rang out in the high castle. Magic shouldn't be used like this. That person's eyes were extremely cold. Traitor. Chi Yao at that time was still lying quietly in the hospital room. Her hands suddenly trembled and reached up. And Ling and Guyan immediately understood and held them. He didn't forget to inform Chi Yao. The person has been dealt with. Now, both her hands held tightly onto Guyan, as if expressing her gratitude. He stared blankly at the object in his palm. It was exactly 2 coins. Seeing that, Enling also told Guyan, take it. Because she understood clearly that this commission bore a special meaning. In the corridor, Enling held Guyan's hand tightly, full of affection. Guyan, even if you become rich, don't forget me. At this moment, Chiyu finally woke up in the hospital bed. He looked at the letter in his hand, regretting endlessly. Wife, I'm leaving, don't look for me anymore, ex-wife. Chiyu staggered out of bed. Mom, you're hospitalized here, right? Mom, listen to me, it's that woman. He gritted his teeth in anger. It's all her fault. I will apologize to you properly. But when Chiyu rushed over, it was all too late. Just like before. You will forgive me, right? Susu saw him approaching and reported, the old lady in bed 10. I'm sorry, she just passed away, sir. The scene now shifts to Heaven and Earth apartment. The content displayed on the phone screen. Approved video, upload another one. Spontaneous human combustion. But it's a witch. In the middle of the street. Blinding red light from the sign of the evil bar. The evil spirits inside the bar were shocked and scared. Someone's voice rang out. New girl? Have a drink with me. Director Feng, with a noble greeting posture, bowed to Jessia. Apologies, Twilight Witch. The gangs in this area are too lawless. She remained cold and said nothing. He chuckled softly, this is a distinguished guest of the calamity. Open your eyes wide and treat her properly. Jessia, wearing a veil, her juicy lips full of allure, spoke up, out of respect for the god. I can overlook it this time. She smiled and pointed at Director Feng. Was the toy I asked to play with last time fun? About that. Jessia had a smug look on her face. Our witch coven also has eyes and ears everywhere. Before it could even cause any fear, that voodoo doll was taken out by someone unknown. Director Feng gritted his teeth in fear. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He replied to her. Regarding magic. We still have to rely on a witch like you. I will immediately send someone to deal with this threat. See if there's anything else. Jessia stood up, feet not touching the ground, and told him. No need, our witch coven has its own ways. She turned and flew away, behind Director Feng, who looked bewildered. Just worry about preparing your debut ceremony properly. Scene change. Luo Song and Xinjiang were talking to each other. Luo Xian sat in a corner quietly reading a book. Luo Song's expression remained unchanged. A mole? Xinjiang looked angry, pointing at him suspiciously. Why were our people found by that witch so accurately? Why, just when I got evidence about her. Was that witch silenced? His eyes were filled with resentment. Inside the foundation. There must be someone colluding with the calamity. Luo Song put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Chen Jiang turned to look at Luo Xian and whispered. This matter is very serious. You know the company's current situation. For now, don't let it leak out. Luo Xian. Go hang out with Uncle Chen. Dad has to meet a client. Luo Xian looked at him. I want to take a walk in the magic corner, Uncle Chen. Go play by yourself. Chen Jiang was angry. Slamming both hands on the table. Shouting, go compile information on the witch case. Where is Tai Zi? In the strange corridor. Red light flashed through the glass door. A half-human, half-beast figure was roaring fiercely. Another scene, Tai Yi pushed the door slightly ajar. Looking into the room. Gulu looked terrified. The professor stroked his face and said gloatingly. Consciousness hasn't been completely eroded yet, huh? Leave it to me to handle. She crossed her arms with a smug look. Kids seeing new toys. Will inevitably be naughty. Losing control a few times. I won't blame you. The professor brutally placed her hand on Gulu's head. But getting caught by those useless Foundation people is truly unforgivable. And then his eyes seemed about to pop out as he screamed in pain. I'll only teach this once. Tai Yi crossed his arms and exclaimed. Magic must be used like this. She maliciously looked out the door and called out. Set up the scene, my servants. The surveillance camera malfunctioned. The criminal took advantage of a loophole to hide a hammer and commit suicide. Then, in another development, Guyun was playing games passionately. And Ling thoughtfully recorded the playing time. 7 hours and 53 minutes. Mission completed? No. Looks like your path of boosting games for others has no hope. I think I can still practice. The account owner is about to check the goods. Let me do it. Then, Guyun took the phone, surfed social media, and exclaimed. If your ability to comprehend games could be applied to reality. Who knows? You could fight on par with the ice plane's fierce dog. Stop rambling. Check yesterday's video for me. Did the views increase? 3 million views already. Even made it to the homepage, nice. Hey! And Ling was surprised and suddenly remembered, oh right. Speaking of the door. How did you fix the door that was broken by those guys last time? I used 502 glue. Knocking sound. Both turned their heads to look. Suddenly the door crashed down. Hey, you guys better not blame me. I just touched it lightly and it broke on its own. Xiaomu was startled and exclaimed in panic. Commoners. You are obstructing official duties. Miss, I have a proper authorization letter. A while later. A thrilling volleyball match between Guyun and Sun Zheng. And their teammates was falling into a difficult situation. Below the stands was Xiaomu. Looking smug, and Ling looking panicked. Why did things turn out like this? Back to the scene before Guyun. Ling looked out the door. Saw Xiaomu along with the crashed door. Have to start from a few hours ago again. Miss, what is it? Xiaomu said while laughing delightfully. The affairs of the Xia family are not for you to pry into. You are the ones who removed the curse of the golden silkworm, right? Golden silkworm said on the phone that I could find master Guyun here, she speculated. And Ling covered her mouth to avoid laughing out loud. Then thought. It's that fat guy. Wang Dai definitely left the phone number. Knew to look in this direction. Master Wang really understands me. Xiaomu changed her demeanor and sincerely begged. Master Gu, please help Xiaomu dissolve the curse. And Ling invited her into the house and said. Tell us what kind of curse it is. We just resolved some cases related to curses. Outside the door, a delivery man passed by. Singing while looking into the house. She recounted, around me. Strange spiritual events always happen. Then bodyguards stealthily appeared. Beating the delivery man relentlessly. She thought and said. Whenever a person of the opposite sex gets close to me. Within 3 days, they either disappear or transfer schools. After a while. Only the delivery man's legs were seen being dragged away. Xiaomu suddenly shyly and narcissistically thought about herself. Making Guyun and Ling dissatisfied. Possessing such a constitution. Could it be because heaven is jealous of this young lady? So it cast down shackles of misfortune? That shackle of misfortune is committing a crime right before our eyes. And Ling suspiciously pointed towards the door and said loudly. Well, let's put the curse aside for now. Those 2 men standing behind you. Aren't you planning to explain? On the ceiling. 2 bodyguards, Duan Yu and Wei Lin, were clinging to the ceiling. Since when? She turned her head towards the door in surprise. What men, pretending it was just her. Based on my experience. What you encountered is not a supernatural phenomenon. Because victims of supernatural phenomena. You won't have a life left to transfer schools. Right, hurry up and wake her up. Is that really the main point? Ha-mok narrowed her eyes, on the verge of tears, sobbing as she said, temporarily. Let's not discuss the cause of the incident yet. I actually came here this time because of someone. She confessed, I've fallen for a male student. If he disappears too, then I. In pain, with tears streaming down, she revealed that father will never allow Ling to step foot into my house. It's very likely he will end up like the others, becoming a victim of the curse. Deep down in her subconscious, she had long understood the source of the curse. Like a superheroine, and Lin grabbed Ha-mok's hand. Don't be afraid, little sister. Those who fight for love must never give up. How far have you and him progressed? You know, that matter? I've collected all the information about Ling. Her eyes lit up. She was agape as she listened to Ha-mok recount what she had found out about that male student. I've already bribed all of Ling's friends. I've also stalked his school arrival and departure schedule a few times. As for Ling's old belongings, I won a whole bunch of them at auctions on the second-hand market. Authentic second-hand goods, some even still have his original scent. Suddenly, she realized something, shocked. She screamed, to Kovan's astonishment, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. How many times have you two actually met? She had been so proud of her research, but now shyly said, we haven't met yet. Back then, I only saw him from afar. It was like a bucket of cold water splashed right onto Lin. She was astounded, her mind in a jumble. This is illegal, isn't it? Kovan spoke up coldly. Apologies, Miss Ha. I'm afraid this matter must be handed over to the Public Security Bureau. Ha-mok took out a thick stack of cash. Both of their eyes lit up. I'm offering 7,000 yuan. Here is a 3,000 deposit. Boss, when do you need the people? The three of them went to a large stadium together, talking as they walked. This stadium looks familiar, huh? Ah, that's right. What's the name of the guy you have a crush on? Ling? Tun Chin is dribbling the ball fast. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Tun Chin? Someone actually remembers this kid? Now that is what I call a supernatural event. Ha-mok recounted that. Last time, during the basketball game between my school and school number 3, he threw the ball and knocked over the referee. So he got ejected from the court. Elsewhere, No Bitch and Wang Lu were searching for information. In the archives, No Bitch looked pensive as she examined the documents. Staring at the file in her hand, beside her, Wang Lu narrated. 15 years ago, the first bloody case related to Bloody Maria occurred at high school number 3. Dozens of people were injured to varying degrees. Since then, every year there have been rumors of students copycatting and going mad. But the origin of the case is actually linked to these 3 people. The bloodletter trio. This one is the victim, and this is? No Bitch's expression softened as she revealed. This is me. Me from 15 years ago. In a private casino, La Tung and HMO were sitting and discussing matters. La Tung spoke first, General Directora. To have what we have today is thanks to the Ha Corporation's support of the charity fund. HMO laughed heartily and replied, Branch Chairman. La, you flatter me. Sponsoring you is also to ensure my own business runs smoothly. Besides, Chairman La is an A-class employee. I, HMO, truly want to build a relationship. Seeing him say that, La Tung dropped the formalities and got straight to the point. Then I will be blunt. Currently, X is facing a massive crisis. The Witches Association. Hamusmirked, asking for confirmation. Witches. La Tung held out his hand and continued. They are plotting a cruel scheme, targeting the wealthy elite. Currently, in this city, the sponsorship fund only has 2 senior partners. The Kim family and the Tun family. If General Director Ha wants protection, then HMO immediately understood what he was implying. He picked up the expensive wine glass, swirled it, and said, 50 million? Kim Van Hoa, Tun Hack could put up that amount. Is it possible that I, HMO, cannot afford to put it up? Chairman La, let's enjoy this good wine together. Later, I will invite you to see something interesting. Meanwhile, at the basketball court, seeing Kovan appear, Tun Chin immediately shouted unhappily, What are you here for? I stopped pursuing your sister already. Kovan held the ball in his hand and smiled. Miss Ha-mok asked me to pass a message to you. Hearing that name, Tun Chin frowned and pursed his lips in disdain. Aemeochi? There is no chance between me and her. Ha-mok, who was listening not far away, was shocked, holding her face and shouting, Ling. Tun Chin shrugged and added with a smirk. Her family and mine are on the same level. If we just play around, getting entangled is very annoying. Do you think I want to get involved in that kind of trouble? And Lin saw his scumbag face. and became extremely angry. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, speaking to Kovan. Kovan, is there any martial arts move for quick destruction? I want to punch him. Right after that, Kovan held up 3 fingers to bet with Tunchin. But I've already accepted the money. So let's play just 3 balls. If I win 3 balls against you, you have to come with me. Hearing that, he bared his teeth and roared. On what basis do you get to decide that? You're just an amateur coming to play on weekends. Yet you dare to challenge a sports student like me? Kovan didn't argue much, but started bouncing the ball on the court. Unless you don't dare. Provoked, Tunchin accepted the challenge. He pointed straight at his face and replied confidently, "That's hilarious. Let me show you what professional fear looks like." Then he spread his arms in a defensive stance. Come on. Tien's brother. Kovan looked like he was gathering momentum to rush forward, but in the end, he just stood still and tossed the ball into the hoop to everyone's bewilderment. Tunchin went pale seeing that and shouted at him. That doesn't count. Hey, throwing the ball straight into the hoop like that is a foul. Kovan didn't care about his words. The ball, unbeknownst to anyone when, had returned to his hand. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the ball straight over Tunchin's head. The ball hit the backboard hard and bounced back. Kovan jumped up and caught the rebound cleanly. In less than a few seconds, he threw the ball into the hoop once again. Tunchin ultimately couldn't do anything. He stood there crying. Bro, I just wanted to play basketball. Feeling humiliated, he turned around, intending to sneak away. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. Kovan reached out to stop him. Hey, wait. I'll give you a one-hand handicap, let's keep playing. In the blink of an eye, Hamok's 2 bodyguards, named Donhue and Ve Lam, disguised as students, quickly stripped off their gym clothes and rushed in to catch Tunchin. Tunchin, don't leave yet. He was scared by the 2 of them and ran for his life. How do you guys know my name? Ve Lam even kindly explained. Originally, we planned to wait until you were tired from playing to act. But the boss rushed us too much. After speaking, the 2 of them bagged Tunchin's head tightly and sped off. Kovan, left behind, was bewildered, not understanding what happened. Disappeared already? Hamok, seeing Tunchin being taken away, screamed in horror. Deling. Kovan stripped off his sports jacket in a hurry to chase after them. Don't panic, boss. I'll be right back. By this time, Tunchin had been thrown into a car. The car was about to roll. Chase? How to chase now? Kovan took a public bicycle and pedaled at full speed, sticking to the car. The faster it went, the more he had to pedal his butt off. And Lin saw this and felt apprehensive. Pointing ahead, he asked Hamok, Boss, can I get reimbursed for this bicycle? She helplessly replied, Yes, of course. The car carrying Tunchin sped very fast along the road. The destination was the casino. Donhue and Ve Lam dragged Tunchin into the private room where Haemo and Latung were sitting. They loudly reported, Boss, the person has been brought here. It's the young Mrs. Lover. Seeing Haemo, Tunchin was bewildered and stammered, Uncle Ha, it wasn't me. I didn't. I haven't done anything yet. The very next second, Haemo threw the wine glass he was holding straight at Donhue's head and shouted, My daughter is a pure and dignified person. Do you dare repeat that? He endured it, then pointed at Tunchin, accusing, This guy is the one who deliberately planned to pull a move on the young Mississippi. Hearing that, Tunchin was so scared his face turned green. I haven't done anything yet, Uncle Ha. My grandfather mentions you often. Our families don't need to make enemies of each other. Haemo didn't care, he turned to speak to La Tung. Chairman La, the kid from the Tun family caused this trouble. Today, out of respect for the charity fund, I'll let him off this time. As for the senior partner matter, Tunchin still hadn't given up hope and screamed. To clear his name? Really, I didn't do it. La Tung showed his respect for him. General Director Ha is truly magnanimous. I, La, admire you. Then, I wish for everything to go smoothly. Suddenly, Kovan burst in from outside, kicking Donhue straight in the face. Gotcha, you human trafficker. Then he turned and pointed at Haemo and La Tung. Look. At this setup. Are you guys a human trafficking ring? Both of them looked astonished and questioned him, Who are you? Kovan honestly replied, Me? I'm just a guy who recently switched careers to exorcism. Hearing that, La Tung prepared to stand up. General Director Ha, my apologies. That person is not an official employee of ours. He must be an insider of my subordinate. Leave this matter to me to handle. Saying that, he stepped forward to stand opposite Kovan and warned, Young man. This is not a place a rookie like you should come to. Go back. Kovan seemed not to listen and asked curiously, "Are you a bodyguard hired by them?" La Tung gradually lost patience and answered loudly, "I am your superior." Kovan seemed skeptical and asked suspiciously, "Are you Wang Lu? Did you learn how to disguise yourself? Your skills are something else, much uglier than before." La Tung heard that and got angry. "What, Wang Lu? You aren't even C-rank employee material yet. Just a rookie entering the field. Yet you dare to be this insolent to a superior? It seems. Today I have to reteach you the introductory course." Then he took off his outer jacket and rushed towards Kovan. Seeing that, he wasn't afraid at all, but extremely excited. Speaking up sooner would have settled it, right? La Tung attacked first. He swung his arm and threw a punch. But Kovan dodged it. Missed. La Tung smirked smugly. The very next second, he punched Kovan straight in the face, causing him to slam into the wall behind. Very quickly, the sky turned pitch black. Jizia had gathered her people in the tower. The professor stepped forward and handed her a book. "Mistress, this is the list for City X." Jizia smiled with delight and said, "Just setting up a stall in the park. Yet we found so many suitable people." "Is that so? Worthy of the city little Pai chose. The customs are truly simple and rustic." She waved her hand, ordering those below. "Pass down the order. Sisters, end the dormant phase. Let's start the operation." Each person takes charge of a suitable candidate, starting with controlling their relatives and their friends. Meanwhile, in front of the casino entrance, a taxi just stopped. And Lin and Hamok hurriedly stepped inside. And Lin looked around and asked Hamok, "Are you sure Master Ko is here?" She smiled and replied, "The one who tied up Tun Chin is definitely my dad. The butler said he has already arrived here." And Lin heard this and immediately got worried. "Master Ko, don't be rash. At the very least, don't hit that boss." No sooner had she spoken than Kovan was sent flying out of the room right before their eyes. The person who punched him flying was none other than La Tung. Hamo sat in his chair, smoking, enjoying the performance that just took place. He smirked and said to him, "Chairman La, you really are like old Ginger, the older, the spicier. The 50 million Hamo, put up is truly worth it. Hurry up and get the cash ready." La Tung turned around, intending to return to his seat. His tone carried a hint of humility. "I, La Tung, am merely an A-class employee. An S-class employee. Guarding the branch would be far more reliable. General Director Ha. Your choice is absolutely wise." Saying that, he looked down at the Type 0 on his wrist and thought to himself, "Luckily I brought the anti-magic gear today." This watch is considered the first prototype of the anti-magic gear. Type 0. What is sealed inside is only a portion of calamity energy, which is incomplete. As for the sonic bomb, its power level can be adjusted to fire waves of evil energy. Extremely powerful evil spirit energy. Although not as strong as the complete version, which seals the full calamity energy. But when switched to attack mode, it is powerful enough to make low-level evil spirits disintegrate in an instant. Then, La Tung smiled and praised Kovan. "A young man like you is pretty good, kid. I had set the device to stun mode. Return to headquarters tomorrow and write a proper self-reflection report." Kovan, unbeknownst to anyone, had already stepped back into the room. He looked completely unharmed. "Master La, can you hit me with that move one more time?" Hearing that, La Tung immediately spun around, his face showing clear astonishment. "What? You're actually okay after that?" Kovan smiled at him and replied, "It's the first time in my life I've met someone who can launch an attack using pure willpower like that. I want more. Punch me again." La Tung broke into a cold sweat and looked back, glancing towards Hamo, thinking anxiously, what on earth is General Ha hesitating for? Just here for sponsorship and some kid has to cause trouble. When I get back, I will fire you immediately. Thinking this, he immediately charged forward, throwing a punch at Kovan's stomach. Kovan didn't dodge at all, as if he was waiting for it. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile full of delight. "So good." Meanwhile, La Tung couldn't pull his hand back. His body was also immobilized. "Why can't I move?" Seeing the critical situation, he had to resort to the function of Type 0. Attack mode. Then, La Tung unleashed a barrage of punches on Kovan. The speed of the strikes was incredibly fast. And Lin, standing outside the door, saw the scene and exclaimed, "This master looks like he's performing a coin-rubbing treatment." Hamok, standing next to her, suddenly blushed and muttered to herself, "So handsome." La Tung exerted so much effort that his whole face turned red. Tun Chin, sitting on the floor in the back, was so scared he peed his pants. At that moment, Hamo's subordinate ran over carrying stacks of money and reported to him, "General Director Ha, the 50 million is ready." Ha-mo heard this and angrily shouted at him to get lost. "Can't you read the room?" Meanwhile, Kovan was still calmly taking every single punch from La Tung. He even calmly turned to ask Enlin, "Hey Enlin, what time is it?" She replied hesitantly, "It's 11:30. Hearing that, Kovan seemed to remember something and shouted loudly, "Crap! If I'm not home by 12, Tien will yell at me." Then he immediately reached out his hand with precision, grabbing La Tung's hand. "Fun's over, let's end this." With just a single push, he sent him flying, slamming straight into the table behind. La Tung lay motionless on the ground, pinned under the table. Kovan glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Bro, your strikes are too powerful. The openings when you attack expose severe gaps in your defense. If you don't fix this, it might endanger your life in the future." Seeing this, Tun Shin trembled and slowly sneaked away. "Can I go now?" Before he could escape, Ha-mo loudly warned him, "Hold on, you Tun kid. Our business isn't finished yet." Ha-ma quickly ran to his side, hugging her father's arm coquettishly to soothe him. "That doesn't matter anymore. Dad, Ha-mak has finally realized. The person I truly like." Her gaze went straight towards Kovan, filled with infatuated ecstasy. "Is him." Hearing her say that, Enlin initially agreed, but a second later, she started and exclaimed in surprise, "That's right, young people's love should be free. And shouldn't be bound by family." "Wait, why is it Master Ko?" AMOCSKY replied. "I'm just really into strong people." Seeing this, Enlin rushed to Ha-mo, grabbed his hand, and said seriously, "General Directora, this is puppy love, it must be nipped in the bud. It will affect her studies." He didn't understand what was happening but still agreed, "Got it, I will definitely keep a strict watch on my daughter." In his head, he was extremely confused. "Who are you?" After leaving the casino, Enlin walked angrily in front. Kovan carried the thick bag of money behind, speaking loudly to her. "Enlin, this time you keep all the money. Last time you even advanced the hospital fees. This young lady is pretty decent, huh? Settling the rest very fairly." She didn't care and muttered a curse at him. "Scumbag." Seeing her unusual attitude, Kovan asked with concern, "Why are you so angry?" "General Director Ha let Tun Chin go. Our mission can be considered a great success, right?" And Lin replied sarcastically, "Little vixen, huh? Can't guard against a little vixen. This old lady truly can't climb that high." She turned around fully, pointed at Kovan, and said seriously, "Kovan, if you're interested in another girl, just say it straight. I'll withdraw, okay?" Hearing this, he felt confused. "What are you talking about?" And Lin hesitantly answered, "I'm just afraid of getting hurt. You understand?" The very next second, Bonnie rushed out from nowhere. Bonnie bit Kovan's hand and dragged him somewhere. "Bonnie, where are you running to?" A moment later, it stopped at a hidden bush. Tam Noyet, covered in injuries, was lying there, unconscious. Scene changed to another location. La Han walked down the hallway answering her grandfather's phone call. "Yes, Grandpa, let's go home together. I've arrived at your private room. Magical girl roll? It's no fun." She looked down at the gem in her hand, assigned to the main character role of a normal school. She walked into the room. Everyone was already sitting there waiting. "Hello." La Han looked at the two men deep in thought on the chairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" Ha-mo extended his hand in an inviting gesture and spoke softly, "It's getting late. Perhaps Mr. La should." La Tung saw he intended to see the guest out, so he hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, just now was an accident. The Organization for Preventing Disasters Against Witches isn't limited to just combat." He began to persuade, "Have you ever heard of the Twilight Witch? In the Dark Middle Ages, an evil witch ruled Europe with cruel magic. She remained youthful for hundreds of years, and there were even rumors that she was a natural disaster." He recounted the life story of the witch. Demon hunters from all over the underworld gathered to destroy her together. However, that witch did not die completely. After centuries of hibernation, she has reassembled her coven of witches to wipe out every descendant of the ancient witch hunting squad. Moreover, her evil intention is to brainwash those around her to obediently obey her commands. La Tung's face was full of sincerity. "Our organization has listed the Twilight Witch as the greatest threat and is currently investigating her minions throughout the entire city." Ha-mo laughed and refused outright, "Pardon my bluntness. Even if you find them, you won't be able to beat them." He immediately took out a pair of glasses to persuade General Ha. The technological power of the organization is not only demonstrated in combat. For example, as you know, witches can summon beasts like the three-headed hound from hell, which cannot be seen by the naked eye. Using our psychic glasses, we can detect the movements of evil spirits in advance and take safety measures before the threat appears. Hamo took the glasses, looking at them with suspicion. This seems good. How do I turn it on? He immediately operated the glasses. It's like mine, just press this touch sensor power button. Immediately, a ferocious three-headed dog was summoned right in front of them. Seeing the summoned dog, both of them gaped in terror. Meanwhile, on this side, Tam Noyet, her body covered in injuries, shot up in a panic. Beside her, Kovan and Enlin were talking. Kovan pointed at the phone, complaining, with a budget of 2,000 yuan. Enlin agreed. This phone is quite pricey. Is it not a machine specialized for frying eggs? Why? I'd rather choose one that is optimized. She looked at the two of them talking, bewildered. Asking, where is this? Enlin saw she was awake and asked cheerfully. Oh, you're awake. You are Bonnie's caretaker, right? The bond between you two is really good. Bonnie dragged you all the way here. Tam Noyet's face became serious as she warned. It's very dangerous here. The witch's pursuers. The three-headed hounds will chase us here. Hearing that, she put her hands on her hips. Are you talking about those things downstairs? Huh? She looked down and added. Teacher Ko already dealt with them effortlessly. Kovan looked at his phone, without looking up at her. Did you offend the witch too? To think they'd lay a hand on a small child like this. It's fine, you can always come to me. After buying this phone, I'm broke. The more work, the better. Deal closed. Tam Noyet looked at him suspiciously and asked. Who exactly are you, Kovan? He replied calmly, I am Kovan. And Lin pointed at the two of them with a scrutinizing gaze. Why is your reaction so strong? Do you two have something going on? Smells like a crime. She immediately retorted. No. I've been observing you for a long time. Are you the famous folk exorcist? He laughed with amusement. I'm quite famous, aren't I? Tam Noyet looked at him and thought to herself. The real person is even more full of himself than I imagined. Buying a 2,000 yuan phone and he's already broke. She leaned back in the chair and introduced herself. Since you are Kovan, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I am a high-ranking officer of the organization. During a secret mission, I was ambushed by the witch. Luckily, the item wasn't stolen. Kovan bluntly mocked. That also means you couldn't beat them. The witch isn't that strong, is she? And Lin, standing nearby, whispered a reminder. Stop mocking her. Her face is all red. Tam Noyet, blushing from the teasing, said, That's not important. What's important is you, Teacher Company. We have always felt that you have great potential. It would be a pity to let it go to waste. Teacher Ko, please join the organization. She clasped her hands, looking hesitant. This might be a bit sudden. You need to think about it. A bit. Kovan thought for a while, then pointed at her face. You are an expert exorcist? Tam Noyet replied, yes. He happily pointed towards the room in front. That's great. My sister steadfastly believes that I am working as an exorcist. You know that they can't be seen. Right now, my sister is in the room doing homework. Can you help me prove it a little? That way, she will be willing to accept my training. Her face darkened, and she whispered. I hope she can rely on her own strength to face the dangers of this world. His voice was stern. Ordinary people coming into contact with this dark world might not be able to endure it. Tam Noyet quickly agreed to his proposal. All right, then I'll help you. Kovan cheered, troubling you then, expert. She gave them a thumbs up. Definitely can do it. She smiled, pushed the door open, and entered. Little sister, hello there. Tam Noyet and Kovan spoke in unison. You? She panicked and pointed at Tian's face. Big sis? Tian angrily grabbed Tam Noyet's collar. Hello my foot. This time you were supposed to come to my house for makeup classes. Why did you hide and not open the door? I sent the exercises via WeChat and you didn't even read them. Don't want to study anymore, huh? Planning to make up stories about doing missions. Or some nonsense about not being free again? She begged in fear, I was wrong, please spare me. And Lin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. You two know each other? Tian was still angry, turning to explain to the two of them. This is the person I tutor every Friday night. It's been 2 years and she's still in the first year of high school, Tam Noyet. She, trembling all over, explained. This time I really went to perform a mission. Look at my injuries, Kovan can testify, I was totally thrashed. And Lin stood by the side, suspicious. Is this expert reliable? He pointed at her, his voice solemn. Tam Noyet, you truly are a Moon General full of vitality. Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. Moon General? And Lin, seeing the scene inside the room, clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with anger. This is the strong man, 1.9 meters tall, weighing 200 jin. That you talked about? Kovan, you lied to me. Meanwhile, on La Tung's side, Ha-mo fearfully hugged the bodyguard and shouted. Scammer. Didn't you say you would ensure our safety? There's a huge dog right in front of us. His face didn't change expression. He ordered La Han, the organization's reinforcements will arrive soon. La Han, take General Director Ha Wei first. Today, I, La, will not let anyone die. Type 0. Having said that, he rushed towards the three-headed dog to attack. A punch was thrown, but it did nothing. La Tung calculated inwardly. Is this the living creature summoned by the witch that the documents often mention? Exorcism weapons have limited effect on it. It requires at least 3 people to have the ability to inflict damage on it. If the S rank were still here. A moment later, he was knocked flying by the dog into the room, hosting a party next door. Seeing his party crashed, Thuong Ho trembled with rage. Where did this beast come from, ruining my mood? He and No Bitch, full of aggressive spirit, entered attack stances. A while later, outside the hotel, La Tung's reinforcements had arrived. Tran Zhang and a group of fully armed men worriedly asked, Old La, are you okay? At this moment, inside the room, there was only a pile of rubble left and La Tung, tiredly leaning against the wall. Outside on the lawn, body covered in wounds. Someone contacted Jizia. Grand Matriarch, luckily little Nai and Doggy ran fast. Jizia, hearing the brat report, laughed. A rare distinguished guest. It seems I must personally take care of him a bit. Scene changes to Kovan's house. Tam Noyet's cries for help rang out. Help me. Tian Tian ignored the wailing and dragged her into the room. You haven't finished the problems from the previous 2 makeup classes. And you're already slacking off. Don't even think about taking a step out of here. She cried and begged, please spare me. I can't cram any more words into my head. Kovan pushed the door open and entered to advise Tian Tian. This is the high-level exorcist mage we contacted. The professional I mentioned to you. Isn't treating her like that a bit too much? Hearing that, she spoke up with dissatisfaction. What does this have to do with you? This is an exchange between us, teacher and student. Please get out. Missing 1 makeup class means missing 1 payment. He looked towards Tam Noyet. Good luck with your studies, Moon General. At that moment, only he and Lin remained in the living room. She smiled, questioning him with a hint of anger. Teacher Ko. Explain this clearly to me. What is the relationship between you and that cute, long straight black-haired, cluelessly adorable high school girl just now? Kovan replied in surprise, well, this is Kovan, an external associate of the Consumer Association. This year, every week I text her for several hours, but get no news back. And Lin gritted her teeth, feeling a bit annoyed. Why did you say she was a male? Are you hiding something? He pointed behind him and replied, that's right, as you can see, she is also a girl like you. But she has already become an expert exorcist of the organization. And Lin, you must train your destruction boxing skills. It's necessary for you. It just so happens no one is using the treadmill tonight. I'll let you practice extra. She shouted angrily, nonsense. She lowered her head, filled with sadness. It turns out I wasn't being too sensitive. After all that calculation, the house was still stolen by that little vixen. And Lin turned her back to him. Kovan, if you don't like me, just say it straight. Kovan tried to persuade her, impossible. Your perceptive potential is naturally very high. Maybe one day you can catch up to her. She sulkily brushed it off, not interested. Stepping into your world was my mistake. You just go live happily with that little vixen. She stepped out the door. Goodbye, Kovan. Kovan put his hands on his hips and called out to ask a favor. You've been to my world before. Have you met the 3 elders yet? Can you help me pass a message? Where is she? And Lin angrily walked downstairs. She looked back at the lit apartment. With tears lingering in the corners of her eyes, she thought. He still didn't chase after me. Scumbag. I'm hurt now. I won't pay attention to him for 3 days. Suddenly, there was a sound behind her. Something has melted. Around Lin, black droplets appeared, emitting smoke strangely. Immediately after, something approached her, leaving her no time to react. And Lin's legs were severed from her body by that thing. She fell down. 1 month later. Her silhouette was no longer seen on the streets anymore. The next morning, Tam Noyet, trembling all over, crawled out of the room. Is it morning already? She walked out the door and turned to greet him. Teacher Ko. You're still there? Kovan sat on the chair, lost in thought. How did Lin get to my world? Does she have a way to return? Tam Noyet opened the door to get an item from outside. I'm back. Did you just buy this phone? He took out the phone and replied softly. Ah, and Lin bought it online. It arrived. Just in time to save her number. It wasn't a waste that she left a portion in the bag. Kovan entered Lin's number, feeling a bit worried. Last night she left in a hurry. Nothing happened, right? The cold automated voice announced. The number you are calling is out of coverage. Kovan stepped out of Lin's apartment complex, saying to Tam Noyet, Lin hasn't come home. I just folded the door to look inside. She asked in surprise, a door can be folded? He replied, it's been taped back together. He held the phone, his face unable to hide his worry. I can't get through to her phone either. Where could she have gone? Tam Noyet leaned down, pulled out her phone, and suggested. How about this, I'll contact the branch. And have the subordinates help you look. Wait for me to unlock my phone. Tam Noyet looked at the phone screen in surprise. This is a bit strange. Kovan asked hurriedly, is it Lin? She looked at the incoming message and replied. The branch chief sent an address. It seems like he's asking me to pay a visit. He asked in surprise. That Mr. Law? Tam Noyet looked down, confused. Why send it to me? This doesn't follow the protocol. Teacher Ko, come with me quickly to check it out. At La Tung's house. He was helped into the living room by La Han. He leaned back tiredly in the chair. Han Ni, help Grandpa get a glass of water. She spoke up with a bit of irritation. Grandpa, can't you get up yourself? La Tung tiredly pleaded, just help me out a bit. Hearing that, she went to get the water. Fine. La Tung picked up a notebook to write something down. Even though I am the chairman of the X-City branch, I am merely an A-rank employee. I originally wanted to use this exorcism weapon to promote to S-rank. This year before retiring. But the young people today have made me realize that not being promoted might actually be a good thing. La Han pushed the glass of water toward him. Here. La Tung spoke softly, full of sorrow. Grandpa's ability probably ends here. I'm sorry, Han Ni, for not being able to give you a better life. She comforted him nonchalantly. No need, I like living a peaceful life day by day. He leaned in and gave Han Ni a serious warning. No matter what you encounter, you must be strong and live on. It will soon be the era of you young people. Suddenly, La Tung sensed something. He threw the glass of water to his side. From midair, a woman's hand caught the glass. La Tung looked in that direction with vigilance. Immediately, Jizia appeared inside the room. Kovan pedaled his bike urgently and asked, this address? Is it Mr. La's house? Tam Noyet replied from behind. I don't know, I haven't spoken to Mr. La much. He isn't my supervisor either. There must be an emergency. For him to bypass protocol and contact me. He felt a bit of self-reproach. I left in a hurry yesterday and was very grumpy with him. I feel so bad about it. He pedaled faster and faster, even overtaking cars. He's too weak. We must hurry to help. Back at La Tung's house, La Han panicked when she saw him get hit. Grandpa. He wiped the blood from his mouth. And instructed Han Ni. Hide behind me. He rushed toward Jizia, launching an unarmed attack. She used only one strike. And the watch on La Tung's hand was shattered. Jizia looked down at him with contempt. Branch chairman La Tung of the organization. I heard from my sisters that you were very strong. She lightly lifted La Tung up and mocked him. I'm a bit disappointed. What exactly is your goal? She immediately summoned a weapon. The dead don't need to know. La Tung suddenly opened his mouth. Inside, he was holding a glowing watch piece. Immediately after, a flash of light caused a small explosion, catching her off guard. He took the opportunity to retreat. Maybe I can't defeat you. La Tung's face was covered in wounds, but his eyes were full of spirit. But there will surely be young people who will surpass me and continue to face the danger. Jizia summoned ice shards and launched them at him. Well said, then I'll grant your wish. La Han ran to him in fear. Grandpa. He lay on the ground, trembling as he pleaded. I only ask that you spare Han Ni. She laughed scornfully and reached out toward her. Do you think I only came here for an old man like you? She screamed in terror. Grandpa, no. La Tung tremblingly reached out his hand. Hanan Hui. Outside, Kovan, carrying Tam Noyet on his back, ran toward La Tung's house with all his might. La Han cried out for help in fear. Grandpa, save me. He held his phone helplessly. Anyone, come. But in the room, there was now only her faint cry for help. Branch chairman La Tung had completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, from the painting on the wall, a golden light shone toward him. That light quickly enveloped La Tung's entire body. At that exact moment, Ko Van and Tam Noyet burst through the door. Full of worry. Chairman La, are you okay? Inside the room, he had been completely overtaken by evil spirits. You guys are too late. The evil spirit looked toward the two S-rank individuals. You should have gone in a different direction. Tam Noyet anxiously called out La Tung's name. Chairman La. He frowned and explained. In the end, we were still one step too late. To be precise, we were late by nearly an hour. He has been completely consumed by a mental attack. And possessed. He looked toward it and added. Now, he has turned into an evil spirit. She gritted her teeth and rushed toward the evil spirit. Teacher Ko, hurry and save him. If even vampires can be saved. Can't you save him too? Ko Van followed behind and replied softly. I'm sorry. My powers only work on the living. He can't come back anymore. Tam Noyet recalled her memories of La Tung. Tam Noyet, on a dangerous path. You must be careful. Leave the family to us. Come back alive, okay? She stood before the evil spirit, feeling a bit bitter. This old man spent his whole life worrying about others. Even at the end, he was afraid he would turn into an evil spirit. And hurt someone else. He stood behind her and suggested. Do you need me to help set him free? She immediately refused. Teacher Ko, let me do it. Tam Noyet turned her head. Her face already soaked with tears. Mr. Law called for me because he specifically wanted me to see him off. Virtual space. She closed her eyes and unleashed her move, cut. Every memory of him played like a film strip. Rewinding slowly in Tam Noyet's mind. You're the S-rank trump card. Here to help us, right? La Tung was overjoyed when she joined the team. Great. AI City can finally showcase its strength. The times he comforted Tam Noyet. Even though your combat record is good, regarding these grades. Don't worry. I'll hire the best tutor. To help you graduate. The times La Tung worried about her future. No more playing around. If you keep this up, you'll become useless. Tam Noyet. All those memories closed as she returned to reality. Everyone was standing before his tombstone. Tam Noyet looked at the stone engraved with La Tung's name. She seemed dazed, her body devoid of energy. She gripped her hem tightly. Tam Noyet couldn't hide her sadness and burst into tears. I want to save this city. To become a true trump card. She looked up at the sky and prayed, I will do whatever it takes. Mr. Law, please come back. Beside her, Ko Van was also deeply regretful. I regret it too. He blamed himself. If I had taught him the destruction boxing technique before leaving yesterday, perhaps he wouldn't have died. It wasn't easy for me to gather my courage. Suddenly, Tran Zhang appeared behind her in the rain. Tam Noyet. He leaned down and announced. The 6 people being held at the branch yesterday have been murdered. Ko Van couldn't hide his shock. The 6. He pointed toward him. Tam Noyet explained. Someone was able to penetrate the branch's security system. Teacher Ko isn't an outsider. Uncle, please speak. Tran Zhang voiced his suspicion. I suspect there is a mole within the branch. At the same time Master Law was killed, the archives in the branch were severely destroyed. All of this might be the work of the same group. I hope those outside the branch, like you, can find clues. Ko Van walked over to offer an umbrella and suggested. We can also search on the outside. Tran Zhang was a bit skeptical. And you are? He immediately introduced himself. I am a worldly exorcist. It just so happens there is something on my end that needs everyone's help. After hearing his explanation, his face became serious. Your girlfriend is missing? Last night, in Love City. Statistics show many single women have gone missing. There is also no news of La Tung's granddaughter, La Han. They were confused. Unless, at this very moment, those captured women are being held in a prison. And Lin went over to comfort a little girl who was crying. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, drawing everyone's attention. Jizia and Afro brought heavy chains to give to the group of captives. After a while, they were all chained up and led to another location. They were brought to a church. On the podium, La Han was tied tightly to a cross. Now Jizia sat on a chair on the podium, smiling as she looked at the group. Finally, everyone is here. Future sisters. She laughed with delight. Or one could say, the heirs of Maria. Hearing this name, and Lin's face could not hide her shock. This name refers to the Twilight Witch. Jizia smiled and said, I shouldn't have used such brutal methods to invite you all here. I hope you sisters will forgive me. Her gaze turned sharp and cold. You are the beautiful and talented young women I have carefully selected in this city of X City. Hearing this, she couldn't help but blush. A witch, but she sure knows how to flatter. But humans are weak. Beauty and youth cannot last forever. But I want to give you all a chance. To become one of us. To maintain your youth and charm forever. La Han, her body covered in wounds, shouted, "Murderer! This person will kill us all. Everyone, don't be fooled." Jizya reached out toward Enlin. Some sisters still haven't broadened their horizons. They still don't trust our power. This beauty and I share a bond, please come up here. She pointed to herself in surprise. Huh? Me? Holding a stone, Jizya introduced her. You're interesting. This is Sister Enlin. Who has the highest magical potential in our test? Enlin looked at the stone. The sorting stone? Turns out the main character's academy is actually a witch's trial tool. Jizya held the hands of the two of them and raised them up. The top student and the failing student below need a demonstration of what witch magic is. Immediately, both of their arms were severed, and Lin cried out in pain. The very next second, she cast a stream of golden light onto them. The cuts from earlier were completely restored to their original state. Healed. Jizya raised her hands and laughed heartily. This is the power of a witch. After passing the academic exam, everyone can possess this power. And Lin went over to La Han's side and whispered, "My arm is back together." "Is yours too?" She held her arm and replied. Instead of saying it healed. "It's more like I was never injured at all." Worried, she asked, "My name is Enlin. Why did they tie you up here?" La Han backed away in fear. "Don't come near me." She held her arm and whispered, "Being near me only brings misfortune." And Lin grew even more concerned by her attitude. "What's your name? Is it okay to tell me?" La Han glanced away with sad eyes. La Han. Afro came over with a stack of books and introduced them happily. Introduction to Black Magic History, Potion Making, Witchcraft, Defense Against Demon Hunters, and Etiquette. This is everything you must learn in 1 week. The kid pointed to himself and introduced. "And I am an apprentice witch. I will supervise your studies. I'm Afro." And Lin pointed at the kid and shouted, "You're the sister from Magic Corner. Do you remember me? We've met before." The professor cast a spell toward her and reminded. "Absolute silence must be maintained when professors and seniors are speaking. I am the professor. It is my responsibility to ensure that as many of you as possible survive until the witch ritual is completed." She held up her phone and introduced it. The Grand Matriarch's time in the city is limited. If the witch ritual is not completed within a week, everyone will be implicated. You have already seen the tragic scenes of witches being cursed to kill, haven't you? Who hasn't seen it? I happen to have a video here. And Lin saw the video and broke into a cold sweat. I've more than just seen it. I'm the one who posted this video. Gossip has caught up with me. The professor warned, if you don't want to die before coming into contact with deadly magic, read and understand the basic topics distributed to you. She opened a portal to the common area. From today onwards, except for eating and sleeping, all remaining time will be spent learning incantations. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll be in the library waiting. And Lin received the pile of books and shouted in frustration, "Are you serious? Why do I always get stuck with this bad luck? Kovan will quickly forget me too." Just in time for that little vixen to enjoy him. La Han, beside her, seriously flipped through the pages. "I cannot die here. I must take revenge on her, and furthermore, they will certainly regret it for not killing me and allowing me to gain new power." Seeing La Han so determined, she opened the book to study. "La Han, I don't want to give up either." At that moment, inside the library, President Fong kept asking difficult questions. "Taking a trip to X City, with many enemies lying in wait just to recruit new people? Sister Jizya, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Or are you looking for something, as the rumors say?" Jizya coldly replied, "None of your business." He walked over to Jizya and whispered, "Why don't you negotiate with me about what you're looking for? After all, no one understands your words better than I do. For example, the Skull of Winchester. Have you seen it? I've only heard rumors. As you know, my specialty is turning rumors into reality." She excitedly asked, "What do you want to trade?" He laughed, flashing his gold teeth. "What I want, you've always known, your grimoire." Jizya angrily shouted, "In your dreams. Your ambition is no longer limited to just the city of X City." He leaned back and laughed with delight. "Don't get excited. This is just our private transaction. When I come back later, I hope you can satisfy my curiosity." Seeing him leave, she called the professor. The professor quickly approached and answered, "I'm here, Great Matriarch." Jizya coldly ordered, "Transfer the magic to them today." At Thuangho's place, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "A witch? You mean someone is offering a large reward for kidnapping a witch? Does the organization still assign missions like that? Immediately, he became extremely excited. Isn't this the three-headed hound we fought last time? Last time, I went easy on it and let it escape. No bitch looked at him coldly and calmly. Tuongo. The problem is, where can I meet them again? Wang Lu suddenly spoke up and suggested. I can try asking the boys about this. Scene shifts to the castle where Jijia is staying. In the room from before, the professor stood on the podium giving instructions. The other witch candidates have already been transferred. You are the final group. Now, the magic catalyst will be transferred to you. Those who can successfully channel magical power can continue training and simultaneously gain the power to see evil spirits. And Lin, sitting below, raised her hand and asked, what if we can't channel it? She coldly replied, then at least you can escape the suffering early. She darkened her face and questioned, how unfortunate. What was the success rate of the previous groups? The professor answered coldly, you don't need to know. Not receiving an answer, and Lin immediately rushed into attack. Then I can only save myself. The professor dodged the strike, thinking, magic pocket? Moments later, her cheeks flushed with excitement. In just one day, you were able to learn your uncle's witch's heart painting art? An intermediate spell already? You are indeed the elite student I expected. And Lin. The professor excitedly used magic on her. Unfortunately, you won't be able to master it simply by having it forced into you. At the last minute, the witch's heart painting art is naturally ineffective against witches. Transferring magic. She spoke coldly, just try to endure through today. At Ko Van's house. At this moment, everyone was investigating news of Enlin and La Han. Suddenly, Tam Noyet received news and turned to report to Ko Van. Ko Van, the bodies of some girls who went missing earlier have been found in the suburbs. Hearing that, he lost his cool and asked about Enlin. She replied, neither Enlin nor La Han were among them. He clenched his fists, his face unable to hide his anxiety. We must quickly find the witch and demand the truth. Tranjong, sitting to the side, spoke up. If you only want to find the witch, there's a chance. He looked at his phone screen and continued. At this wine party, for X City's elite, rumor has it that a witch will appear. On this side. And Lin, with blood at the corner of her mouth, slowly sat up. She looked around as if searching for something. La Han's voice rang out, stop looking. Besides the 5 people here, I'm afraid no one else survived the magic infusion. And Lin looked toward the source of the sound and quickly approached her. Lan, Jureoke, where are the witches? She stared intently at the flame in her hand and answered. When I woke up, everyone was gone. As for witches, we are witches ourselves now. She looked around suspiciously, there was no way out. How did they get out of this lecture hall? La Han followed her gaze and gave her speculation. Perhaps through high-level magic. To get out of here, we can only learn more from them. Only then will we have a chance to live. On Ko Van's side, he attended the party with Ha Mok. Ha Mok held his arm, unable to hide her affection for him. People and lives are not the same. Some people, even if they have to bleed and lose scales, still want to wedge themselves into this life. It's just that we were born into that circle. Master Ko, why don't you marry into my family? Live a peaceful life far above others. His whole body stiffened as he backed away from Ha Mok. I'm not quite sure. You must give me a confirmation. Seeing his expression, she covered her face. Don't worry, Master Company. You can carry my love. Ko Van pointed at the food on the table and asked, is all of this food free? Ha Mok stood at a distance and suggested, this is just a normal wine party. They only serve a few meager self-service dishes. How about I help you order some special dishes? Ko Van stuffed the food into his mouth. No need, free is good enough. Tam Noyet, on the other end of the line, shouted angrily into Ko Van's earpiece. Are you working or not? She was sitting in a car, repeating his mission. Your mission is to find suspicious witches. Tam Noyet snapped. Not to be there eating and drinking to your heart's content. Tranjong stood to the side, thinking to himself. The microphone is about to explode from her screaming. Ko Van stopped eating, put the items into his pocket, and replied. My partner once said. Bad people might poison the food. Ha Mok, witnessing all this, laughed awkwardly. Don't put it in your pocket anymore. Ha Mo sat in the car, clutching himself anxiously. Nothing will happen to Mok Mok, right? This person really knows how to profit. Tam Noyet tried to reassure him, don't panic. Master Ko is very reliable at critical moments. Suddenly, someone walked up and called out to Ko Van. He stopped and turned around coldly. There he is, the suspicious subject. Duong Tao stood at attention and reported to him. Security Captain of Sector C, an emergency situation has arisen. Kovan thought to himself. I've been mistaken for the security captain. He immediately got into character and replied, you've come at the right time. Your security work certainly has many loopholes. Let me show you, in just 3 steps. Hamok saw him overacting and thought. Don't get so seriously into the role. Kovan then left with him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct Hamok. You go walk around first. I'll help them handle some security issues. She blushed, screaming internally. Don't just abandon the main mission. Hamok put one hand on her hip and tossed a stone in her other hand. She couldn't help but feel regret. What a waste. I even prepared a beautiful times room already. Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of her. Hello. Could you help me hold this for a moment? Jijia approached, smiling, and held out a stone toward Hamok. She immediately collapsed. The stone also fell to the ground. Miss and Lin. In the hallway, Kovan followed him and asked suspiciously. Is this Sector C? Duong Tao, walking ahead, replied. Is it or is it not? He stopped and crossed his arms, looking at him with suspicion. Even though I'm very suited to be a security captain. But it's not like this is your first day on the job, right? Is it that easy to mistake me? Duong Tao stopped, revealing his true identity. As expected, I couldn't fool you. Pay with your life for our sisters. He rushed at Kovan with a knife in hand to attack, but before he could touch him, Kovan kicked the knife out of his hand. Duong Tao quickly unleashed another technique against him. Tam Noyat heard the noise and asked, what happened? Kovan quickly replied. I've run into one of the witch's associates. It seems she recognizes me. The man heard that and replied. How could we not recognize you? Through the Grand Matriarch's magic, we sisters share a portion of our memories. Afro, sitting in the surveillance room, spread his arms triumphantly, daring to ruin our plans 5 or 7 times over. Today, you must die. Kovan realized his weakness and reported to Tam Noyat. This person already has broken bones. But he can still attack me unconsciously. In the corner of the room, the guard trembled in fear. The kid summoned flames from the ring. This guy's will is much firmer than that old lady's. You won't be blowing away his magic pocket anymore. While Kovan was fighting Duong Tao, Jijia had secretly taken Hamok away from the party. Tam Noyat urgently ordered him, Kovan, the blonde witch has escaped through the main door. She's in a taxi, I must pursue her. Kovan asked back. So who am I fighting here? A reminder, they can manipulate possession from a distance. You should get out of there quickly too. Hearing this, he smiled deviously and cracked his knuckles. Alright, I'll use that move then. Duong Tao, as if gone mad, laughed with excitement. How could I let you escape? I am the great demon king, here to kill every elite in the hall. Having finished him, Kovan calmly dusted off his hands. Done. How can their manipulation do absolutely nothing to me? Next, the exit is. Afro angrily slammed the table and ordered. This guy is a devil, activate all magic pockets. The kid ordered all puppets to surround him. Surround the exit. You must block him at the door. Afro's face turned red with rage, clenching his fists. Leave him no room for retreat. The kid was about to order an execution. Suddenly, Kovan appeared right behind the kid. Afro turned pale and looked back at him. How did you find your way in here? He stood outside the door and replied coldly. I just lost my way. Miss, didn't you just call yourself a witch? The kid immediately knelt down and begged for his life. Great hero, spare my life. Out on the streets, No Bitch and Thuong Ho were traveling down the road. The witch has indeed appeared at the location. You really can't judge a book by its cover, Wang Lu. At this moment, Jijia was completely within her sights. Wang Lu, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned slightly. One of the brothers said, the witch has harmed many people already. As soon as he finished speaking, Thuong Ho suddenly accelerated, causing the car to fly into the air. A long time later, Tam Noyat's car followed Jijia's car to an abandoned building. Tran Zhang saw her silhouette running into the building and gripped the steering wheel tightly. We can't let her escape. Tam Noyat pointed toward her, filled with suspicion. Why did the witch's taxi come to this deserted place? The two of them quickly got out of the car. She ordered, get out and give chase. She looked up and saw a figure upstairs. Tam Noyat did not hesitate, aimed her gun there, and fired. Tran Zhang leaned against the car vigilantly. Did you kill her? She wasn't sure and replied, I don't know. Suddenly, someone fired a gun from above toward Tam Noyat. Ambush. Find cover. Ha-mo lay on the ground, crying in fear. I only came to check the surveillance cameras. Why did it turn into a direct confrontation like this? Tam Noyet aimed her gun from a corner, following the trajectory. This trajectory, it's the bitch Lu divine spear. Wang Lu held his head in fear. Wasn't the person who just ran into the building the witch? Why does the opponent have an ex-city marksman? This is too dangerous. No bitch coldly replied. What are you saying? Our citizens are honest. This gunfire. The opponent is a high-ranking employee of the Gukim Association. The opponent is someone from the sub-branch. Tam Noyet and No bitch condemned them in unison. They've colluded with the witch. Unforgivable. Immediately after, both sides continued to fire at each other. President Fong and Jizia stood above looking down at them. He smiled with satisfied admiration. With just one move, you've made the Gukim Association and the hidden targets fight. You are truly skilled, sister. Jizia, suitcase in hand, coldly replied, get lost already. It's sickening to look at you. Hearing her dismiss him, he broke into a devious laugh. He reached up to restore his original form. President Fong turned to leave, not forgetting to mention, then I'm off. Right, sister, the items you need are already on the table. Jizia looked down with contempt. If you had confirmed clearly before firing, you wouldn't be dying at the hands of an enemy. That doesn't exist. Stupid humans. She triggered an explosion below. Thuong Ho frowned and lay flat on the ground. What kind of devilish thing did the Gukim Association research? It would be great if we had that much money too. There's no other way. We can't make money and we're even being outmatched here. He immediately unleashed his power, rushing toward Tam Noyet's position. Let me handle this. Thuong Ho put all his strength into his legs, launching a strike at the car. Little brat. Gukim Association, pay with your lives. Tam Noyet slashed her scythe hard toward him. He called out for help. No bitches S rank. Tam Noyet, provide sniper cover. Wang Lu, hearing her name, was surprised. He shouted, Tam Noyet? Did you say the opponent is Tam Noyet? I knew it. If it's the Gukim Association, then it's clear. That's my brother right there. No bitch couldn't help but frown. Why do you know everyone? He turned back, laughing, and gave her a thumbs up. Alright, it's my turn to enter the fray. You have to show me some respect. He hurriedly rushed down just like that. Captain, don't fire. It's me. It's me. Wang Lu, the genuine chairman of the Honest Citizens Exorcist Association. To prove they actually knew each other, he even pulled out his phone. I'll call Kovan right now to prove it. Tam Noyet smiled deviously, holding her scythe to his neck. He asked in fear, you're the one who fabricated those rumors about me, right? Prepare to die, witch's minion. You're Tam Noyet? Wang Lu held out the phone already connected to Kovan. On the other end, Kovan replied, hello, Wang Lu? I'm out catching a witch. Tam Noyet wouldn't take the call. He said to Kovan with difficulty, could you come and explain things to her a bit? Immediately, the five of them fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, back with Jizia, she smiled and praised them. The five of you have surpassed the magic channeling. New sisters have been brought back. On the way here, you also passed the test. Hamok, tied up on the floor, gritted her teeth and cursed, you peasants. What do you think you're doing? I am the young Miss N. Lin was incredibly surprised to see her captured and brought here. Hamots? Jizia, her whole body radiating a murderous aura, congratulated them. The six of you have won a new life. For hundreds of years, witches were hunted and slaughtered. We once vanished from history. And yet, we still exist. Thanks to the fire of vengeful rage, burning away this wicked world into the shape that we desire. She used a cold gaze to scan the group one by one. A cursed world, where hatred never dies. Jizia reached out to lift Lin's chin and continued. You are our new flames. You are our sisters. You look just like me. I hope the fire within you burns eternally. A three-headed dog was summoned. She coldly declared, like lovely little sparks. You have only one final step to become a witch. Whether you pass this step or not depends on whether you dare to cast aside your lives. 3 days later, during the graduation ceremony, you must summon a servant from hell. At the building, Tam Noyet irritably walked up the stairs. That guy Kovan, I told him to follow, but he wouldn't. Now he's gone and caught a witch himself. Wang Lu took the chance to shove his phone in front of Tranjong. Spirit Exorcist Association. If there's money, we'll exorcise. Please scan my business card. Thuong Ho, leading the way, gritted his teeth in fury. Tiger King has never feared anyone in this city. Have you ever seen a master living in a public housing complex? There isn't even an elevator. If I find out he's just talking big later. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a clay pot? Tranjong, following behind, spoke up cautiously. I once saw a witch die. That scene? was truly not the level of destruction that a human could create. Master Ko might be in the middle of a hard battle. The man leading the way clenched his fists and replied, "That's quite possible. Maybe the witch forced Kovan to call to lure us here, but has already killed him." A moment later, the group reached the door. They all turned to look at Thuong Ho. Wang Lu made an inviting gesture. After hearing that, "I don't dare open it. Tiger King, please." He huffed and walked over to the door. "You cowards. Let's see the witch go a few rounds with Tiger King." He swung the door open. Inside, Afro was repeatedly pleading, "Good big brother. Dear big brother, please spare me. I'll do whatever you say." Everyone looked at the scene before them, unable to hide their shock. The witch. Kovan heard the noise and turned toward the door. "Oh, you guys are here? Well, if it isn't the fourth place champion." Thuong Ho gritted his teeth in rage. "You? Kovan." Immediately after, he walked over and sat next to Kovan, laughing loudly. "Fighting? What are you talking about? Just a joke. I, Thuong Ho, am the most peace-loving person. Big brother Kovan. You're like a real brother to me." No bitch saw his sudden change in attitude and whispered a question. "What's with Tiger?" Wang Lu whispered back. "I heard his last hospitalization was because of Kovan." She immediately understood. Understood. Tam Noyet, go. Walking up to the kid, frowning slightly. "The small talk ends here. So you really are a witch, kid? No matter how I look at it, you don't seem old enough to be an adult. Do you have any proof?" Afro immediately handed her the student ID card. "Yes, here is my student ID." She glanced over the basic information on it. Afro, 16 years old, graduated from the City Y branch. Spirit of the Witch Alliance. Assigned to work in City X. Afro said, eyes brimming with tears. "I heard that becoming a witch means you can stay young forever. And I didn't want to study anymore, so I signed up. I don't actually agree with their ideology. I am still in the probationary period. My hands are clean, I have no criminal record yet." The kid went over and hugged Guyun's leg, begging, "I know how to clean. Make tea, cook, do laundry. Massage, decent work or indecent work. I can do it all. I am still useful to the people, please don't execute me." Shen Yu saw the scene and burst out laughing. "That will to survive is truly strong." Guyun frowned and questioned. "Tell the truth, and Lin, you know that person too. Was she captured by you guys?" Hearing this name, Afro slightly frowned. "That's the sister who was with you last time, right? I'm afraid she," the kid added in a low voice, "has already become a witch." At this moment, on Lin's side, the professor is instructing them in magic. Which is magic? Originates from the power that constitutes the world. Which is the Twilight Codex. And Lin turned and whispered. Hamuk still hasn't woken up. La Han stared intently at the book and replied. "What does that have to do with me?" Up on the podium, the professor continued the lecture. La Han coldly reminded, "The sex. Magic power is just the initial foundation. Only after completing the magic guidance can one truly control the power of the elements and complete the structure of the spell. There are only 4 days left. We must learn all the spells here to be able to master the summoning art necessary for graduation. If you don't want to die, it's best to give up that naive thought of caring for the weak." And Lin bent down to read the content in the book, mumbling, "All types of magic, huh?" The professor summoned a bag and introduced it. "Then, next I will explain the principle of the witch's wicked heart technique. The magic bag on this side." Guyun's group was also aware of its presence. "This is the tool for you guys to control people's hearts," Afro happily explained. "Infuse magic power into it, then find a chance to stuff it into the target's pocket. You just need to maintain the supply of magic power, and you can make people obediently listen to orders." Tran Zhang gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this. How many people have died in the past just because of such a simple thing? Guyun pointed at himself and suggested, "Try it on me." The kid panicked upon hearing his suggestion. "Brother, how would I dare?" He sat down on the chair and calmly ordered, "What is there not to dare? Just do it." The kid smiled sinisterly looking at Guyun. He said it himself. "I just deliberately exposed a flaw earlier. Wait until I control him. This place will run with rivers of blood." Afro went over and put the magic bag into his pocket. The kid reached out towards him, both fell silent. The kid pointed at her own face and asked, "Brother, look at me, am I pretty?" Guyun picked his nose and replied, "Just average." Afro held her face thinking, "It didn't work?" "Impossible." Bong Luke grabbed the bag and glanced at the kid. "Is this thing fake?" As soon as he held the bag, it took effect. He rushed over and hugged the kid tightly. "Darling, for you, I am willing to commit crimes." Let me use 15 years in prison to exchange for one glance and smile from you. Guyon didn't hesitate to punch him. The effect is quite something. Afro saw this. Her face couldn't hide the fear as she reminded. Actually, you didn't need to hit him. Just taking the bag out is enough. Wait, can he break magic? The kid went over and hugged his arm begging, brother. Please save me. Use that punch on me again. A flame appeared from the kid's body. Guyon asked in surprise. Is this the guiding flame? That which is used to guide magic power. Afro replied seriously. Correct, if the mistress discovers my betrayal. She can activate this flame at any time, causing me to spontaneously combust and die. Shen Yu showed a video to the kid. It's this video, right? Afro gritted her teeth replying, moreover, I'm afraid that regarding time. Afro continued in a serious tone. Sister Lin has already accepted the guiding flame. So if she cannot graduate, even if she escapes, she will be killed. Suddenly he noticed a grilled meat stall. At that stall, Lin looked up at him. Guyon was surprised, and Lin. Immediately after, she ran away. He ran after her, and Lin, where are you going? Reaching a street corner. And Lin disappeared into a magic array. Guyon woke up shouting her name, and Lin. Suddenly he noticed an item. In the magic bag glowing. The next morning at the castle. A loud noise rang out outside the building. Guyon stepped in, grabbing two people and shouting. Witch, where are you? Hand over Lin immediately. A person wearing a witch outfit slumped down explaining. Brother, what are you saying? Our place is a legal business. He hurriedly explained. That witch wearing glasses is a human trafficker. That person immediately explained. She was just a temporary employee. She already quit. The Witch Alliance only has a small souvenir shop. Look, does a place like this look like it can hide people? As soon as he stepped out of the building, the security guard ran in hurriedly. Who is vandalizing public property here? Guyon glanced at the building and clicked his tongue. Just wait. I will definitely find the entrance. On Jijia's side. She is using her power on a skull. It has really formed. These are indeed Green's memories. Return everything you stole to me. The skull made a few cracking sounds. As if it was about to shatter. Seeing this, Jijia immediately lowered the magic output. It can't withstand the influx of magic power. Truly worthy of the one who once defeated me. Then I must find another way to dig out these sealed memories. A while later, the professor arrived and reported respectfully, Mistress Jijia. Last night from the student dormitory, someone released a dream transmission spell. Jijia was surprised to hear that and turned around. She went to the group of people and spoke coldly. Among you, someone is trying to contact and send news outside. And Lin fearfully used her book to cover her face. Jijia laughed and extended her hand provocatively. It doesn't matter. You can go ahead and invite people over. She continued. The church where we are staying is connected to the Witch Magic Guild via a teleportation array. Even if they blow up that place, it won't affect anything here. The more you call people to come, the closer they get to the darkness that I have prepared for you all. Jijia walked over and lifted Lin's face. When you have to witness the person you love being killed right in front of you. She smiled, looking at her hand lightly touching Lin's earring. Only then can you become like me. Understanding that only when you hate the whole world can you survive. Guyon found nothing. Angrily kicked the door and walked inside the room. Afro, who was cleaning, looked up and asked. You really aren't planning to remove the magic barrier, right? The kid looked at him worriedly. The mistress has placed a restriction. Without going through the teleportation array, it is impossible to enter the academy area. He shouted angrily. Why didn't you say so sooner? Brother Afro immediately panicked, hugging his leg and begging. I'm sorry. Big brother, please spare me. Don't hang me up and beat me all night. Don't sell me into illegal places. Vong Luke, seeing the kid like that, was stunned. Was your old place that cruel? He pointed outside the door and suggested. Fine, dealing with a little girl isn't worth the trouble. Mr. No will keep an eye on the witches. Let's discuss tactics first. I'll order barbecue. Split the bill. Shen. You walked up to him with a sly smile. Come on. Vong Luke. Let's talk a bit about the strong man who is 1m9 tall and weighs 200 kilograms. Vong Luke shouted, echoing through the whole building. My treat. I'm buying the barbecue, it's on me. Shen, just order whatever you want. When the food was delivered, seeing Afro eating the whole skewer, he reached out to stop her. You can't eat the stick. The kid apologized in confusion. Sorry, I didn't know. I've never eaten such high-end barbecue before. Guyon ate a skewer, frowning suspiciously. What exactly is the purpose of you witches coming to AI City? Don't tell me it's just for human trafficking. Afro bowed her head and began to recount, from a few hundred years ago. The mistress was defeated by the demon hunter Green Winchester. She has always been finding ways to recover her magic power. She sent sisters to infiltrate various families. On one hand to probe for the whereabouts of Winchester's descendants. To retrieve the important artifact that was lost. On the other hand to collect wealth. Hoping to reclaim the status of a calamity. Vong Luke. Guyan gripped the skewer tightly. His face couldn't hide the worry. If they dare to let Lin also become a wicked witch, who specializes in harming people to rob them, then I have no choice but to burn you all to ash. Along with this ground. Vong Luke turned to him in fear. Shen. Don't say such creepy things. So seriously. The kid knelt down in fear, apologizing. I'm sorry. Shen Yu held the phone suspiciously. Marian Jizia, after being killed by Winchester, was removed from the calamity surveillance list at headquarters. If she really recovered her power, then the consequences are hard to imagine. Are the witch-hunting branches ineffective? Tran Zhang operated the computer. Unfortunately all clues are broken. I am tracing them. But data recovery will also take a few days. She glanced towards Afro. Are there no other leads? The kid replied in a low voice. There is, but it's very small. The kid lowered her eyes and continued. The graduation ritual summoning hellhounds, essentially, is also a type of teleportation array, linked to hell. Shen Yu was a bit surprised. A teleportation array. On the roof that night, they started planning. That's right, with an extremely low probability. We can intercept the transmission path to send our people through. The sky gradually brightened, and Lin reread the book in her hand. She and La Han looked at each other and smiled slightly. The professor stood on the podium and announced. It is time, the graduation ritual officially begins. Summoning materials for 6 people have been prepared. She walked over and scanned the group. Who wants to go first? At this time, Guyan along with Vong Luke and Afro were sneaking through the streets outside. No bitch sat on the roof laying out the plan. There might be spies of the Wicked Witch. Everyone please pay attention to hiding. When necessary. Throw Vong Luke out to attract firepower. Tran Zhang pulled out his phone. Someone sent a message to him. Tran Zhang put the phone into his pocket. Relying solely on us to control the scene. Not a single fly is allowed to fly out. Afro hiding in the bushes said to no bitch. This array only works when the distance is close enough. So, boss, we have to get close to the church. She lay on the roof aiming the gun there. Don't worry. The twilight which left here in the afternoon. Now is the right time. Guyan pointed at the array the kid drew. I only care how much you can increase the success rate. Afro answered while drawing. I have tried my best, trying a bit more. Then the kid looked up. 5%. Vong Luke dropped his jaw in surprise. Only 5%. Guyan smiled sinisterly. Taking a rabbit out of the bag. Don't panic. Existence capability is to be used at the right moment. Right, Sanni? Sanni was brought out, laughing sinisterly. The professor stood in front of them, next to 6 bags. Behind them was a magic array. She used her staff to distribute the bags to them. The summoning ritual has 3 difficult points. Material ratio. Completeness of the magic circle, and momentum during summoning. To take care of everyone. We have prepared the materials. After all, we don't want to easily lose. Sisters, the professor raised her eyebrows at them. Next, let's see if you can grasp your destiny. Or not. And Lin and everyone hugged the bags she distributed. The professor scanned and asked. Who is the first? Hummuck. Blushed and raised her hand volunteering. Let me. I want to receive the mistress's recognition soon. And Lin standing behind was a bit worried. Wait, Hummuck, why did your personality change? You almost never memorize books. Right. She immediately summoned a 3-headed dog and introduced. First. Let's reacquaint ourselves with the companions. That you will summon. After being guided by magic power. Everyone must be able to see it now. It bared its teeth at her. Making her panic. The professor looked at them and praised. Not bad. There are still people who can stand firm. So what about the first person? Hummuck retreated in fear, refusing. No, this young lady's pure body doesn't want to be eaten by this ugly thing. La Han stepped out volunteering. Let me. She knelt on the ground and started drawing the array. The professor crossed her arms praising. Not bad. La Han reached out to summon. A purple light flashed. Oh no. She frowned and shouted the order. Sit down, are you rebelling? The 3-headed dog. She summoned, upon being scolded, teared up aggrievedly. The professor then praised. Very good, student La Han graduated successfully. Seeing La Han return, Nulak stood up. Volunteering, hurry up, let's finish. Let me, I can go up too. And Lin panicked and stopped her. Don't. Boasting before battle is a great military taboo. She started drawing the array but it was slightly off. The professor glanced coldly at her. A monster appeared. And swallowed Nu Lac whole. Image of Nu Lac handing candy to her. Eat the candy. We will be fine tomorrow. At this moment, and Lin was trembling with fear. The professor stood in the array reminding, forgot to mention. If the array is wrong, or there are fluctuations in the heart during summoning, it will affect the summoned monster. She added, if luck is bad, you might even summon the Lord of Hell. So, who is next? The people behind, witnessing Nu Lac's scene just now, were too scared to go up. She used magic to wrap around Ha Muk's legs, pulling her towards herself. And Lin stepped on the flame, stepping forward, me. The professor saw her step up and smiled with satisfaction. Scholarin, then I'm counting on you. I'm not a scholar. From young to old, my studies were always average. My only hobby is playing games. Friends around me are also very few. Just a few people lending game consoles to each other. If not for my recent unlucky constitution, I would just be an ordinary person, forever unable to integrate into society. Just living an ordinary life. Perhaps that person changed me, thinking back carefully. I have known him for a long time. Much earlier than when he remembered me. My life has been extended many times. In the darkest place. He is my only light. The professor's voice rang in her ear. Silently chant the object you want to summon. Strong, loyal, upright, righteous, protecting me. A strong light was emitted, Amatork. The professor was surprised. Is this the summoning array? That a newbie is supposed to be able to do? She glanced at the three-headed dog and frowned slightly. This aura, the three-headed dog is trembling. The professor pointed her staff at her, ordering, stop. Destroy her immediately. The flame flew towards Lin but did no harm at all. From within the array, a head slowly rose up. Guyan was summoned, looking at her full of murderous intent. Your grandpa is here to beat people up. Witnessing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. What is that? That summoning array. Wasn't it supposed to summon a three-headed dog? She secretly changed the structure of the array. And Lin hugged him tightly at this moment, crying, Guyun. You heard me. You really came. Guyun hurriedly reminded. Hey, don't. I haven't finished transferring yet. It's disconnected. She calmly asked back, so it can actually get disconnected. The professor angrily ordered, the summoning array can only be used once in a lifetime. Yet you used it to pull someone else in. You will definitely regret this. While the teleportation isn't complete. Destroy the mage. Just as the claws of the three-headed dog rushed over. And Lin panicked and urged, red light. Sanni, try your luck, go faster. Lahan also rode a three-headed dog towards Guyun. She reminded, don't misunderstand. I'm just borrowing your family's array for a bit. I have obtained the power of a witch. It is time to say goodbye. Guyun wondered. Where will you go with this dangerous power? Lahan coldly replied, power has no good or evil. She turned her back to Guyun. A blood feud deep as the sea, my fate is just like that. And Lin hurriedly ran over to ask, Lahan left already? He explained, her reaction was very fast. Moreover, she had made up her mind long ago. Guyun spoke in a cold voice. Then, the remaining wicked witch. Prepare yourself to die. The professor quickly controlled the array, sneering. What era is this that there are still people defending justice? Kill him, sisters. The three-headed dogs, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, rushed towards them greedily. Guyun gathered power in his hand, cursing, coward. Only knowing how to hide in the back. He punched with deadly precision. Not a single one could survive Guyun's fist. And Lin witnessed this and had to exclaim. Before, I couldn't see the three-headed dogs. Therefore, I couldn't imagine Guyun's battlefield being like what I saw today. She couldn't believe it, so ruthless. The professor continued to command. Sisters, go up yourselves, 5 fireball formation. Guyun simply waved his hand and hit it back. The fireball flew straight towards a witch. Seeing the situation was bad, the professor used 2 people to lure him and quickly fled. Guyun did not hesitate. He disposed of those 2 and chased after her. Just as he reached her was also when she disappeared. Trash, over here. The professor thought anxiously. Mistress, the intelligence on AI City was wrong. He plotted against us. It's too dangerous here. Just as she finished speaking, she coughed up blood. No bitch had appeared and eliminated the professor. The others also surrounded her. More and more people moved towards the gate. Guyun on this side was cursing loudly. Is that it? Where is the Twilight Witch? Where is the promised great battle? I just warmed up and it's already over. And Lin had to gently comfort the others. Everyone go out first and report to the police. She leaned close to him asking, Han. What's wrong? Master Gu isn't satisfied yet. Guyun gritted his teeth continuing, it makes me restless. After all this time, that's it? And Lin teased, still restless? Are you caring about something? He was angry, what else can be done now? She spoke softly, I have a way. That can both vent your anger and make the Twilight Witch heartbroken. Outside, two people were extremely worried. Big Brother has been in there for a long time. Will he be okay? You are also a witch, you go in and check. I don't dare. Senior will kill me. Right at that moment, something flew out confusing them. And Lin laughed with delight, another new little vixen. But today my mood is good. Scene changed back to the castle. The shelves were now empty. Nothing was left on them. And Lin was extremely satisfied. All the treasures the witch hoarded here. We have tricked our way into taking them all. Guyan also gave a thumbs up praising, good strategy. Later I will appoint you as the expedition strategist. On the other side, something was smashed. A foot stomped hard on the stone steel in frustration. That bastard dared to rob my house. At this time at the hospital, the atmosphere became gloomy. In a patient room, the doctor instructed. The woman brought in has passed the critical stage. Watch her carefully tonight. Tran Zhang looked at the person on the bed with anxiety. He spoke up. Professor, name unknown. Is a high-ranking cadre of the Witch Alliance. Once used magic to order the killing of 33 people. The chaos in AI City today. He contributed significantly. Tran Zhang's voice sounded hoarse. My disciple, Old Law, and even me today. Right at that moment, Thiat Engeep pointed a gun at him affirming. You already know? Tran Zhang was a bit stunned. Why, truly you, Thiat. It was you who betrayed me. He slowly approached asking, how did you know it was me? Tran Zhang explained, since the time you covered for the Alliance. I suspected you. You led witches to infiltrate the branch many times. Then deleted all camera data. I actually hadn't found evidence yet. So I stood guard here. His hands clutched the blanket tightly. Rescue the master. Was that the last order she gave? No one came for her, that person is the mole. Thiat Engeep only replied, Mistress on high. D. However, right at that moment, the blanket thrown up by Tran Zhang caused the gun to fire in the wrong direction. Your biggest mistake. Is that as a Class B employee? You lack one important thing that we Class A have. Tran Zhang took out something. That is the right to know secret intelligence. The next second Thiat Engeep fainted and fell to the floor. Tran Zhang sat down by the hospital bed expressing. You didn't expect it. We have known the witch's secret for a long time. The mole cannot be your savior forever. He pointed and shouted, this is for old LA's vengeance. Suddenly the girl next to him announced, Director Tran. This matter, the shot just now hit the heart. The witch is definitely dead. Facing this situation, Tran Zhang pondered for a while then spoke. Report to the Witch Hunt Campaign headquarters. Shot dead 3 targets on the spot. Captured 2 wounded targets. At this moment in the sky, a witch flew by turning. With the voice. Confirmed Twilight Witch has been reborn. Still hiding in a building. There were happy cheers, a big hall. And Lin looked at the pile of stuff on the table with delight. So many precious materials, we're rich. If this was about farming, I probably would own the whole country by now. Touching something big. She picked up a withered face and was startled. Screaming loudly, and Lin fell to the ground questioning. Why is it a dried corpse? Is this also a magic material? Guyan observed then asked. Seems like there are some spells written here, do you know them? Afro also replied, I have never heard of them. Seeing that, all 3 stared intently at the head. Guyan asked helplessly, are you 2 really witches? And Lin's face darkened making excuses. Just graduated and still interning, don't rush. A second later she noticed something. I see a name. Green Winchester. On this side. Shinyu annoyedly announced, Sister Gu, you have a phone call. Gu Tian scolded angrily. Today you said you were going on a mission. How many assignments have you delayed? Didn't you say Friday wasn't convenient? She trembled revealing, it's Master Gu calling. It must be business. She assumed, as if my brother has any decent business. I give you 1 minute. Shinyu hurriedly answered the phone, okay. Okay, Master Gu, what is it? Green Winchester? How is that possible, isn't that person already dead? Guyan explained, I also know he is dead. His head is in my hand. Waiting for Shinyu to confirm, no. Green Winchester is the demon hunter who killed the Twilight Witch. He was the only survivor of that campaign, she revealed. He not only seized the witch's spellbook, the Twilight Codex, but also established a large-scale demon hunting organization. Shinyu felt confused. But when he passed away, to avoid turning into an evil spirit, the body should have been cremated. And Lin speculated, no matter how he died, the witch still collected that head. Meaning she wants to retrieve something from Winchester. Afro mentioned the words, Twilight Codex. The kid explained. The mistress, in order to recover magic power, has always been tracking the codex. Perhaps she wants to extract memories from Winchester. So she took that head. Shin Yu also confirmed, that's right. This head will definitely attract the Twilight Witch. How about you guys hand it over to, speaking of which? Gu Tian snapped the pen in her hand, reminding with a dark face. Time's up, stop playing, study. Shin Yu screamed in despair, school sister. It's really not a game. No way, spare me. On this side. The two girls were pale with fear. This head will attract the Twilight Witch. Guyan reached out to pick it up with some interest, fine. He spun it in his hand like a ball stating. I came up with an idea. At this time Thiat Engip was being suppressed. Shin Yu was rolling amidst piles of homework. Under the supervision of Gu Tian. And Lin and Afro were tidying up the newly looted items. No Bitch's side was celebrating the victory. Guyan was now sitting in the park eating bread. Just then a security guard shone a light and shouted. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are you doing here? And carrying a human head, where did you get that? He pointed down at it saying, it's just lost property. There will be a girl coming to claim it, Marian Jizia. The guy immediately asked, can't you wait for her at home? If you fight and break the treadmill, it won't be covered by warranty. Then he reached out to take the head, alright. Confiscating evidence, you go quickly. Guyan's face darkened, asking coldly. You are not the manager. Who are you? That person immediately transformed. You could tell? Worthy of the person I have my eye on. None other than Jizia, I am Marian Jizia. Guyan pointed and wondered. Are you a man? Don't witches only accept females? Her face turned purple with rage, transformed. Understand? You country bumpkin. Jizia sulked. I'm so angry. I arranged things in AI City for so long. Finally losing to someone like you. He just provoked, regardless of male or female. Since you're here, let's fight. She revealed a seductive look. Actually, I have been observing you for a long time. The way you defeated my subordinates was quite gentlemanly. Didn't make women disgusted. Perhaps there is still room for us to talk. However, Guyan got into a fighting stance. No need. Fight first, talk later. Jizia didn't back down but got more excited. Men really are impatient, aren't you curious? Why a pitiful girl turned into a vengeful witch. Then she pointed at the sky. Bolts of lightning pulled over. Guyan was surprised. Just waving a hand can change the weather. Jizia gloated, watch closely. Everything I once endured amidst that rain. The rain just poured down like that. Hundreds of years ago, the plague turned the city of Welling into a deadly hell. I walked out from the pile of corpses. Humans considered it an omen of reborn evil. The Twilight Codex was the only thing protecting me. Guyan asked curiously, so who gave you that book? Why aren't you bored yet? Jizia was annoyed, it was snatched away. I'll tell you later. Just keep watching. The story continued, only one person dared to approach me, leading me out of despair. Green Winchester. But I didn't expect. The purpose of his approach was just to monopolize that codex. Which, today the one killing you is Green Winchester. After killing her, they cheered, great. The new era has begun. Green stood in the sea of fire laughing gloatingly. Now there is only one last thing. The Demon Hunter army and the evil witch perish together. The codex will belong to me alone. He used my power to establish the Demon Hunter Guild. Shaking the whole world, until he died. Jizia spoke softly. Now you understand, right? Guyan replied firmly, totally understand. He calmly judged. You are Green Winchester. Jizia was even more angry. What? What are you looking at? He still affirmed his statement. No wonder you are a man. Her hand clenched into a fist. Are you tired of living? I'm dying of anger. Suddenly Guyan held the head in his hand reconsidering. Not right, if you are green then whose head is this? Jizia confirmed, I said I am not him. He was confused. But you said only Green survived. Hearing that, Jizia blushed shyly revealing. No one can kill a calamity. I came back to life. But because I lost the codex, my power is insufficient. Must restore Green's head. Understand? Guyan gradually realized. I see, so you want to get the head back. She happily flattered. You really are open to reason. Become my ally. Let's join forces. Not only to stay forever young, but also to destroy this ugly world. He pointed at the pink bag stating. Before you get disappointed, let me tell you in advance. The thing you stuffed in my pocket has no effect on me. I have no interest in your goals. In the end, are you fighting or not? Jizia gathered spiritual energy in her hand, agreeing, fine. You really know how to make people mad. Seems like there is only one way to negotiate. Shards of ice appeared behind Guyan. She shouted, defeat you. He wasn't surprised and snapped his fingers. Doing this sooner would have settled it. But Jijia warned, last chance. Submitting to me now is still not too late. Guyun was not afraid at all. What you should do is not to recruit me, but to surpass me. 15 years of fighting taught me that. Only by becoming stronger can you turn the impossible into possible. If you can't even pass my test, then how can you face the strong enemies of the past? Seeing negotiation was impossible, she unleashed her power. Then as you wish. The ice shards quickly rushed forward, forming a giant block of ice. Following Jijia's control, she raised her other hand high ordering, rise. Lightning. Lightning struck straight down at the ice block just now. Jijia stood silently observing. However, Guyun was still unharmed after that attack. Looking at him, she secretly remarked. What? Didn't hit? A second later she thought, hit him. But couldn't penetrate his skin. Guyun's feet continuously kicked and broke the ice shards around him. In just a split second he rushed towards Jijia. But just as the fist punched out, it was blocked by vines. Guyun's whole body was bound by vines created by Jijia. She used ice to surround his spot. Above, a large island was hovering, waiting to fall. The next second it fell straight down to where he was standing. Then Jijia controlled the island to fly up high. A deep pit had been created in the ground below. With a wave of her hand, a flame surged up. On this side, Tranjong also saw it and panicked. What? Detected shallow earthquake, 6.2 on the Richter scale. Within a range of 50 m. What kind of power must it be to cause such destruction? After a bout of fighting, Jijia was exhausted. That profuse sweating is of your own making. The elemental chapter is my second best subject in the codex. Her hand reached out intending to take Green's head. However, right at that moment, Guyun's hand popped out of the ground and took it away. He looks incredibly bizarre right now. Jijia wondered, what is wrong with his body? 1. Guyun pulled his hand back, preparing to unleash an elemental strike. After all, it is just external power. It cannot be like me, merging body, soul, and spirit into one. That is the reason for your failure. His steel-wrapped fist quickly rushed forward. The wind force caused Jijia's clothes to start disintegrating. What was more surprising was when she gaped, surprised that there was no air left to breathe. The punch he threw created a vacuum in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Jijia was trying to struggle against the pressure of his fist. Guyun shot forward like a missile. With an icy voice. Let's end this. Jijia used her last bit of strength to try and stop it. Don't come near me. The next second she opened her eyes to look at the things around. Jijia had stopped. Including Guyun, space froze. My best subject in the codex is the time chapter. What the hell is this? You dared to make me use my final trump card. Reason tells me to eliminate you immediately. She approached him and decided. But I will keep you. I still want to leave you a surprise. Make you never forget me. A kiss was placed on Guyun's forehead. The next second, cracks appeared before Jijia's eyes. Her frozen space was gradually cracking. Jijia was astonished. Cracks? Impossible. That is the time barrier. No one can move within it. Guyun is trying to break the space. She couldn't believe it. Unless he intends to use pure strength to shatter the wall of space. Jijia panicked. Does he intend to forcibly enter the time fragments? Her face drained of all blood, frozen. Time, to ordinary people, should be something impossible to perceive. Its beginning or end. How can there be someone who, in a brief moment, can react and break the wall of time? With pure strength. Jijia remarked. This difficulty level is like driving a race car at extreme speed. She thought of the scene where Guyun is driving, yet reaching out to thread a needle to help an old lady in the back seat of a car going the opposite direction. Jijia retreated in fear. I no longer have any magic that can hurt him. If this strike hits, I might die. The next second she used magic to open a formation. I can only maintain the balance. Knowing when to stop is enough. While the head is still in my hand. Let's part ways here. Jijia gradually faded. Goodbye Guyun. I'll wait for you in dreams. Then she left this place. Right then, Guyun's powerful strike hit. Its impact was too great, causing debris to fly everywhere. He looked around wondering. Where is the witch? Keep fighting, I'm on a roll. Guyun clenched his fist in frustration. The wound has healed. If only I could see that magic one more time. I would definitely win. Just then, the police announced, people inside listen. You are surrounded. Stop the destruction immediately. Don't make mistake after mistake. Guyun panicked explaining, wait. I didn't destroy this place, well, the part in front was me. But there was a reason. He negotiated, sir, stay calm, let me make a call. Director Shen, save me. Scene changed to the next morning. And Lin was leisurely drinking coffee. Looking at the objects in the sky, she wondered, Master Gu. Did he win? Those witches flew straight in one direction. A butterfly came to notify Lin. Urgent order from the mistress. All sisters withdraw from City X. Retreat to Wellington, retreat to Wellington. She let it go, the professor is dead. You guys can't use magic. She set up to burn me anymore. And Lin smiled happily. Loser dogs, have a safe trip. Outside, Guyon arrived at the door. She glanced at him. And Lin used her wand to draw a line. Dishes immediately appeared on the table. She held up a sandwich for Guyon. Voice gentle, welcome back. Inside a bar, eerie sounds began to echo, bass solo. Along with rapid drum beats. Then a heavy metal male voice rang out. A monster stood on stage. Singing. That arrogant witch flattered in a ridiculous way. Forbidden power. God-chosen descendant, miracle child of the wind. Let the breath of the wind scream, strange singing voice. Struggle, oh nightmare, realize your fear. Roar. Bite, living specimen of urban legend. President Feng held the mic singing, despair. Place a bounty. The weakest on the road to legend. Open your eyes and look. Look up and see President Feng becoming a legend. He laughed with delight, everything is ready. City X, land of danger. Where fear and pain, hell begins. His voice echoed. Also the place my legend is born. On another side, something was rising from a building. It reached out as if to swallow the airplane. Inside, people were working hard. Suddenly a shout, stand up. Vong Luke woke up in panic, what? That's right, witches hunting. Witches completed the commission. No bitch reminded. While you guys were partying. The witches already escaped AI City. Hearing that, he panicked asking, so the mission failed. She urged, let's go. Do you still remember? Why I brought you along? Back to Guyon and Lin. In front of them was a scene of crisis. As everyone was rushing to do something. On the projection screen, a reporter was introducing more. Welcome to the morning news. Last night, a tornado destroyed the park's parking lot. In the south, luckily there were no human casualties. Hope the public pays attention to safety when traveling. People heard this and got more confused, arguing continuously. Didn't they say today they would organize a general mobilization meeting to attack witches? Why say the witches were defeated? Now there is a huge pile of files to sort. Who caused trouble? Guyon looked at them, seems like they are talking about me. But Lin shyly said, come eat cake to calm down. Right then Shinyu arrived, confused, saying, sorry Master Gu, Sister Lin. Recently the foundation had many changes, it's a bit messy. Did you call me here to receive the reward? He heard and asked warily. This is the first time I've asked for money from the foundation. Is there a processing fee? Do previous contributions count for points? Seeing that, she pushed him to get it. Let's resolve past matters privately. This time we really prepared remuneration. Please, come with us to talk to the branch head. In the elevator, Guyon turned to ask, branch head. That's a big position. How much money can he give? Don't tell me it's 5,000. On this side. When entering, that person saw him coming and apologized. Master Gu, sorry for keeping you waiting. I just took office and don't have much experience. Tran Zhang turned around confidently saying, please bear with me. Seeing this acquaintance, Guyon panicked and asked, hey, aren't you the little brother who went with me a few days ago? How did you become the branch head? Shinyu stood beside him shyly. Introducing him. Tran Zhang was originally one of the 2 Class A employees. In AI City, after Chairman Law sacrificed, Tran Zhang was appointed to the position, thanks to the merit of purging the mole. Then he bowed his head and recounted the past. Initially, I mobilized support from the branches. And invited Team 5 Demon Exorcism from abroad. Preparing to launch the general attack today. Didn't expect that a day early. The witch was expelled by you. Looking at him here. Tran Zhang was extremely moved, went over to hold his hands. Please Master Gu. You are so good, can you sign an autograph for me? Facing this, Guyon was a bit confused. I know this, I used to sign when borrowing money. Shinyu couldn't stand it and frowned. Thinking, don't reveal your nature as a fanboy. The branch will lose all face because of you. Then he went over and gave money to him. Thank you Master Gu. The money originally intended for foreign aid is now given to you as remuneration, 100,000 yuan. Receiving this money, he couldn't believe it. Getting 100,000 like this is too. Tran Zhang saw his expression and was a bit worried. Too little? Our budget is really tight. If it's not enough, I can only sell my DX Chogokin collection on the second-hand market. Right at this moment, Guyon excitedly held it jumping for joy, so much. Can't I buy this whole building? Knowing this, Shinyu was surprised. You rent that shabby small building but can't afford to buy it. Suddenly he bowed his head, having something to say. Since Master Gu has no objection. Next, I have a request that is difficult to speak of. Then Tranjong poured out his heart. Our Vice President La Tung had a destiny to meet you. On the night he fought you, he left a testament like this. Turns out your master assigned the task to Tranjong, little Tran. The young man who can save City X has appeared. Give everything of mine to him. Hearing the familiar name, Guyun asked, Old man. La. Did he make this decision before he died? Seeing that he recognized him, he gave the gift. You avenged him. I hope you can accept this. Looking at this precious watch, Guyun was confused, asking, This watch? Isn't it an exorcism weapon? This is your public property, just giving it to me like this. Really? Seeing that, Shinyu stepped up to explain its use. This is when President La was working in the development department, supporting the development of exorcism equipment byproducts. She also added some important details. The foundation was established to fight against calamities. Studied dead calamities, or non-combatant ones. This typo was used for pioneering research. An exorcism weapon test machine, equipped with calamity fragments. Hearing this, he looked at the watch strictly. Does this have power equivalent to a witch? Shinyu also distinguished the important point. Unlike my A0 separation, this watch does not have a complete supernatural creature. It can only be considered a semi-finished product. So Mr. Law didn't rate it as Class S. If it's you, you can surely use it. Then she repeated his wish. Or perhaps he hoped you would use it. Hearing this, Guyun accepted wearing it and said he would consider. Suddenly, right at this moment, there was a big vibration on their floor. A person walked in, accidentally stepped on a banana peel and fell flat. The fallen person shouted angrily. Who is it? Throwing trash indiscriminately. And Lin saw that and shyly turned to say, Who is it? Sorry. That person sensed it and stood up, saying, This smell takes no effort at all. Spiro held his weapon, pointing at the person threateningly. Twilight Witch. Eat my holy spear, Barrow strike. The door outside had been destroyed. Crumbling, everyone went outside. Seeing this door, Guyun looked and turned to ask, Is 100,000 yuan enough for compensation? But they refused, saying, Don't. We can probably use insurance, right? Right at this moment, Guyun felt something was wrong. Turning back to call in Lin, Shinyu ran down quickly, asking, What's happening below? And he, without thinking, jumped from above to find her. Just arrived in time. Guyun kicked the glass, injuring him, and causing him to fall to the side. Spiro fell, didn't know who it was, and shouted, asking, Who is sneaking attacking? Don't be fooled. The person beside you is not a normal pretty girl, but the Twilight Witch. Then he stood up, asking seriously, What does it have to do with you? Who are you? Unexpectedly, Spiro was confident to the point of arrogance. Introduction is easy to understand. Country bumpkin doesn't know the great god of the West. Doesn't realize the severity of the problem. I won't blame you. I am the spirit exorcism expert invited by the Foundation for a high price. The last demon hunter. Spiro Winchester. But Guyun was hard of hearing and asked back, Who? Are you the descendant of that book thief? That made him angry. Pointing straight at his face, retorting, What book thief? Our clan are heroes. Sacrificed ourselves to destroy the Twilight Witch. The chance to meet a great character like me is 1 in 1,000 years. Be careful with your words. He heard and didn't quite understand, asking back, Your ancestors destroyed the Twilight Witch. Then let me ask you, why did the Foundation seek you out? Spiro also replied frankly. To deal with the Twilight Witch. Didn't expect you to be so frank. Your ancestors destroyed her in vain. Being tricked, he was startled. Trapped by words again. Almost fell for the witch's scheme. He didn't lose out and retorted. Does it have anything to do with me? He didn't accept it, scratching his head and replying. Anyway, while my clan received glory, we also suffered a tragic curse. Just need a trace of witch magic appearing near me. I will encounter bad luck clinging to me. Remembering that scene, she also mocked. Really tragic. Spiro couldn't stand it anymore, wanted to rush forward, saying, So I believe the person beside you is surely the Twilight Witch. Or at least a wicked witch, hiding her identity. Move aside. Let my holy spear Barrow peel her skin and bones. Seeing that, Shinyu panicked, running to stop him. Stop. What are you doing, sir? Guyun is an important partner of our foundation. You are Spiro, mentioned in the file, right? Seeing her coming, he was visibly happy, asking, You must be a Foundation cadre. As expected. Only elites can communicate with each other. Then we can join forces to deal with this. Unexpectedly Shinyu chased him away directly. You can go back now. He was telling a story and stopped, asking. This witch and her accomplice. Come back, then she also confirmed directly. That's right, Marion Jizya was defeated by Master Gu. Your bonus budget has also been given to him. Being spun around like that made Spiro crazy, saying, What? What? You ignore an international elite like me. Don't use me, and gave this to the security guard. He saw that and chased him away straight to his face. You can go, tearing what? Seeing Guyon misunderstood, she reminded. Spiro translates to Sparrow. He repeated again. You can go now. Sparrow couldn't accept Spiro. Angry to the point of puffing his nose, arguing back, I am an international elite. Descendant of a prestigious clan. You call me Sparrow. Hearing that, Guyon turned to ask, translation error? Aren't they the same meaning? But she raised her hand praising, quite a good name. Right at this moment. He couldn't accept it anymore and rushed forward. I want to duel with you. Security of X. You will accept it quickly too. You choose the method, Sparrow. Tran Zhang saw that and seized the opportunity to record. Finally can observe Master Gu fighting from close range. Then I have to record it. Finally they simply chose the duel method as a gunfight. And Lin couldn't accept it and went up to argue. Can there be a little fairness? Does my Guyon know how to use a gun? But Spiro also explained about the weapon. The holy spear. This barrow has recognized me as its holy artifact. Since I was 3 years old. One person comes, I shoot. 100 people come, I also shoot. Guyon was not afraid at all and accepted. Alright. Fine, I will use my fists. I've seen movies where they count 1 2 3 then shoot. Come here. They got into stance when Shinyu shouted 1. When starting, he was a bit worried thinking. Saying that the witch has been driven away. Clearly I just got off the plane. Lost luggage and passport. With this level of bad luck. There is definitely more than one witch in the city. But he still rushed forward determined thinking. Perhaps the entire organization has been infiltrated by witches. I must shoulder the mission to destroy the controlled minions. And when she shouted next, Spiro was finding a way. 2. Facing evil, doing righteous deeds. Breaking fairness a little is also reasonable. 4. He rushed up firing his gun and shouting. Die, you minion. And when she shouted next, a fist rushed forward. 3. Guyon just gently punched Spiro until syrup flowed from his nose. Tran Zhang saw through the camera and said. Spiro attacked first. After punching, seeing him fall over there, he immediately asked first. What is this Sparrow doing here after all? I am Spiro. So consider that I blamed you guys wrongly. Perhaps there really are kind witches. Escaping the control of the Twilight Witch is possible. But I will still maintain a suspicious attitude towards you. And Lin retorted, if you are so good. Then don't eat, this is noodles I bought. Shinyu spoke up to advise, alright. The Exorcism Association of AI City guarantees these two are reliable. And you, Mr. Last Demon Hunter. Go back after eating. Spiro slammed the table hard. He explained. Actually I can't go back anymore. Spiro revealed. The reason I am called the Last Demon Hunter, besides the bloodline, is also because our demon hunting profession can't survive anymore. Foundation, cyborgs, shrine maidens, ninjas, mohawks. The exorcism industry is too fiercely competitive now. 2 streams of tears fell. In Oi City, I live hand to mouth. The holy spear of Saint Barrow. I almost sold it 3 times. And Lin came to the side teasing, young man. Change careers early. After all there are hundreds of professions. No need to be stuck in Master Gu's profession. He was sad. Other professions don't make money as fast, she was quite surprised. Can make a lot of money? Spiro's face darkened. This time it's just support. The foundation spent 100,000 as budget. These words made Lin's jaw drop. 100,000, isn't this money? She ran to hug Guyon, Master Gu, please accept me as a disciple. He was confused, aren't you a witch? How can you change careers? Guyon turned to ask Spiro. I have never held such a large amount of money in my life. Sharing a bit with you is fine. Tell me how much you are short. And Lin reminded, don't spend money recklessly. Hearing that, he blushed and refused, look down on me? I am a descendant of a noble family. How can I accept charity from you? I want money earned by proper exorcism ability. And Lin smiled sarcastically, proper exorcism. And then shoot people from behind, huh? Spiro was speechless, Guyon still generously shared. How about this, seeing you are not very convinced? Little Shen, find an evil spirit. We will have a match. Whoever destroys it first takes all the prize money. He quickly agreed. Good, I accept the challenge. Shinyu followed suit. There are a few intermediate evil spirit cases pending. I shared the info in the group. In the evening, there was a question. You two surely won't collapse in there. Heard that over 10 years ago. This school had serial student deaths. Located in a remote area, so it was abandoned later. And Lin walked ahead exclaiming, a place like this is indeed easy. To have supernatural events appear. Guyon asked annoyedly, but why are you two following? Her eyes lit up claiming. Us witches also have to actively participate. In exorcism, of course the prize money. At this time Afro acted obediently. Afro is shy about eating for free, so wants to lend a hand. If you don't like it, just say so and I will disappear immediately. And Lin reminded, don't be so insecure. Guyon waved his hand, actually. I don't need any assistance. You go back, she spoke grumpily. You just worry about finding the evil spirit. What do you know? This is the play, Made Demon Slayer. That I carefully staged. If filmed and posted online, it will definitely reach the top. Afro heard that and cheered up. Sister and Lin, thank you. Afro will definitely try my best. Witnessing this scene, Spiro had left ahead, up to you who you want to bring. The last demon hunter is forever a lone hero. Smile, look at the camera. He shouted announcing, I'm going first. Guyon remarked, this person is really strange. And Lin didn't care. Don't mind him, let's go. She revealed, according to the file. There was a female student killed in the restroom. On the first floor, a few days later. Her friend was also found dead in the dormitory. Restroom. They whispered, is it the same killer? Could it be a perverted serial killer? Guyon remarked. I have suppressed evil spirits in AI City for years. It is true that in some cases the culprit is actually human. But this time everything is different. Earlier you said this place has been abandoned for over 15 years, right? He shined the light on the wall questioning. Then what is this brand new scratch? And Lin fearfully hugged Afro. Could there be a killer hiding here? We are being targeted. Right then a dark shadow brushed past. Afro rushed up to stop it. Stop, Mau Mau. And Lin wondered, is that your three-headed dog? The girl revealed. After the last mission failed. I got separated from Mau Mau. Didn't expect to meet here. And Lin noticed something else. It is typing on my phone. Thought you were done for, so I hit here first. Catching mice to eat every day, gained 10 kilograms. Little Afro, want the dog meat hot pot recipe. Right at this moment. Guyon spoke up vigilantly, not right, the murderess. Aura just now didn't come from this dog. Finishing his words, a bullet was fired by someone. Guyon quickly ran forward to block it. And Lin hurriedly asked, Guyon, are you okay? Just a cold shot. Afro panicked, realizing this is a silver bullet. It's a bullet from the Holy Spear Barrow. And Lin was surprised, this name sounds very familiar. How do you know? The kid revealed, that is the weapon that the Hunter clan demon hunters helped build with all their strength. Infused with 36 types of incantations. Specialized for destroying witches. Hearing that, she was a bit scared. Specialized to destroy, right then. From behind, Spiro rushed forward full of killing intent. Luckily Guyon stopped him. He asked, didn't you say fair competition? Spiro shouted, it's that three-headed dog. You are shielding the minion of hell. You are all the same. He was furious. It was these three-headed dogs that killed so many of our comrades. I will wipe them out, both master and servant. Guyon tried his best to dissuade. But after they became witches, they haven't done anything to harm others yet. Attacking those who cannot resist is no different from evil spirits. And Lin couldn't believe it, she emotionally called, Guyon. He remembered 8 years ago. When Guyon wasn't a master exorcist yet. At this time a crowd was arguing loudly. At that time a child threw a flower pot from the balcony. What if it hit someone? Did you see him throw it? I didn't see, need to see? He was sneaking on the balcony. If not him, then who? That boy cried, sobbing. The evil spirit was holding a flower pot, provoking. It continuously threw plant pots down. But this time Guyon jumped up and fought back. I hate people who stab others in the back the most. Like that was the first time I exorcised a spirit. Evil spirit can make humans turn into evil spirits. Then Guyon advised. So I not only want to wipe out evil spirits in AI City, but also want to make everyone never become evil spirits again. Spiro mocked, evil spirit? I won't pretend anymore. Do you think you are more noble than us? Humans are the most unreliable things. And Lin wondered, what's wrong with him? His whole body flew into the air with white smoke. And Lin was confused, that is not Sparrow. What is that? Seems like he has been possessed, friend. Roommate, to win the scholarship she slandered. Getting me expelled. Luckily a transfer student lent me power to make those two bitches kill each other. And Lin was scared. He is completely no longer human. Could it be he was possessed by the school's evil spirit? Spiro shouted, you two all must die. Afro hurriedly ordered, can't run anymore. Mau mau, but it turned and ran away first. Mau mau. The kid continuously coaxed, come back. There is barbecue in this house. As soon as words ended, Mau jumped up and attacked Spiro from behind, making Afro surprised. What? Counterattack? So? But the white gas kept hovering in midair, around the little girl. It was like a sharp knife slicing pieces of Afro's clothes. And Lin quickly realized. It's mirrors. Her ability can enter mirrors. Afro, break all light-reflecting objects. Right then Guyun suppressed the evil spirit. He turned to ask, what did you say? And Lin was speechless replied, no, nothing. Outside. A person stood watching, found you. The one stopping me from becoming a god. President Feng smiled revealing yellow teeth and, your weakness is also in my hands. On another side Gu Tian was sitting studying. She suddenly sneezed, catching a cold? At this time behind Gu Tian, an evil, appeared. Spirit that Guyun was unaware of. Recently shouldn't keep waiting for brother to come home to sleep. The video ends here. If you guys find it good, please press the like button to support Gao. Thank you and goodbye everyone.